started off observing. She kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, according to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Leanie, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cup or two. Leanie is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Leanie. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood at the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together and we'll never be the same. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, everybody. Hold on just a second. Let me get rid of this. Where is that? Oh, okay. Nope. Didn't want to put that up either. Don't feel like being a doctor today, y'all. Listen, I'm just don't feel like being a doctor today, y'all. So let's hide that. How's everybody doing? Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it so, so much. How's everybody? How was your day? How was your night? I'm just running a little bit late. I got caught up in because y'all, my family, listen, they mess up my life. I want to be here with you guys. Get so jealous. I have a serious case of FOMO. When I'm not here and you guys are all here, I'm like, oh, be with them. But my dad's in town from Tennessee, you guys, and him, my sister, her husband, they all came over. I cooked spaghetti and salad. I didn't cook salad, but I cut it up, and garlic bread. But it was really, really good. I ate the salad and did eat 2 pieces of garlic bread, but I chose to eat that over the noodles. So it was either I could have a little bit of bread or a little bit of noodles. I chose the bread because it's been so long since I've had the bread. So that's what I chose over it. And I got to freeze some and put it up at some sauce and put it up in the freezer. So that's one night that I don't have to cook. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up, the thumbs down. That's all I ever ask of this channel. Let the algorithm and everybody else know that you have interacted in some way with According to Leanie, and I appreciate it. And I am Leanie. Thank you so much for being here. If you ever come in and you hear a sweet voice from overseas, maybe England, some people think she's from Ireland. She's actually from Liverpool, and that would be our Maggie. She's my co-host. And then we have a co-host. She's also from England. That's Maggie's co-host, but she would be my co-host. And that is Lizzo. So if you ever come in and you just hear these English accents, yeah, you're just part of the show. It's kind of nice though, because then you don't have to hear me the whole time. So that's kind of cool. You get different thoughts, different accents, different talk, different words. I've learned so much from people that are in different countries. Their words. Usually I've learned all the bad ones. That's what I always try to learn first. So hello to Melly Joe. Thank you for coming in. MJD's in the house. Sunshine, hello, sweetheart. That's okay. Thank you for checking in. Get you some rest, love bug. John from the UK is in the house. Good morning to you, love bug. You missed the last live. I was just listening to it. Maggie is so funny. Tell it, GNR to hurry up. Listen, they found I don't know how long it took JLR to find the damn glove. Maggie and Lizzo kept saying, it's right there. It's right there. It was so cute. And I think they did a fabulous job. And I'm so grateful to have people that can come on this channel and I can trust them 100%. I know that they're not going to throw us into the ground and pour dirt on us and put a gravestone on us. It's really nice to have people around you that can just go live for you and keep company with the friends and stuff like that when I can't be around, and just to keep the channel going. So that's always really, really nice, and I'm grateful. I'm so grateful. Anyways, so my family left, and even Baby Child came over. Baby Child came over and introduced his girlfriend to his grandfather, and that was nice. And He actually hung out and talked to me for a while. I was like, what's going on? But yeah, so that's happening. And he did get a start date at his new job and his graduation date. I think he told me that he's graduating the 2nd of May. Y'all, it just went by so fast. I've been home. I feel like I told him last night because he was here last night and he was here for dinner. And I told him, I said, I feel like I've been homeless I've been looking homeless for the last 4 years. I said, I got to get my shit together. And he said, yeah, you have. And yeah, you do. Listen, I raised an honest kid. And he's like, but he said, everything's going to work out. We're all going to be okay. And he's right. We will all be okay. So he graduates the 2nd of May, I think. And then he's got to be at his new job. I think he told me June 22nd. And then he finds out, and he was supposed to find out 1st of March, but they pushed it back to first week of April, that he finds out where he's going to be going to. And I'm really, really nervous about that, but everything's going to work out. It always has. It always does. I have probably 98% of everything I worry about turns out just fine. I worry for nothing. Hi, Tashi. Good to see ya. Thank you for coming in. So anyways, after they all left, I was like, oh my God, I've missed so much. I know I've missed so much. So then I started getting into it and I started researching and I was going to come and go live as soon as I saw it. I was like, I could just be researching with them because you guys probably already know everything. And then I was like, no. And then I turned off the computer again. And I thought maybe I should take a nap and just go live, like at 1:30 in the morning. And I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. And then I opened the phone back up and I couldn't stop reading. So here I am. Didn't get a nap, but still going live. So I don't know how long I'm going to be on here. I guess it just depends on how we feel. You guys have to know everything already. You guys have been able to watch it. But I did pull a few things up for those that didn't know that Savannah Guthrie did put out another Instagram message. Y'all, she looks like hell. I'm going to say, the stress, I think, is just written all over her face. Bless her. And I know in these 4 years, I've aged so much faster from the stress and learning how to be an empty nester almost. We've still got our bonus child here, but he works all the time. He goes to school. He just got a new girlfriend. And so I don't see him that much. So I'm trying to get used to it's taken me a long time. I'm still not used to it, but I'm getting there with not having at least one of my children in the house. I thought baby child was going to move back in for at least a month before he had to go to wherever his job is going to be. And he informed me last night that's just not happening. That he's going to stay in his senior house. He's got it rented until August 31st, but of course he's going to be leaving earlier. So he said, I'm just going to stay at my house. Okay. What can you do? Hi, Jamie. What can you do? It's sad when they go. I feel like it's really sad, at least for me, when the baby leaves. A lot of people say it was the hardest when the first one left. It wasn't for me. It was hard because we left her when she moved out, it was literally us leaving Florida. She stayed in Florida and we moved to Indiana. And then she ended up here, coming up here a couple months later. But anyways, the hardest for me has been baby child just because it's the end game, right? That's it. So, some good news, you guys. Here's some good news, and then we'll get right into it because I know you guys just don't give a damn what I have to say about my life. But y'all know I've been on this weight loss journey, right? Because for 4 years, I've wrecked myself. I've aged so much in 4 years. I got depressed and I just blew up like a freaking Frickster, and then thinking, I don't know how long it's been. I can't even remember what day. This is, I think it was back in July. I found out that I had diabetes. So I had to go on the diabetic medicines. But you guys know me. And when my doctor said, well, congratulations, you're a full-fledged diabetic. Now, I knew I had been on the, I knew I was right there. He had been telling me for a couple of years. And I was doing good. I was exercising. I had lost tons of weight. I felt good. I looked good. So I had it under control until I moved out here, and I had to deal with my mental health, and it just was crap. But anyways, nobody cares. So when I went back to the doctor in July, he was like, congratulations, you're a full-fledged diabetic. And y'all, you know what I did? I was like, well, thank God. I was so happy. And he said, I've never had anybody react to finding out they're diabetic like that. I was like, bring on the Manjaro. Let's go. So, been doing that. Been dancing here in my living room. You know, it's the only exercise I'm getting. It's too damn cold outside to do anything. And I wear leggings a lot. And I've always worn like big sweatshirts, like me and somebody else could finish them. Always, since I was a little girl, I would wear my dad's clothes. I love big shirts because I'm large breasted. And I always think if I wear bigger shirts, you can't really tell. Anyway, so last night when I told my kid that for 4 years I've looked and dressed and acted homeless, and I was going to get my stuff together, and he said, yes, you should. So today I was like, all right. So I knew him and his girlfriend was coming back. His girlfriend has never seen me with makeup on besides just the mascara. And I was like, all right. So I actually pulled out a pair of jeans, which I'll switch off from jeans. If I leave the house, I'm probably wearing jeans. But I haven't been recently since I've been losing weight and trying to exercise and shit and eat right? And when I saw my doctor last, I'm not going to tell you how much I've lost because it's not it shouldn't be about that, even though it is about that. I guess because I just don't want y'all to know how really big I am. I am a fat girl. Anyways, I took out a pair of jeans. I put them on. They were too big. And when I went to the doctor last time, and he couldn't believe how much weight I had lost in 6 months. And he didn't even want to bump me up. And I was like, oh, you're going to bump me up, or else I'm coming in here every week for blood work. And we fight over my blood work because, see, I get blood work free. So any test I want him to run, I get it for free. He has to run it. You know what I mean? That's just a perk of where my husband works. And so I was like, I'll come in here every freaking week and get blood work done. And we'll be testing for everything anything I can find on the internet to test for. I'm coming in here. And so we had a good discussion about it. He said, okay, we'll raise it up one time, but after this, we're not doing no more. Okay. And he asked me if I had bought new clothes. Y'all, honestly, my doctor and I have been together for like 20 years. He knows me. There's nothing that man does not know about me. He knows more about me than anybody on this planet, including my kids and my husband. I'm very honest with him. And he said, aren't you excited? Have you been out buying new clothes? I was like, nah. He said, you haven't bought new clothes yet? And I was like, no. He said, every woman loves to buy new clothes. This is the big thing about losing weight is you women, you're just like, yes. And I said, I hate buying new clothes. And he said, I'm going to be honest with you. The leggings look okay because I was wearing leggings. He said the leggings look okay, but I really need you to go to the store and buy you some new shirts because you look like you're wearing your pajamas. And I said, I always dress this way. But anyways, I pulled out a pair of jeans. They didn't fit. So I pulled out another pair of jeans that are size down. They didn't fit. So I pulled out another pair of jeans and they fit, that were another size down. They fit, but I literally buttoned them up and I could pull them up and down without buttoning them. And that's the smallest size I have in the house right now. So 3 sizes down, y'all. That made me really happy. That's why I sent that picture to Maggie with one. You know, I was pretty excited about it. Hi, Gombai. Gombai said Ozempic made. I begged for Ozempic. Begged him to put me on Ozempic because I feel like even when I went back and saw him, I was like, can I please get on Ozempic? And he was like, I will never put you on Ozempic. And I was like, why? I mean, look at Hollywood. He's like, yeah, look at them. Everybody looks sick. They're all dying and they don't know it. And he said, and with all your stomach problems, he said, there is no way. There's no way that I would put you on that. He said, Monjaro is the best for people with stomach problems. And so, anyways, that's that. But it's fine. It's fine. But I thought I don't mind having Ozempic. I want to have it too. I hate it too. I hate it too. But it wasn't until the other day when I went in to go and take a shower and I actually just happened to look in the mirror, and I never do that. I never do that. And that's the first time I ever thought, oh my God, like you do look a little bit smaller, but I still feel like that big old person. Like when I put on, you know, my sweatshirts and stuff and they're down to my knees and they're like, it's just, I know they're big, but they don't, I think I look good still. And I don't. Then I went off of it and gained back the lost weight. Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. Lost most of my hair. I've heard a lot of that. I've heard a lot of people lost hair even on Monjaro, but I lose so much hair because of my thyroid that I guess I didn't notice any difference in the hair loss thing because my thyroid just makes me, I mean, I just lose tons and tons of hair. Even if I'm at a normal range, I still lose a lot of hair, but my hair grows really, really fast. And it's not thick, but it's not thin either. Get new clothes. I will. And Beefcake even mentioned it to me because he's lost a lot of weight, but he's done it naturally. He's been on this really weird kick for like the whole time we lived in this house for like 4 years of we can't eat out of certain, we can't cook out of certain pots and pans and anymore. So we went out and bought our own new pots and pans, and he's on this weird thing. And I'm like, look, dude, I ate lead paint when I was a kid. I used to pick it off the wall and eat it. I rode in the back of pickup trucks. You know, I rode bikes without a helmet. I've lived for 56 years. I'm kind of not worried about cooking on Teflon. I've always cooked on Teflon. My mother cooked on Teflon. And well, I take that back. My mom used cast iron skillets. So it come out in handfuls. Wow. Well, I will tell you, it doesn't come out for me as much as it did before my thyroid was regulated. That's how I knew something was really, really wrong with me. And I remember sitting in the bathtub crying, and my mom came in the bathroom. I don't know if she heard me crying or whatever, and she sat down in there and she was like, what is wrong with you? And I pulled gobs out of my hair and I showed it to her. And she just said, well, when women go through stages like every 7 years, you lose a lot of hair, your body will change again, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, Mom, something's really, really wrong with me. And then it wasn't like a month later, all shit went to hell because of my thyroid. So I guess I don't lose that much, like handfuls anymore, but I lose it all the time. My husband will tell you, the dogs and I, if you take off my hair and then take off the dog's hair, like it almost looks like the same color. But my husband says the only reason he can tell the dog's hair from my hair is that mine's longer than theirs, but it's all over the place. all over the place. All right, guys. I don't know if you've been paying attention or seen anything that came out today, but we do know that Savannah Guthrie put out another Instagram video. We're going to watch that together. If you have already seen it, please give us just a little bit of time so we can catch up with it. I have not seen it. And she did it. I pulled it up, stuck it up here in a tab, and then I started looking at other stuff. So we've watched a lot of different things on here, and I think we've got I think we've covered just about everything, because Maggie and I have been trying to do at least one live a day and trying to put out everything that's new coming out or whatever. And I know Maggie and Lizzo today, they were talking about the gloves and things like that. And I think they did an excellent live today. And the whole deal was that I don't even know if the police ever came and picked it up, because I had to leave to go spend time with my family or go into the dining room, turn off the TV. And I don't know if the police ever came and picked up that glove, but it was just pissing me off, because Sheriff, I don't know. He keeps saying, I call him Sheriff, I don't know. I know he has a name, but he's Sheriff, I don't know to me. And he said that they have tons and tons of gloves, but none had come out of Nancy Guthrie's house. And he said, he just made it sound like, oh God. And look, I know more than 90% of the gloves that they have found, you guys, probably are from people that just wear gloves, or they're from the investigators themselves, which I think they shouldn't be allowed to throw them on the ground, but whatevs. They could drop them out of their pocket. I don't know what's going on. I'm not there. People wear gloves a lot, even still today. I see people in Indiana wearing gloves and a facial mask, and I have nothing good to say, so I keep walking on. But so apparently the glove that they found, we talked about it a couple of days ago, the glove that they found about 2 miles away from the house, it actually came back with DNA on it. And the glove actually looks like, to the FBI said that the glove that they had tested actually looked like the kind of glove that the perp was wearing in the video. I think it's definitely a different glove. I used to work in healthcare. It's definitely a different glove than we were all wearing during COVID. And it's definitely not to me, it's not hospital gloves. I don't know what kind of gloves they are, but I'm sure they're not that expensive, because the FBI came out and already said exactly what type of holster the pew was in. Obviously, you could see by looking at it that whatever gun, I'm going to say gun. Why can't we say gun? Whatever gun is in the holster in front of him doesn't match that holster. It's too big. The gun's too big for it. I've zoomed in on it so many times. So the FBI finally came out and said what kind of holster exactly that is, that it's in around his waist. So that's also a generic. So we know he's got like a cheaper kind of backpack. He got it from Walmart. And listen, I'm not saying Walmart backpack. Don't get it twisted, y'all. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that, did he get the gloves from Walmart as well? It's not a real expensive backpack. It's not an expensive kind of holster thing that he's got around his waist. So I'm thinking that these aren't expensive gloves either. And I still think, and I always will think until they tell me I'm wrong, that he's wearing more than one pair. Hi, Darlene. You wish you could put weight on. I wish I had that problem, but I will. I understand it, because my youngest daughter used to get made fun of all the time because she couldn't put weight on either. And people always were really mean to her, asking if she was on any kind of drugs, because she was so thin. So even thin people I know that, because many nights she'd come home crying, telling me, that people would say that to her. So I don't think thin people get made of as much as people with weight on them do, but there are people that are very mean to very thin people. Let's see. I don't think they picked that up. It figures. I'm not surprised. Listen, the mat is still in front of Nancy's door. They never picked that up, and that pisses me off more than anything, because obviously he came from a car or he walked from a house or something. He could have picked up DNA from his car or fibers from his car or from his house and brought touch DNA back to that map that's right there in front of his door, Nancy's door. He was walking all over it, and the police still haven't bothered to pick the mat up. Make that make sense. I don't know, guys. I don't understand none of this that's going on. I really don't. Why would the perpetrator toss his glove out on the ground? Now, I thought that too. I know they have to collect every bit of evidence. I wish they would collect more evidence, i.e. the mat and the flowers, the weeds or whatever that are right there in the front of the house. I wouldn't understand why they would have shed a glove either, unless the glove has had blood on it and too much blood on it. You know what I mean? Like, so if they shed a glove, they think that the DNA is not on it, because if they're wearing a second glove underneath that, that's why I think they wore multiple gloves. But for whatever reason, I mean, you guys, I'm not holding my breath. I'm not saying that it's going to be a perpetrator. I'm not going to say anything, because it could be anybody's glove. It could be anybody's glove. So I'm not putting any stock into it. I'm just telling you what the FBI are talking about right now. And I think they said that they were waiting for it to come back from CODIS or whatever to see if there's any kind of match to somebody that's in CODIS. Tashi says, just so you all know, I'm now clean and no longer look like Fiona from Shrek. Good on you, Tashi. Good on you, girlfriend. I hope your mouth is feeling so much better, honey. JLR said, no one unalived themselves. I agree. I think we went over that too, but I'm not sure. Isn't that weird? The other night, Friday night, was just a mess. Jamie says it was at the scene of the Range Rover. He's seen it. Oh, okay. I think it's like oh, I didn't think about that. That's right. Those tattoo gloves are thick. Wow, good thought. I'm gonna bring one up. He did see it, and it was dolly vision. I don't know. I don't know. I just thought, I looked and I looked and I looked and I looked, and I have not been able to find anywhere that anybody had either taken their own life or was shot and killed. I could be wrong. Hi, Skelly. What's your favorite type of mat to step on? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, so I'll just leave that be, unless you want to expand. If gloves have blood on it, it would cover his car and steering wheel. Unless he took it off before he got in and then chucked it out the window down the road. You know how because when you're in the medical field, and I'm sure the police are taught the very same thing, is you take one glove and you put your finger inside of where your wrist is and you pull it over your hand. So now you've got the inside of the glove on your other, I'm doing it with my fingers and you guys can't see it, but you've got that glove in the other hand, but it's being held by two fingers. Then you put the other two fingers from the ungloved hand now underneath that where the wrist is, and you pull it over, and that glove that you pulled off first actually ends up inside of the other glove. So basically now both gloves are inside out. So maybe that's what they did. Maybe they took it off by took it off and it was inside out, kind of like what happens when we take off mittens like that. It's just when you're in the medical field or like when you're investigator or police officer, I would think the same way. There's a special way to take off the gloves so that you're not passing on any germs or things like that. If gloves, sorry. It's reposted all over the place. It doesn't show anything. I'm just gonna leave that alone, you guys. I don't mind you guys talking about it in chat at all. Because you guys know Dolly. I don't know Dolly. I play around with Dolly. I know of Dolly, and I know people that were very close to Dolly at one time, and that's how I know him. So I don't know him well enough to speak on this, and I definitely wasn't in his chat because I was actually live when all that happened. So I'm not going to stop y'all from talking about it in chat. Y'all do your thing. I think what Lizzo said was valid. From what we can see, the flowers on top of the blood on the mat and the step there for, I'm sorry, let me redo. I think what Lizzo said was valid. From what we can see, the flowers are on top of the blood on the mat and step. Therefore, the blood had to be there before the dude. Yeah. Well, here's the deal. So when we're watching the guy walk up to the door, right? You don't see any blood on the ground. That was my point of it. I mean, and it comes off of the mat far enough away that where the blood is at in the pictures, we would have seen maybe something dark, something dark on the ground, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. But listen, do we even know Nancy was even dropped off there? Even though I believe that she was killed inside of her home. And I believe the ransom shit is bullshit. But we don't know for sure that Nancy's the one that went through the garage at whatever time. That could have all been a setup to make it look like Nancy went home. Was Nancy actually on a video somewhere? They're not going to tell us that. There's so much they're not telling us. And I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with them holding things close to the vest. But I think at some point you have to come out and stop the theories and stop the misspreading of information and things like that. I think what harm would it do to show that, yes, Nancy went into that house, if it's on some kind of video, that she was absolutely fine when she walked herself into the house. Then we would know that the blood was there when she was brought out of the house. Okay, what's the harm in that? I can understand them not wanting to tell us, what leads they're going up on, who they're looking at that we don't know about. I understand a lot of it, but a lot of it I don't understand. I just don't. I think they should put the whole video out. And if like Maggie said, puppy, hold on, my puppy's throwing up. Hold on. Laramie, what's wrong, buddy? What's wrong with baby? What's wrong with the baby? Go get you some water. Laramie, go get you some water, buddy. Come on, buddy. What happened to your tummy? What happened? Sorry, guys. Just heard him ralphing over here behind me. He didn't actually throw up, but he was ralphing, so guess that's something. We have the timeline of the pacemaker. Okay, hold on, let me go back up here. There's so much that we as the public do not know. That's true. I think they just need to release, and Maggie says, Leanie, what happens if Nancy's in a bad way in that picture, like you can see her hurt or they're carrying her, whatever. That's not hard to redact. We're not saying that. We could see her feet dangling and it's her. You know what I mean? Maybe her hands moving. Just so we can see the time. I get so shitty when they say, we need the public's help. Okay. We're going to need that video, sir. Listen, that's the greatest thing I've heard all day. The sheriff needed a public relations officer. That is, God, he's so annoying to me. We have no clue. We only have Italian stallions. Word on that. That's right. And we have a timeline of the pacemaker, right? Yeah, he does. He needs a public relations officer because I don't know. I didn't even count how many times he said, I don't know. And I just wanted to punch him because it's his job to know. And I back the blue, you guys. I respect the blue. I do. All officers, I respect the office. I do. Do I think there's some really bad dudes that are officers that are wearing a badge? Absolutely. But I like to think that more than half of them are good guys. Cooey Lulu! Having a day off and I get to see you guys twice. Woohoo! I was busy cleaning and didn't see the light till now. Glad I found it. Our sweet Lulu is wearing a ring on her left finger, y'all. Oh, Polly got him a good prize. I'll tell you right now. Melly Joe, I love that picture. Love it. It's a dual string. He was not cut out for addressing the media public at all. I agree 100%. And if you don't know something as the leader of something like this, you're supposed to be leading this investigation. To say, I don't know that many times about something you're in charge of. Lulu, you are over, you're over in the other, you and Melly both are over in the vertical. I don't know no, MJD's not. Both of you are in the vertical live. I can see your little phone. Yeah, I was blown away. All right, guys, let's go ahead and for those that have already seen this, just give me a minute to catch up on it, watch it myself. I just saw her picture and I was like, oh Lord, she looks so, I would be stressed out too. I understand it, but God bless her. I mean, oh, y'all. All right, let me show you what I'm talking about. All right, this was shared a couple hours ago to Savannah Guthrie's Insta page, y'all. Let me make it as big as I can for y'all to see it. Let me take this off right here so you guys can. Come on, dummy. Okay, there we go. All right, you guys hide your ears for just a second because I can't control the volume where y'all are at, okay? All right, so this just came out like 2 hours ago, at the most 3 hours ago. All right, I'm pretty sure by the looks of the background with the yucca plants and the aloe veras and agaps or agape, but she looks to be still in Arizona, which is, I think, where I would be too. All right, here we go, guys.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost. or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
I'm going to stop it right there just a second, you guys, and talk about this. Do you guys feel that? Do you guys hear her words and be like, what the hell are you talking about? Catch you later, John says. Everyone have a blessed day or night off to work. Have a great day at work, John. God bless you, honey. We love you. See you soon. She looks like grief and crying, yes. Believe what? Tell me what you guys think. Is she speaking in code? Because there are people that believe that she's definitely like I was told by I've never seen Silence of the Lamb, and Lizzo and other people picked up right away that out of her first post that she put on her Instagram, it was a line out of Silence of the Lamb. I didn't. I've never seen the movie. And you can definitely tell that I could tell that some of it was coming from her heart, but then she was being careful. So I figured that something was being written for her, helping her. Somebody was helping her with it. That's law enforcement. And then the second time they did it, I was like, this definitely feels like even more is coming from somebody else and not so much from their heart, like somebody else's. And it almost felt like what they were actually saying things that they must have been told in the ransom letter. Okay. So then the third time she came on all by herself on her Instagram, and that to me was totally like she had started out. I felt like she was basically just talking, answering, making an understanding that she knows what's going on, and it's their last hour of hope, and then we get this one, and I'm watching it with you guys. I'm listening to with you guys, and does anybody know what the hell she's talking about? Did I get a kitten? That's Wednesday. Wednesday's always screaming because Wednesday is ticked off still about Laramie. Yeah. Wednesday, what do you need, buddy? Oh, really? Well, he's asleep. He's not going to mess with you. Are you hungry? Oh, you are? Okay. Well, then let's go find your food. All right. All right. I'll get you some food. Beefcake put his food out into the garage because usually I have it like right now until he gets used to Laramie. I have it on the dinner table in the dining room because Beefcake and I don't sit at that unless we've got company. We usually sit around the bar in the kitchen together for dinner. So because we're using the dinner table with company tonight, we moved all his food out here to the garage. So let me put him back so he feels safe. The dogs don't go into Beefcake's office, but Wednesday's allowed to. Wednesday, come on, buddy. Come here, buddy. Laramie, leave him alone, buddy. Give me just a minute, you guys. I'm going to take care of my babies. Take care of my babies. All right. Stay, Laramie. Stay. Good boy. All right. Here you go. Good for the baby. All right. Laramie, come on. Come on, buddy. Good boy. All right. Everybody good? You guys want a treat real quick? Give you a treat and go back to bed. What's your treat? Oh, they're right there. Oh, I can't reach those. Broom. I could get it with the broom. Hold on, guys. Oh, shit. Here you go, buddy. Sit. Good boy. Good girl. All right, that's all. You're good. All right, guys. Thank you for that. My cats don't like my new puppy either. No, and it's just because Laramie, well, he loves the big cat. I mean, the big dogs. He absolutely adores them. But the puppy's a puppy, so he's jumping all over him. And Wednesday's got him a couple of times, so he's getting better at not getting in his space. Like he let Wednesday go to the door over there without trying to jump on him. Wednesday, oh God, no, Darlene, no, not until I get moved to my farmland, then I'll do it. Let's watch this again. Let me know if you guys hear any, okay, it makes sense. She wants her mom back. It's 2 weeks. We got it. But does it not sound like, now remember, TMZ reported that for some reason they were sent another letter this past week, right? Is this about that? Is that why it's hard for me to understand what she's talking about? Hi, April. She's holding back on what she is saying, right? And I can feel that because when I slow down talking, I'm trying to choose my words. So I want to listen again, if you guys don't mind. Let's listen to it again one more time. And just tell me what you think.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe.
Believe what?
And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone.
What? They're not lost or alone? Okay.
And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
Okay. What I heard that time. All right. So remember when there were 2 deadlines, right? There were 2 deadlines. I couldn't understand the 2 deadlines. And that's when I started saying, wait a second here. I have never known an abduction case that had to do with a ransom note and some money and all this that actually gave you 2 deadlines. So I thought, why would you even respond to the first deadline then if you're you're getting another one? Well, now I believe that. Now I said that I don't believe that ransom notes were real. What I'm saying about that is I don't believe anybody is looking for money for this woman. I still don't believe that. I believe that they. Hey, I'm sorry. Nunu, is that you or him? Hey, Newt, was that you, buddy? Good boy. That's a good boy, Newt. I wish y'all could have just seen what happened. Okay, you go eat. You can go eat. That's your bowl. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's your food. Go eat. You wait. The puppy went up to Newt's bowl to go eat. And I know why the puppy did it, because usually the puppy won't do it until Newt's completely done, because when Newt growls or barks, the puppy just goes straight to the ground. He's very he knows Newt is the alpha. Well, earlier Newt ate all his food because I feed the puppy in the kitchen in his little bowl, and then Newt and Anichka have their kitchens. I mean their bowls in here in the living room. Well, he knows not to go to Newt's bowl until Newt's completely done, and then he'll go just lick it. And so I guess he's hungry, but I saw Newt in there eating his food and hadn't touched his yet. So the little guy decided he was just going to go eat Newt's, and that's what happened. And then Newt got pissed because he was eating out of his bowl. So anyways, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You would think, oh, who would think that animals would cause this much, you understand babies when children need you. You understand when your spouse needs you, and maybe you get a call from your older kids. But y'all, these are my babies. These dogs right here and that cat in there, they're my world. I don't have babies at home anymore. They need me more than I need myself. All right, so I'm sorry. Anyhow, so I believe that the reason why there were ransom notes in the first place, I don't believe somebody went to Nancy's house to get her and abduct her for money. I don't believe that at all. I believe that Nancy was unfortunately murdered in her home and then taken. And I do believe that there are some family involved in that. And if I'm wrong, I will tell y'all I'm wrong. I have no problem being wrong, and I hope I am wrong. These ransom notes, I think, were just part of the whole ruse to get the eyes off of the people who actually murdered her and took her out. That's just what I think. I could be wrong. I hope I am wrong, please. But anyways, this sounds like to me, now with my way of thinking about it, this sounds like to me she is talking directly to them. Now, whether it is from a previous note that they said, look, maybe the first deadline was, if you pay us this money, then we will give you back your mom and she'll be alive. Maybe the next ransom said, now you could pay us the money and you can have her body. But because they didn't pay any of the money, supposedly there's a third one that came in, that TMZ, which I take them with a grain of salt because they are literally the paparazzi. So, but still, who knows? Maybe she has, well, if it did come in for sure, whether the FBI knows it's fake or not, she would have seen it. Savannah would have seen it. The family sees everything, if they want to. It's a choice. So I'm sure she would have seen it. So I'm wondering if this is based on something that they sent them, or that she's responding to the last thing, meaning, whoever's holding her or knows where she's at. It just sounds like to me she just wants the body back. Let's listen one more time and then I'll get off this and you guys can go and watch it for yourself. All of the interviews that Savannah and her family have done, which there is a total of 4 altogether. There's 2 that she did with her brother and sister. There's one that her brother did by himself that was posted to her page. And there is, so there's 2. and then 2 of her. So there's 5 altogether that have come from the family. They're all on Nancy Guthrie's what the hell do you call that? What do you call it? Instagram page. All right. Let's listen to it one more time. I could be wrong. Shut the hell up, RC. I love you so much. All right, let's listen to it one more time. Tell me what you think, and then I'm going to get off of it because I could sit here and analyze all day long, and I'm not an analyst.
I wanted to come on, and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
Thoughts? Anybody thoughts? DB Coopers, I like your name. That studied that many, many, many times. It's a great name. Mudslinger Walks. There are thousands of anonymous Bitcoin ransom scammers in India. All of them would jump at the chance to take advantage of this situation, and there would be zero way to tell what it is. But we do know the guy out of California, you know, he tried it, right? He tried it. Dumbass. Y'all, he didn't even fucking send a ransom, y'all. He actually got a hold of Tomato Tabasco's name and number and texted him and called him. Dumb. When all is said and done, I think we will all still be in the dark. Very possible. And that is sick, because I'm kind of leaning that we won't find her. And I hate that. I hate saying that, but I'm a complete realist. I still have the humanity part of hope to me, like that I would just love to see. I mean, there's been so many people that have been kidnapped and have been kept for months and years, and they come back and we're all just like, wait, what? We really thought you were dead. You know what I mean? So anything could happen, but this is terrible. It's all terrible, you guys. I get it. It's all terrible. But what I'm saying is, the other people like Elizabeth Smart and like J.C. Dugard, who was held for years and years and years. And Elizabeth Smart was held for, 9 months? There wasn't just much shit. You know what I mean? Like, there wasn't SWAT going in on a Friday night, barricading and all the other crap, you know, and really making it look like something big's happened, only for everybody to wake up the next day and say, oh, we're following a lead. Oh, were you? You were following a lead. Okay, we got it. We got it. At least three different police jurisdictions were there. You have the FBI there. Yeah, it needed all that manpower to follow a lead. Okay, I got you. Listen, I think that she's not calling their bluff, but giving hope. That I think she's been told by them that if they didn't give the ransom by that second time, that she was going to be killed and that they wouldn't see him anymore. And to me, that's what it sounds like she's doing, that she's believing that. I don't know. But what does it mean they're not alone or lonely. What does that mean? Anybody? That's why I'm saying I think she's talking about something that they've sent. I don't think the kidnappers are good. No, kidnappers have no heart or guilty conscience. Mudslinger walks welcome. Yes, that's true. Tashi says, so I saw some ex-FBI agents saying they believe it could be a crazed fan that's taken her mom. So to me, it feels like she's talking to a possible stalker. You listen, it could. I hope I am wrong. I hope I am wrong. And I will write Tabasco a personal letter to apologize. I am. Just pisses me off. This whole thing just pisses me off. I heard that too, Tashi, not an 84-year-old. Save Nancy, amen. It's never too late. I smell a skunk. I'm smelling something too, and it don't smell good. Y'all hit that like for us, please. 82 watching and only 8 likes. Maybe we got people that hit the unlike, which is okay with me too. Just hit something for me. I appreciate it. Let's see. Hold on. It makes this message make more sense, eh? Hey, mate. All right. So I don't know. Like I said, this is Savannah Guthrie's Insta page. You guys are welcome to go over and look at all the stuff that she's posted live, the live videos that she's posted during this ordeal. I think if you watch them in order, we watched them 2 nights ago in order. Y'all was just blown away. I was blown away by a bunch of different stuff, and I struggle saying too many things nice about what I've seen. If you want the public's help, you need to offer more. That's right. That's right. Serenity Stone. I don't see like burrow. Don't know what that means. Elaborate. Gone by says, heck, they're not even out searching for Nancy from what it looks like. Right. Well, the second day they did bring in dogs. They brought in cadaver dogs and crime scene tracking dogs. And I don't know how far. I don't think they even went across the street. I think they just stayed within, because listen, had they gone 2 miles, they would have found the glove if it was there at that time. Oh, you don't see a like button. Yeah, if you jumped into the live, you wouldn't see it until you leave the live. Or if you've got an iPhone, double tap your screen. So all y'all that have got an iPhone, look, I go into people's live and forget to hit the button until I leave. So I understand that completely. But if you have an iPhone, all you gotta do, any lives you go to, just double tap your screen and it'll hit the thumbs up for you. But if you want to hit the thumbs down, you have to either exit what I'm doing and then come back, or just do it when you leave. They search Nancy in Tomatoes neighborhoods. Right. Now I want to show you guys something. No, they haven't at all. That's true. Right. They haven't. They started what? The second week. They started the first of this past week, like on Monday or Tuesday is when they actually, oh, Android does it too. I had no clue. Thank you so much for saying that. Okay, guys, so just double tap your screen, no matter what kind of phone you got, unless it's a flip phone. I just don't think a flip phone can do it. Someone proved me wrong. I'm nursing a 4-month-old. Oh, bless you. Congratulations on your baby. Congratulations. That's so sweet. I would do all mine over again. I would. Any phone will work for a double tap on a vertical live. I did not know that. Thank y'all so much for telling me. Listen, Nobody said I'm a professional around here, but a professional smoker and influencer to smoke and an influencer to cuss and do some bad stuff. But I'm not professional. I didn't know that. I thought you had to have an iPhone to double tap. Silly me. No, my son updated my phone. Believe you me. He said I was like down in update 14 or something. He's like, Mom, don't you update your phone? I was like, I didn't know you're supposed to update your phone. He said, don't you have something that pops up on your phone from time to time and says it's going to update at midnight, or do you want to start updating now? I was like, yeah, but I just click ask me later. And he's like, okay. So he updated it to 26. I was so far behind. It took like a day and a half to get it updated, no lie. Thank you so much, you guys. Or you can just go to the thumbs up and push it, and then it'll pop up so you can press on it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. She said her Android won't let her. Oh, really? Smoke 'em if you got 'em. That's right, girl. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right. Let's go to the next thing I have. Let me take this off. Get that out of here. Let's talk about the glove. You know what? Before we do that, before we do this, before we talk about the glove, let's take a look at Brian Inton. Now, I don't normally play too much of Brian Inton because I know I'm going to be copyrighted for it, but I'll stop it like in between a couple times and sing a lullaby, and then we'll start it again. Also, we have our fair use disclaimer scrolling the bottom. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for the purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And that's exactly what we're doing. So don't come at us, YouTube, okay? Don't. Just leave us alone. We're just a little tiny channel over here. Don't mess with us, all right? Okay, if somebody doesn't mind putting, if one of the mods don't mind putting it in chat so that when they do say you're copyrighted, I'll be like, no, you need to go back and pay attention. So the reason why I want to bring up Brian is because he was what got me stuck in three buttons in the upper right hand corner. Yeah, try that. Marlboros are just paper sprayed with chemicals. You're right, but they didn't have any other cigarettes for us to use. It's just Marlboros or nothing. Inton snubs JLR. Yeah. And we are team JLR here. We love us some JLR. He's my favorite person to make fun of. He doesn't know who I am, but I'm his biggest fan. So if somebody knows him, you guys let him know that I am his biggest fan. All right. So the only reason I'm bringing this up is because Brian Inton went back to the neighborhood. So you guys know that when they did the SWAT on Friday night, right? They sent all the media, which I thought was brilliant. They sent the media and the YouTubers and the peekaboos and the all the people that are watching what's going on. They sent them on a wild goose chase, right? They sent them into this neighborhood, telling them something big was going to happen. SWAT was going to show up. Okay, everybody goes up there. We're hanging out with JLR, right? JLR has been so kind, letting other creators use his content when he doesn't have to, but he has, because he just wants to get this case out there and he wants her name out there. And we appreciate him here at this little channel. And I'm going to say this really quick, just because I'm going to say it really quick. All those creators out there that are streaming JLR, but not allowing his name to be said in their chat or on their panel, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Now, I know some creators don't like you talking about other creators in their chat, because they're so scared y'all are going to just run off and go become their subs. It's really such a sad, sad thing, y'all. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not a gatekeeper. I don't care one way or another. I don't care. So, but if you don't want that for your channel, that's fine. Then don't play their content. Don't make money from their content. I think that's wrong. Thank you guys so much for putting the fair use in for us. He is very dedicated. He is. All right. Let me quit bitching because somebody I think called me Kathy Bates from Misery. I've never even fucking seen the movie, but I heard it was good. You call me whatever you want to. It doesn't matter to me. Just Celine. All right. Let's see. So when they did the SWAT the other night, you guys, and everybody went on the Wild Goose Chase. Well, Brian Inton showed up over there on the Wild Goose Chase where they put out that the SWAT was coming to, right? And then, but because of who Brian Inton works for, he's got a lot of different sources, and they sent him into the right neighborhood. So when it went down, he was actually in the perimeter of it. He wasn't on the other side where JLR and all them were outside of the barricade, because he was there before SWAT came in there, because that's where his sources told him to stay. He got lucky. He got lucky. And then eventually he was told to move and go on the other side of the perimeter. So he talks about that. He talks about the next day going up to the house, and he's going to show you the house. And nobody answers the door, unfortunately, but somebody looks out the window. I guess I don't blame him for not answering the door. And then he's going to talk about the glove, and he's going to talk to a really, who I like this chick, that he taught his DNA expert or whatever. I kind of dug her. You know, I did. I can't help it. All right. So let me show this to you guys. Look how cute. Little Brian. Oh. No, I love Brian Inton too. I think he's classy and good looking. I'd hit it. All right, that's neither here nor there either. I'm not supposed to be talking about that right now. All right, you guys can see it big. All right, watch your ears. I'm going to turn it on. This is fair use. Like we said, it's in there. Don't come at me. Watch your ears, guys. I can't control your volume.
So take a look at this. So this is my first time back in the neighborhood where the SWAT activity was on Friday night. I was here. It was obviously dark, and then I got so distracted with all the other developments of the weekend. But this is what the neighborhood looks like. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. It's interesting because, again, it was so dark when I was out here. It's interesting to see it all in the daylight. This is the house here that the SWAT activity happened at, and it's pretty quiet around. I'm gonna go to the door and see if anybody is home at the house.
What the hell is up with that car, you guys? Hi, Gina. Thank you for coming in.
Doesn't look like anybody's answering. I think other reporters have already been here.
Yo, I don't blame them for not answering. I don't think I would. I mean, they would.
Oh, hi, we'll be right there, it said.
I mean, I don't. They went through a lot that night. Now, whether I believe that they're still. No, this isn't Nancy's front door. This is a. Let me stop.
I saw someone in the window. Hello? Hello?
This is the house that was swatted on Friday night, where they detained a mother and a son. Maggie talked about it earlier today in her live. The mother was not actually taken down to the police station. I don't know if the son was, but I know for sure the mother was not taken to the police station. She was allowed to go stay at her next door neighbors while SWAT and because they went all through this house, you guys, all through this house. So I don't know if the son was actually taken down. One report I saw that both mother and son did end up at the same house while all this went on, and the police and the FBI and everybody known to man that has a badge was in there. This is that house. So he was trying to go and talk to the two people that were detained out of this house and released, but they're not answering.
There was a woman that just opened the blind just for a second. But yeah, I don't think they're coming out. Like I said, I think some other reporters have been here, and it looked like kind of an older woman that opened the curtain just for a second.
The hell?
There's this car that was in an accident in the driveway.
Airbags came out, y'all.
But yeah, so this is the neighborhood. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. Kind of reminds me of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood a little bit. It's about 2 miles away, but the houses are much, much closer together, and they're out closer to the road. In Nancy's neighborhood, there's obviously a lot more like shrubbery and cactuses in the front.
Lulu, according to Leni, okay, where there's smoke, there's fire. I believe the cops seem to be rattling some cages. I think they are. I just think that the FBI needs to totally take over this case. Gina says, I'm grateful for you having content this late at night about Nancy case. Oh, anytime. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Goodness gracious. Hi, Dot. Anything new? No, other than they did put out, we just watched Savannah Guthrie. She did put out a new video. It's on her Instagram if you want to take a look real quick. And they did get one of the gloves back that was like 2 miles away from Nancy's house, and it did have DNA on it, and Brian's going to talk about it here with the DNA expert and give us the 411 on it. Hi, Aussie True Crime. Good to see you. I actually replayed yours late last night with you and Focus on it. I loved it so much. All right, let's go ahead and do this now. He's going to start talking about the glove. All right, and I'm probably just going to let this one play through. Maybe I'll stop it in just a second, but it is what it is. Copyright is going through. Don't come for me. Don't, YouTube, just leave me be. All right, here we go, guys. This is Brian Inton Investigates. We love you, Brian. Not as much as JLR, but you are cute, and that's all I'm going to say right now.
So I'll go back to that house again. I find just with my reporting that sometimes when things cool down and all the other reporters leave, and if I kind of forget about something, that that's the best time to kind of swoop in and try to talk to people. So I'm going to check out the house again and just keep an eye on that whole situation, because again, while there were no arrests, I'm told that there's still activity happening behind the scenes. Something else I wanted to update you guys on, if you follow me on Twitter, I've talked about this signal sniffer, which I confirmed that I actually have video of this helicopter. We saw it last week. It was the Pima County Sheriff's Office helicopter that was hovering very, very low over Nancy Guthrie's house, and then hovering low over the side yard and the backyard and just different areas around the house. But it was peculiar because I haven't seen search and rescue helicopters hover in one place that low for extended period of time. Like it would stay in one spot for like 3 minutes and then move. But again, very, very low.
Do you guys remember the other night or the other day when we were live and I pulled up my flight aware and I said, it doesn't look like this guy's moving at all. You guys, it was like 200 and something feet up off the ground. I was like, they don't normally. So I thought he was landing, but I was like, he's not moving. And then he was going like 78 miles an hour. I think that's when this was, because I also look at the flight aware all the time to find the choppers. I could be wrong, but listen, I'm gonna just let you guys know. And I'm gonna take the credit for that, okay? Let me take the credit for that. Hi, Wild Angel. All right, all right, I'm gonna shut the hell up, okay? You guys don't need to hear from me. I'm gonna shut the hell up. Thank you all for being here.
And I am told that there was a piece of technology on the chopper that was sent in from the FBI called a signal sniffer. And it's a new kind of technology. It's pretty top secret in many ways. And they attach it to a skid of the helicopter, and it could actually sense Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker. Again, I'm told it's an imperfect science and it's a new technology, and it has to hover low and it has to stay in one place. That's why the helicopter was just like not moving around a ton. But they believe that there's the possibility that it could actually pick up on Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker. It also, by the way, picks up on other things. AirPods, I'm told, smart washers and dryers, all of those things. So it becomes a little complicated trying to narrow it down. But it's interesting. It is a technology that they have used in the past. And I confirmed that with one of my sources on the ground. And then News Nation reporter Libby Dean, who's my friend in DC, also confirmed it with her FBI source that the FBI did send that technology in. And that it has been used, which is just interesting because I've never heard of something like that before. And it's just kind of fascinating that they could try to detect Nancy's pacemaker. And hopefully, when I saw them using it, it was over a week ago. So I don't know if they've used it again, but it's kind of a neat piece of technology that they're using in this investigation. I want to go now, though, to Cece Moore, who is a really just
Damn it, y'all, I didn't know I was muted. I said I'm going to stop it right there. I said, hi, Valerie, thank you for coming in. I want to ask, did he say, did I miss it? Did I miss something? If the pacemaker is no longer working, will it pick it up? Can somebody in chat let me know if you've heard? Because I know this has been in the news for 2 days. Maggie actually talked about it on her live. Do you guys know? So if the pacemaker has completely stopped working, will it still pick it up? Does anybody know? It will, yes. Okay, I got a nope and I got a yes. I wouldn't think the signal from the pacemaker would go out very far, right? That's why they had to be really, really low to the ground. Scares me that they put this info out there. Amy? What else do they have, right? Banfield reported on an earlier, yes, it will. Okay. Hi, Leah. Hi, everybody who's coming in. I also think police and family know she has been dead because no grid search, correct? No dogs, well, there were dogs, no four-wheelers, no volunteer searches, and Savannah's video seems she knows and she wants the body back. I'm total agreement with you, Leah. Welcome. There can also be whether they're looking for her pacemaker because they know she's gone and we're going to go searching in the desert for it, I believe. It's a Wi-Fi signal, not a cell signal. If the pacemaker battery has died, it won't be sending out signal. Okay. Dot said, I know, well, I don't want to give Dot's information out. If Dot wants to put it in chat, how she will know about anything like that, she'll let you guys know. I'll do some research on it. I'm not saying that Banfield's wrong. I'm not saying anybody's wrong here and anybody's right. Everybody's got their own theories. Everybody's got their own people. Everybody's got their own experts. It happens in court all the time, you guys. Two experts of one thing say two totally different things, and you're supposed to decide which one to believe, right? So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and play this, and I'm going to try to shut the hell up, y'all. But thank you so much for being here. It means so much to me. I really appreciate you.
a famous DNA expert. She's worked on a lot of big cases, and I want to get her take on this latest information that we got from the FBI regarding the DNA on the glove and also the DNA in Nancy Guthrie's house. I'm joined now by Cece Moore. It's nice to see you, Cece.
Nice to
and
see you.
I think it's quiet out here. Hopefully I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house, so sometimes it gets a little noisy out here, but I think it'll be okay. Just a lot of people in the crime community know you, obviously, but just for people who don't know you, tell me a little bit about your background.
Well, I'm one of the early pioneers of genetic genealogy, and then that transition into using it for law enforcement purposes. And I am the chief genetic genealogist at Parabon Nanolabs. My small team and I have helped law enforcement solve over 365 cases now. So I think we've really proven the power of investigative genetic genealogy.
For sure. So I'm glad you're the perfect person for me to talk to about these latest developments with Nancy Guthrie. The first thing I wanted to ask you is this new information that came out from the FBI about this glove that was found 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house that they found some DNA on, and they're going to put into CODIS, I guess, after they finalize the testing. What do you make of that? What does that mean?
You know, it's interesting to me that they've agreed to put it into CODIS, because that usually means that they feel fairly confident about it. They have very strict guidelines about what DNA is allowed in that database. So that leads me to believe that they have a reasonable belief that it could be from the crime scene. However, being 2 miles away, of course, I would obviously use great caution in coming to conclusions about who the suspect is just based on that alone. We've had a lot of cases where we have analyzed things like gloves and like other items in or near crime scenes. And of course, when you're doing that, it really requires that there is a lot more caution used, because it very well could be an innocent person.
Yeah, and a lot of people use those black gloves for different jobs. And like you said, the fact that it's 2 miles away. The sheriff also said that they found DNA in Nancy's house that is not, that doesn't connect back to Nancy and doesn't connect to anyone really within her circle. Because apparently they've swabbed, you know, like the workers that have gone in and out and the family members and stuff. That to me, is that significant?
To me, that's much more significant, because we know that's tied to the crime scene. Of course, it still doesn't guarantee that it is the suspect. DNA can last a long time depending on what the form is of that DNA. I've worked cases where we analyzed a drop of blood, and it ended up being someone who'd lived in the house 2 years earlier. And of course, we know Nancy has been there for many years, decades. So she should have a pretty good idea. I mean, her family should have a pretty good idea about who has been in and out there. So that helps a lot. I am very optimistic about that part of it, much more so than the glove. And I think that if they really do have that alien DNA there, that DNA that they are not able to tie to any known person, that could very well be the answer to this case.
And I'm told that with some of these people that they've been questioning, you know, they've done some search warrants over the last week, that they are swabbing them also for DNA.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
How does that work? So what, then they will go and compare that to what they found in the house, or how does that work behind the scenes?
Right. So that is using the traditional law enforcement DNA analysis that they have used for decades in cases like this. So that's just a straight profile, one-to-one comparison. Do any of those individual match any of, and does the DNA profile from any of those persons of interest match any of the DNA that was found in the house? If they did, that's obviously huge. Even if it matched that glove, that could be really telling, right? Because that's unlikely to be a...
Sorry, y'all, but just so I don't get in trouble, I have to stop it every now and then. So please forgive me for that. How would you guys feel? Have you ever thought about that FBI walks up to your door, knocks on your door and says, "Hey, got your DNA." And your DNA comes back to a swab from a crime scene. Except for we know it's not you because we have actually used the genetic, side of the DNA, and it's saying that it's one of your uncles, because they can narrow that down. How would you feel? Because my DNA, of course, is out there in the genetics, because that's how I found my father. And y'all, he was number 12 of 13 kids. And I don't regret it, but I remember telling all them freaking derelicts, I was like, y'all better not be doing no crime, because my DNA's in, which means, if they do any genealogy testing and they come to my door, I'm turning your asses in. I'm telling you that right now. And they were like, my cousin, who was a smart ass, he since passed, my cousin by my bio dad. He said, don't think we didn't think about that when everybody found out about you. Oh shit. So, but I think I would start laughing. I think I would, because I follow true crime so much, and I put my DNA, in there, and I think at first I would just laugh and then make sure it's not anybody that's like my brother or my sister, you know what I mean? Or anybody that's like I'm really close to. But if it's distant, I'm gonna be, let's go show you where they live. Hold on, let's get some coffee and some antacids. Oh, let me grab my cigarettes too. Oh, I gotta take my dogs with me. Y'all, that's scary. Valerie says, the feds knocked on my door and said my DNA matched a family member, I'd be cooperative. I absolutely would too. But it also would be heartbreaking. But for me, I mean, all of my siblings, except for the one that passed, all of us took our DNA because, mama was a hooch. No judgment on mama, y'all. She lived a great life. Mine is mostly for a defibrillator. My heart rate is rarely low. We had a local fella a few days ago be arrested for several sex crimes. Hey, little thing, if you get back there, I'm sorry, my puppy is getting underneath the desk, and all I need is for this to be turned off. I don't know what it is he wants down there. But anyways, sex crime in the 80s. They ran the DNA and found his fourth cousin, and research from there got him. Good on them. Good on them. Make It Zero says, I listened to a song by Chris Cornell. I hope I pronounced it right. That said, they are farming babies. Absolutely believe it. I believe it. Ann's place. Hey, girlfriend. I haven't done my DNA yet. A bit scared of what it will show. I didn't do mine until I was 49 years old. I was so ready to know who my birth father was. So ready. I was beyond ready. Beyond ready. Dot says, if the feds came to my door and said my siblings had committed a crime, I'd tell them I like to meet the sibling. Well, I did. I had two more sisters out there. It's funny. I'm the youngest sister that my mom, out of my mom's kids, I'm the youngest sister. So when I found out that I'm the oldest sister on my bio dad's side, I was like, y'all, listen here. You got to adopt my oldest sister, Dawn, because I'm the bratty little sister. I don't know how to be the big sister. So they just adopted my sister too. My on my mom's side that I was raised with. Lead singer of Soundgarden. They found it with Ancestry in 23andMe. I had a huge crush on him when I was a teenager. That dude from Soundgarden. Ann's place said, Dad always said, I'm not his, and Mom said I am. Do I really want to know? Not sure. Wow. What is baby farming? I'll let somebody put that in chat for you, because I don't want to say it over. If I explain it over this, then I could get a strike, because the words I would use wouldn't be good. But you could say anything you want to in here, and it'll be fine. Look up Patrick Robles. Robles, did I say that right? I think he's involved, works for the governor of Arizona, has pics with Savannah, is Latino congressman, lives in Pima, worked for and has ties with politician. I think he's involved. Absolutely. Let me write that down. Thanks for this information, you guys. I love it. Okay, I got it. Yes, gone by. Yes. After waiting 18 years for him to pop the question, so no probs when we were in the nursing home. We're so happy for you, Lulu. He put a ring on it, y'all. I found my father. What a train wreck. Oh, Lorraine, I would love to hear your story. Oh, I would love to hear your story. My DNA told me who I thought was my first cousin is actually my second cousin. No one seems to know why or care. Ole! If it wasn't for my big sister, I don't think I had the patience to figure it out. I mean, there were nine boys in those 13 kids. So imagine having to find my father out of 9 brothers, and then my father is an identical twin. So you're patient. Yes, very patient. It's very sad. It is very sad. Look at it. It's terrible. It's this world is vile, y'all. It's vile. I'm so sad of the stuff that I've learned. My cousins have the same mom and dad, but very different DNA profiles. One has more indigenous Australia than the other. Well, what's funny is I have more. I could tell you guys in the way that it's, but the wording wouldn't make any sense. But let me just say, I have more centimorgans with my dad's daughter than I do with any of the siblings I was born with, meaning I take on my bio dad's more of his DNA than I did my mom's. So that's probably what it is, which both of the cousins who have the same mom and dad, one of them's taken on more centimorgans of the other one, if you understand anything about the DNA. All right, let's get back to this. I think I have waited long enough. If YouTube tries to get me, y'all, welcome everybody. Thank you for being in here. I appreciate you so much. You have no idea. Thank you so much. You guys rock the Casbah. I don't care what anybody says about you guys. I think you're okay.
Coincidence then. That's not something that they would need to use genetic genealogy for. So that is just the traditional type of testing and comparisons.
How long does it take to get results for something like that? Like if they go and do a search warrant and swab someone, how quickly could they know if it connects back to the DNA on the glove or the DNA in the house?
Well, that could be very quick because there's such a thing as rapid DNA now. And I'm sure they are using it in this case since it is so timely. And with those, you can create those law enforcement profiles, the type of DNA that's entered into the CODIS database very quickly, almost immediately. And so that's something that they should have results on extremely quickly.
And when you say quickly, is it like hours even?
Yes, hours.
Okay, so I'm just thinking because this latest raid was on Friday night. It's now, when we're doing this interview, it's Sunday. There have still been no arrests. So maybe they've already gotten the results by this point.
They may have. It just depends what technology they're using. Typically, it would take, I'd say overnight, a full day if they're using the traditional crime scene analysis. But if they're using one of those rapid DNA analysis machines, which I would be very surprised if they weren't, that is very, very quick. So they would already have answers to some of those questions, I imagine.
If they've sent everything so far to this lab in Florida, which the sheriff's department uses, if they do a swab of someone here, do they then have to send it to that lab? Or can they do something here where they just compare it?
They could do something there if they have the rapid DNA machine there. So the private lab, the outside lab, is going to be most useful when it comes to creating a SNP profile, which is what we use for genetic genealogy. many labs, including crime labs, the FBI, many others, are able to create that traditional STR profile, that short tandem repeat profile. That's what law enforcement has used for decades. That is what they use to charge someone with a crime and eventually convict somebody with a crime. And so there's a wide capability to do that. So they could have sent it to their own crime lab there in Arizona. They could have sent it to the FBI for that, or they could also have DNA Labs International in Florida working on that part of the case. That's a much more quick process as compared to creating the SNP profile and trying to perform genetic genealogy on it.
Yeah, when I think of genetic genealogy, I think of the Koberger case, which I think is the first time that a lot of people had ever heard of that. Is it essentially where they go? Well, tell me what is, I mean, could they use it in a case like this?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I've been waiting for that to happen, just hoping that there would be DNA found that was not tied to any of the known individuals from the home, because that will solve the case if nothing else does. It's just a matter of time then. If they have that DNA, that person who left that DNA will be identified.
So the stranger's DNA in the house, they could figure out who that person is, even if
absolutely, yes.
Just they could come up with it almost out of nowhere. Even if none of these others. Yeah,
it's not out of nowhere, but it is a highly reliable method of reverse engineering somebody's identity just from their DNA. So if someone leaves their DNA behind at a crime scene, then they absolutely can and eventually will be identified through investigative genetic genealogy. What is going to determine how long that takes is what population group that person is from. So if their ancestry is from Latin America and they have recent immigrant ancestors, it'll be much more difficult to identify that individual. So it could take a lot longer. We have a lot of those Hispanic cases, and they tend to take weeks, months, or years compared to somebody who has deep roots in the United States and primarily Northwest European ancestry.
Is that because if you are Hispanic and your family just came here recently, you're not in as many databases? You don't have distant relatives in as many databases?
Exactly. Now, they could get lucky and there could be a close relative in the genetic genealogy databases, but that's really unlikely. And that's because despite the fact that over 50 million people have taken direct consumer DNA tests, for law enforcement cases, we are limited to the 2 or 3 smallest databases, which is less than 2 million people. And I'm hearing a lot of misconceptions out there. People are saying they can use Ancestry, they can use 23andMe. That is not true. Ancestry, 23andMe, and MyHeritage, the 3 largest consumer DNA databases, have barred law enforcement's use. And there are 2 well-known databases, GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, that have agreed to work with law enforcement. And then there's a new nonprofit called DNA Justice that's much smaller, but it can also be used. And so those are the ones that they will have to work in unless they can serve a successful warrant on the larger databases. Now,
let me stop it right here, you guys. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I'm curious to know. I think all of the databases should have to, if they can, I just think they should all work with them. Listen, if this was my mom out here, if my child was missing, if my mom was missing, if one of my family members were missing, I'd be knocking down the doors of places like this, begging them, please, let them see if my mom, if anybody's in there that could have something to do with my mother's disappearance or my baby's disappearance or my family's disappearance. I mean, I could be, I know some people say I don't see the bigger picture as far as what the world's doing with AI and with DNA and stuff like that. But right now, what I'm looking at is there's a lot of children missing in this world. In the United States, there's a shit ton of people that are going missing and we don't know where the hell they're at. And I want them brought home. And I don't care who pisses them off, who's pissed off about that. And I want these people who are taking these people brought to justice. And the only way we're going to get that is by solving these crimes. And it may just take opening up all of the DNA databases to get it done and get it done quicker. It is a shame that some of these things, they find people in the desert all the time. And sure, they solve the crimes after 25, 30, 40 years. And half the time, the perpetrators are either dead or they're so old they've already lived their life. They don't give a shit. I am sick of it. I am sick of every day hearing another child is missing. I am sick every day of hearing another person has been missing for months, and we have no clue where these people are at. Yes, gone by. And you know what? The DNA registry may not solve all the crimes, but I guarantee you it'll solve. There'll be a lot more people coming home, whether their remains are coming home or they actually find them. You know what I mean? And there's no way. I don't know how people live with a missing loved one gone every day. Y'all might as well just come and get me, put me in a straitjacket, and throw me in a padded room, because I'm going to lose my fucking mind if I had to live even a day not knowing where a family member was at. My kid not knowing. Oh my God. My kids are all grown, you guys, and I've got every one of theirs location. They've got mine. I had my mom's when she was alive. I could not imagine even going to bed at night without looking at my kids' location. Now, they don't know I'm this creepy because I'm pretty creepy. I look at my children's locations. They're all grown, y'all. They got families of their own besides one that's graduating college in 2 months. The rest of my children are grown, have families of their own. They're all married. But I look at my baby's location and my 3 oldest grandchildren's location before I go to sleep at night, because I can't sleep. If they're in some place and I'm like, oh, they're still out at that person's house. Oh, they're still over there at that bar. Oh, then I'll wait. I wait until I know they're home. And I do it every night. And it doesn't matter if I go to bed at 7 o'clock in the morning or whatever. I check where my children are at. I know where my kids are at. I have to. I'm so scared. And I not so scared that I don't want them leaving their houses. I'm like, get out and go to work. You know what I mean? Like, live your life. But for a mama and maybe a daddy out there and maybe grandparents, sometimes it just feels so good to lay down knowing your babies are tucked up warm in wherever they're supposed to be, in their homes or in a dormitory or working on an overnight shift. You know what I mean? Just knowing that you can see them.
If I was Savannah Guthrie and her family, I would be begging management at Ancestry, 23andMe, and MyHeritage to allow the genetic genealogy profile to be compared in there, because it would be a much more straightforward and quicker identification that way. But so far, they've been very, very resistant to that, even though studies have shown that 91% of the public is in favor of using genetic genealogy to identify this type of criminal.
I'm so glad you explained that, because I didn't know that. I just assumed that you had access to all of them. I didn't know
I wish.
that.
We'd be solving thousands and thousands and thousands of cases. Every day we would be solving a case, because if, for instance, you're adopted now and you want to find your biological family,
I've been talking and I'm muted again. You guys, I'm not professional, but anyways, I'm trying to be. I promised this last time I'm going to stop it. We may not listen to the whole thing, but I want to understand the DNA thing. I like what Valerie said here. She said GED match is the only one that works with the law. Others won't due to privacy matters. Here's what I say. I think it should be up to the individual and not up to the individual. So I think, like when I took mine is through Ancestry, and I didn't have to sign anywhere for like privacy or nothing like that. They just say that we protect your privacy, right? But I think they should have a place. Hey, do you mind if we, if the law runs it, if there's a problem or something like that, and then we could check yes or no. And then if we check no, then I think it should be like HIPAA. How often have you ever heard when a judge signs a warrant for somebody's medical records, whether it be physical or mental records, they get them, and there's a HIPAA law against it. Why is it so hard to get records or get a good warrant for a GED? I mean, a DNA database. It should be exactly the same. I think it should just be a no-brainer. When you give your DNA to the Mormons, they lock it up. There's an 84-year-old man kidnapped in Sydney, too, at the moment. Apparently a case of mistaken identity. Wow. Hi, Shag. All right. I promise I'm not gonna stop it again. I'm just not.
Family, you can compare against 50 million plus profiles, and you can almost always find that family quite quickly. And I used to work adoption cases back when we had a tiny database. So working law enforcement cases now is like stepping back to, say, 2014, trying to find somebody's biological family. And that is just because of the size of the databases. So because we're working in GEDmatch, where you have to not only be in the database, but opt into law enforcement matching, that is maybe 600,000, 700,000 people. And then family tree DNA, there is maybe 1.2 million or so in that database. They don't release their exact number. So, some of those are the same people. So it's really under 2 million people. And you've got to get a little lucky, right? You've got to hope that there are close enough relatives in there for you to be able to find their common ancestors. And so we're working with second, third, fourth, fifth cousins and beyond the vast majority of the time. Occasionally, you will get a close relative, just luck. So it's really going to depend on luck and population group as far as how long genetic genealogy would take to identify this unknown individual.
Tai Chi walking starts on Monday, February 16th. It's made for women over 55 who wants to see visible results.
Ladies over 180 pounds, if you want to become unrecognizable by spring, on Monday, February 16th.
Two questions. Do the bigger companies that you were talking about that don't let you use their database, have there been warrants where they make exceptions?
No, I do not believe there has been, based on some very good inside sources I have. But I know that they are ready to serve them in a case that has, high priority. For instance, if Charlie Kirk's killer had not been identified so quickly, or the person who tried to assassinate President Trump, those would have been the type of cases where I think it's very likely the FBI would have gone ahead and served that warrant on the commercial companies Ancestry, 23andMe.
Interesting.
In a case like this, will they? I don't know. But I think that this is going to happen one of these days. It's going to be a huge knockdown, drag out fight between law enforcement and the courts and these very powerful deep pocket consumer DNA testing companies.
Do you think that they have started ancestral DNA testing? I don't know how you phrase it with this case. Do you think it's already started?
Absolutely. I think they are doing it in parallel, like they did in the Koberger case, where there's enough DNA where they can split that basically, and they can create the STR profile, that traditional profile from some of the DNA, and then we'll at the same time be creating that SNP profile with another portion of the DNA. And even in Koberger's case, for instance, they were able to do that, and it was just transfer DNA or touch DNA, right? It couldn't have been a lot. So it just depends on what they found in Nancy's home, how much they have, but we need such a tiny, tiny amount to create that genetic genealogy profile that I feel very confident that they are doing that. And I've worked with DNA Labs International in Florida, the company that is doing this. And they are very good at extracting DNA from evidence. They have done that on a lot of my successful cases, because that's not something that Parabon does. We send that out. And so I have full confidence in them. I do not at all think it was devastating that it was sent to them. I trust them. And I am sure they are already working towards creating that SNP profile, if not already completed it, and uploading it to those databases where they need to compare it against the people that have allowed us to do that.
And I know you said it's hard to say an exact time, but like what is the range of time you think it would take for them to get results to find a second, third, fourth cousin of whoever did this?
Well, it takes a little while just to get the comparisons back. So once you upload that SNP profile to GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, it can take a day or two, or sometimes even longer at Family Tree DNA to get that list of people who share DNA with that unknown DNA contributor. So I doubt that they have it yet, but it might be very, very close to being compared at GEDmatch. If they were able to create that, say, yesterday and upload it, it would be undergoing those comparisons right now. They might have their match list, as early as today or tomorrow for that data.
Wow.
Now, if there are significant enough matches there, and when I say matches, it's very different than what most people are used to with law enforcement cases. Matches has traditionally been an exact match, right? You're looking for that person in the CODIS database, their DNA. Or if your state allows familial searching, then you're looking for someone who's a very close relative in the law enforcement databases. Only some states allow that. But that can only detect a first-degree relative. You need a parent, child, or a full sibling. They also can do a Y chromosome search. That's a little bit more complex. But that is very, very different than in genetic genealogy databases. When we say a match, that is a partial match. That is someone who typically will share just a little bit of their DNA. It might be less than 1% of their DNA. And you get a long list. So everybody that puts their DNA in one of those databases will have hundreds or thousands of matches, depending on their population group. We're usually looking at the top dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen matches, and then trying to figure out how they're related to all of those people. They might be third cousins, meaning they share great-great-grandparents. So we've got to figure out which set of their great-great-grandparents. And we do that by looking for patterns in the data, overlaps, triangulations. Who's this one person or set of siblings that is related to all of these people sharing DNA with the unknown suspect? So it can take a long time. The fastest I've ever been able to do it, once I got my DNA list from GEDmatch, was 30 minutes. And then I have some cases I've been working on for 7 years. So
wow.
Population.
So it's hard to say.
It really is. But
yeah.
in a high priority active case like this, I'm sure they're going to throw everything at it they can, all the resources they can. DNA Labs International has a really good chief genetic genealogist there that I have a lot of confidence in. And so if she's not already working on it, I'm sure she will be soon. And this is the type of case that you push to the top of the pile, and that's because it's active, right? The vast majority of the cases that we're working are cold cases, and they're still important, but public safety is not at risk as much as when you're working an active case like this or Koberger, for instance. They need to stop these people in their tracks.
So interesting. Is there anything else, Cece, you think with this case is important? I mean, and we don't know, obviously, all the details, but the fact that they have DNA from inside the house, the glove, there's probably other things that we don't know about. From a DNA perspective, do you think they're making progress just based on what you know from the outside?
Well, it's always hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm sometimes so frustrated when I'm working on a case and I see the commentary that's out there in the public, because I know on those cases what's happening. And it's often very different than what the public or even the media is speculating. So I hesitate to speculate on that. But I have, as I said, a lot of confidence that they are moving this forward. The agency already had a relationship with DNA Labs International and a contract, which means they've been successful in the past. They trust them. And as I said, I have full trust as well. I think anyone making negative comments like that, it's really just competitive posturing. We don't need that in this case. We want Nancy found, we want this person identified. It doesn't matter which company does it or which lab does it, which of course I'd love to work the case, right? But I don't really care as long as somebody skilled is doing it. And they did not make a mistake, in my opinion, sending that to DNA Labs International. They can bring in the FBI genetic genealogy team too, if it ends up being a really difficult case, just like they did in the Koberger case, right? It was started at the private lab. It was transferred to the FBI investigative genetic genealogy team, and they were the ones who made that identification of Brian. And that could happen in this case too. If it's taking too long for the private lab, then they can certainly bring in the FBI genetic genealogy team, and they have resources that we don't have. And so sometimes, especially in these immigrant cases, Latin American cases, we have had the FBI come in and take over cases, and they were able to identify that person using resources we didn't have, like border crossings, right? Immigration records, things that we wouldn't typically be able to access, because as genetic genealogists outside the government, we are just working with public records only. We don't have special law enforcement access. We just have access to what everyone else has. Actually less, since we can't use the big databases like you could if you were researching your own family.
Wow, really interesting. Cece, I appreciate you explaining it to me. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate Cece for taking the time to talk to me and explaining some of this DNA stuff to me, because it can be this is where things get really complicated and scientific. But as you heard her say, this is also when cases come. And why he thinks the FBI should have been.
I didn't know that, that Mel. I didn't know that. Oh, you're welcome, Jenny. There's a little bit more that she's going to talk to someone. He's going to talk to someone. I'm going to play it in just a minute. It's not that long. I heard that, what was her name? What was her name, you guys, that retired from the Today Show? I know she came back. What was her name? Hoda Kotb or something like that. Hoda. Thank you so much. Yes. So I had heard that she had stepped back, come back in from retirement to take over for Savannah while she's out. Now, that could have changed. She could have just said, look, guys, I'm not coming back. I don't know. I don't know. Now, when my mom passed, my mom was in bad health, now she did pass unexpectedly, but she was in bad health. I could, and it took me 6 months. Now I went back to work, but I was working healthcare, and actually it helped me just to keep my mind off of stuff. But I couldn't imagine them not finding. And my mom, if my mother was lost, there's no way I would have ever went back, ever. I'm telling you guys, you'd be like, y'all remember, according to Lenny, she's locked up, y'all. They got her in bubble wrap, because I'm serious, I would lose my mind. She'd be back, salary needed. I imagine Savannah is smart. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. All of us act differently about when we lose somebody, right? I just know for me, if my mom was out there missing, she already said that she's thinking about quitting altogether. There's an article about it from CNN. At the end of today's show, ratings went up while she's gone. Wow. Don't think she's coming back. Wow. Thank you for that. I'm going to write that down as well because I need to look that up. Thank you for that information. Look, I love this, you guys, because I have to get into. I'm nosy. Leaning. Oh, what happened to the dog? What dog? Okay, so I only heard one time. There was a thing that went around. Haven't heard it from the police. Have not heard it from the family. Nothing. But there was something that went around that she did have a small dog living with her. Then nobody was talking about the dog. And then I saw a video from somebody on YouTube that said, this is what happened to Nancy's dog. And I started watching it, and it was one of those AI things. And I was like, I'm out. That's the only thing I've heard. That's the only thing I've heard. I don't know for sure that she had a dog, but I had heard she, through the rumor mill, not through, nothing's been set in stone yet. I don't know. I don't think she's going back. Okay. She makes $8 million a year. Poop. She probably already has plenty of money saved up, so she doesn't need to go back. You're probably right about that. I mean, could you guys imagine $8 million a year? Y'all, I'd only have to work 1 year. Oh, April, I'm so sorry. Honey, I'm so sorry. Big hugs and big prayers for your dad and you during this time. Diamond says, they said her dog died in December of old age. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Now I'm going to worry about the damn dog. I know. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Her husband. Yeah, I was wondering what her husband did. I seen a picture of him, but I don't know what her husband did for work. All right, guys, let's finish this up with old Brian. Oh, sweet, sweet Brian with the good looking eye. Now look at, he's got perfect lips. They look soft. I mean, he's a little dude, but all right, this isn't Leaning After Dark, so I can't tell you what I really think, but he's got dreamy eyes and perfect lips, and that's all I got to say about that.
Brought in sooner. So listen to my conversation with Sergeant Cross. The first thing I wanted to ask you about was just this new FBI statement that I showed you. First of all, apparently there's a lot of gloves that have been found.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? I mean, I guess these gloves are used for all sorts of purposes, it seems.
It is pretty common. It could be from investigators. It could also be, I mean, we have a large amount of homeless that live and camp in the area. We also have, we've experienced a lot of nighttime car break-ins in this area as well. So, I mean, it could be from any one of those things. Hopefully it's related to the Guthrie kidnapping or incident, and they're able to get some DNA out of it, and it breaks the case open. But I understand it was found a couple miles away. Hopefully, as he's driving away, he throws his gloves out the window. Maybe we'll get a lucky break, but there's a lot of possibilities.
It just seems like that would be a dumb thing to do, though. I mean, if you're the suspect,
yeah,
why wouldn't you bury them or hold on to them?
Yeah, it seems very unusual. He seemed to be very prepared and very careful, at least on the video that was released, and so it would seem very out of character for what we're able to see. But hopefully we'll get lucky.
And you are a sergeant with the Pima County Sheriff's Office and
Yes,
also the union president.
Yes, sir.
So you're able to talk to us about some of these issues with the department because you're protected.
Correct.
By which is why we haven't really been able to talk to anyone else within the.
Yeah, I can speak on matters of public concern.
Yeah.
And have some protections from that.
Do you ever get nervous about retaliation?
Oh, all the time. I'm sure I'll be drugged in to answer questions about this very interview.
Okay. So. What is since you have your pulse, I mean, how many deputies did you say are in your union?
So we have a little over 300 out of the about 396 detectives and deputies in the department.
So almost everybody.
Yes, sir.
So what is the feeling right now within the department? I mean, you guys have the eyes of the world on you.
Yeah, it's tough. The deputies, they haven't been impacted as much. The detectives, though, they're working, I mean, some of them are working 8 days straight. Some of them have put in 70, 80-hour weeks for the last couple of weeks. So they're doing everything possible to try and solve this crime. They're working very hard, sacrificing a lot of time with their families, and they're doing everything they can. But it's definitely taken a toll a little bit. You can tell when you speak with them. There's a little bit of burnout. I get that sense. They haven't vocalized that to me, but you can tell it's been a lot. And working 80 hours a week, 70 hours a week, that's a tall order.
And a lot of pressure. I mean, everybody wants to find Nancy, you know?
Certainly, yeah. The whole, it feels like the whole world, or at least the nation, that their eyes are on us. And so there's a lot of pressure internally as well as externally to try and solve this quickly.
Is it true, and I've just heard this from some people around the sheriff's office, that the homicide team is pretty inexperienced right now?
They're pretty new, and that goes for really all the departments. So we have 96 detectives. 45 of them are detective ones, meaning they're pretty new. Inside the unit, I think the person that has the most experience inside that unit has 3 years in homicide. And then some of them are more experienced detectives. They just haven't been in homicide. So there's been a lot of turnover. Another example is that our deputies, we have 195 deputies in patrol. 101 are on probation, meaning they have less than a year. We've experienced several waves of exodus of deputies going to other agencies or retiring early to go work somewhere else. So we're feeling the consequences of that, both on the detective side and in patrol.
Yeah, that's kind of alarming when you think about a case this complicated.
Very.
And we know the sheriff's office is still technically in charge. You'd think there'd be people with decades of experience.
Yes. And if this case happened 10 years ago, we would have a lot more experience to handle it. However, I mean, like I said, we only have 96 detectives compared to something like the FBI. They could bring thousands of investigators that they could pull from across the country. So we're a medium-sized department, and of course there are limitations that come with that.
Have there been frustrations on the inside about the way this has been handled?
A little bit. They vocalized some of that to me. A lot of it is just some of the decision-making from the top makes them look incompetent, and a lot of those decisions weren't theirs. And so I agree with one of Sheriff Nanos's versions was that we gave up the scene probably a little too early. And perhaps we could have kept that locked down, maybe with the permission of the family, could have put up crime scene tape after the search warrant was concluded, just with the understanding, hey, we're probably going to have to come back after. Is it okay if we keep people out? And see if the family would have agreed with that and put up that security to keep people away, just to maintain that crime scene as pristine as possible.
What about this relationship with the FBI? Because we've heard from FBI sources that it hasn't been good. You know, I even heard a couple nights ago there was some critical information that wasn't shared with Ebola that they just didn't tell the FBI about.
Yeah.
And then, you know, this whole issue with the lab.
Yeah.
It's going to Florida, whereas the FBI is, why isn't some of this stuff going to Quantico?
Yeah.
Where does that stem from? So
my opinion is that this comes from 2016. I think when Sheriff Nanos was investigated, when he was interim sheriff back then, I think that investigation caused a lot of the icy relationship that we see today. He holds grudges, and took that as a shot, and I think that he hasn't forgotten it. And I think that's driving some of the decision making that's going on right now.
Do you think the relationship is getting better at all, though? Because when we went out to the search warrant, I guess that was on Friday night. You know, the FBI was there for that. Yeah. It was and it was your SWAT team, but then it was an FBI search warrant, federal search warrant. I mean, do you think they're trying to mend that now, or what's your sense?
If there's any efforts to mend the fences between them, it's only because of public pressure for him to do so. But I think that this case, what worries me is I'm worried that this case has become an ego case for him, and that this is our chance to one-up the FBI or to show that we're as good as the FBI. And I'm not sure that should be driving the decision-making. We have very capable, hard
Holy shit. Holy shit, you guys. Did you hear what he's saying? I mean, I agree with the man, but remember, oh my gosh. Remember the police who the last time that sheriff, I don't know, gave an interview. He was like, there's nothing me and the FBI aren't having any problems. There's no ego here. We're running the show, and the FBI said they'd help when we're using them. And did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? Oh my God. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. I'm digging this guy because, you guys, they need to turn it over to the FBI. When a sheriff, the guy who's supposed to be over everything, I'm going to go back and count just because I am that pissed off. That sheriff said, I don't know, more times than I've ever heard anybody in my life say it. And it's his job to know. And if he doesn't know, he should have fucking lied and said, I'm not answering that question. I am in shock. This guy is just, So sheriff's going to be pretty pissed off the next time he gives. All right. I'm going to rewind it just a tiny bit so you guys can hear it. I'm, blown away by that.
Where does that stem from?
So my opinion is that this comes from 2016. I think when Sheriff Nanos was investigated, when he was interim sheriff back then, I think that investigation caused a lot of the icy relationship that we see today. He holds grudges, and took that as a shot, and I think that he hasn't forgotten it. And I think that's driving some of the decision making that's going on right now.
Do you think the relationship is getting better at all, though? Because when we went out to the search warrant, I guess that was on Friday night. The FBI was there for that. Yeah. It was and it was your SWAT team, but then it was an FBI search warrant, federal search warrant. I mean, do you think they're trying to mend that now, or what's your sense?
If there's any efforts to mend the fences between them, it's only because of public pressure for him to do so. But I think that this case, what worries me is I'm worried that this case has become an ego case for him, and that this is our chance to one-up the FBI or to show that we're as good as the FBI. And I'm not sure that should be driving the decision-making. We have very capable, hardworking detectives. However, it's like I said before, we're a medium-sized agency. We just simply don't have the manpower, the assets, the funding that something like the FBI could bring to bear.
What happened with, I've heard some rumblings about the search plane and the pilot, I think, or do you know much about that situation?
Yes, sir. It was a pilot / TFD, the tactical flight deputy. So our plane has two people in it. It's the pilot and the person behind him who is operating the high definition cameras, the FLIR, all that. And so there was a pilot / TFD who was normally assigned to work that day with a pilot. However, he was transferred the week before, I believe on January 25th. And he was transferred back to patrol, and as a result of that, he was not replaced. And so as a result of that, the plane was not able to be used immediately. From what I understand from people who worked that day, the helicopter was initially used because there was a pilot at the hangar and a helicopter pilot, so they jumped in the helicopter and responded. And that has some benefit. When you fly a helicopter around a missing person, oftentimes people, they go out of their house to go, what's going on? Why is their helicopter flying so low around the neighborhood? And so when you get people out of their houses, sometimes they'll see a disoriented elderly person or someone in need, a small child, and they'll call 911. However, eventually they called the TFD out that day, and then they flew back to the hangar, I understand, and then got the plane out of the hangar and got it overhead. But that took 2 or 3 hours from what I understand.
So did the sheriff have an issue? You said the person was transferred out.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why? There's
a minor demeanor complaints with the pilot. I think he'd been around 17 years, and there's some demeanor complaints in behavior with his interactions with some other people inside the unit that, in my opinion, could have been handled a little differently. He received informal discipline and then was transferred. I think that informal discipline and perhaps a special observation probation would have been more appropriate and would have kept that asset, which is that plane is the most valuable law enforcement asset in Southern Arizona. And if it moved to Phoenix, it would be the most valuable asset in Phoenix. It's that good.
Yeah, I've seen it. It has the monitors in the back. It's
fantastic.
It's impressive. I saw some pictures.
It's fantastic.
Of it. Yeah.
And all the local agencies around us, whenever it's available, they want to use it for any of their cases. It's extremely valuable. And so I feel like handling that a little bit differently would have kept that plane ready and addressed the problem with the employee. But that decision was made differently.
So that deputy is a deputy, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he had 17 years of experience
flying
with that kind of work.
Yes, sir.
And he hasn't been able to work this case?
Correct. And he started as a TFD that we then made into a pilot. So he had 17 years in the air unit, I should clarify. Okay. But he'd been a long-time pilot, was a long-time TFD, and was very good at his job.
So he could be helpful right now?
Yes. That day, they would have been up quickly, and perhaps the searchers, because when this first came out, we initially believed that it was an elderly person who may have bumped their head or something and walked away. And so having that plane up with its capabilities would have allowed the search and rescue team to, in my opinion, more quickly realize that she's not in the area, and maybe we need to start looking somewhere else and thinking about this differently, especially considering the blood drops.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit about, I read about a no confidence vote for the sheriff.
Yes, sir.
When was that?
That was, if my memory serves me correctly, it was in 2024, early 2024, I believe. And we took an anonymous no confidence vote or confidence vote, and it returned, except for one vote, it was unanimous no confidence in Sheriff Nanos. And that was done to kind of try and get the word out to the public, to the voting public in Pima County, that we've got some real issues in this department.
And that's I mean, so everyone except for one person in the union said no confidence.
Yes, sir. And my opinion is he probably didn't understand the vote and maybe made a mistake.
So what are the? I mean, so why does it seem? So why don't they like him?
Well, I think former Chief Deputy Castigar kind of gave you some insight into the issues going on with Sheriff Nanos. He has an ego that's difficult to describe without sounding hyperbolic, and it drives a lot of his decision making. He's very retaliatory, and their favorite version of retaliation is through transfers, which has impacted nearly every unit in this department and decreased our overall readiness, in my opinion. Nearly every unit, the experience and expertise that was there was transferred out for whatever reason, and there are real impacts to that. And it lowered morale. And so there was a lot of hope that in the election in 2024 that we would have a change at leadership. And when that didn't come to pass, very close, but when it didn't come to pass, that's when we started seeing these mass exodus of deputies and detectives.
How close was it?
471 votes.
So he lost by 400. He won by 471 votes.
Yeah, 471, 481, less than 500.
Okay.
It was so close it had to have a mandatory recall per the Arizona state law.
And you mentioned the transfers, and you said it was like discipline by transfer. Is that what happened to you?
Oh, yes, sir. So when I became president in 2023 of our union, I initially decided, hey, let's take a morale poll. And so we did a morale poll. It came back pretty low, and it came back with some comments. And I thought that those comments would be beneficial to someone in a position of leadership. So I quietly compiled them on a professional letter and sent them to Sheriff Nanos, just put it in his basket, and he could have thrown it away. However, he took exception to that and responded by transferring me to a position to hurt my family. That was confirmed to me later by former Chief Deputy Castigar.
What do you
Yo!
So I was on midnights because I had small children.
Fucking hell, you guys!
And about 7 months before, one of his chiefs threatened me to move me off midnights, and I explicitly reminded them that I'm on midnights for my family. But when I sent that letter, they responded by transferring me to a day shift so that I would not have that time with my children.
And did you get transferred to like an office
Is
job
the
at that time?
sheriff hiding
So
something, y'all?
you don't even, how much experience do you have?
This will be my 26th year. I am the second most senior sergeant in the department.
But you're not out on the street?
No. He has me taking calls, phone reports. So if your garden hose gets stolen and you want to make a phone report, I'm handling those currently.
Oh
Does
my
that-
God,
does that
this guy's
feel
getting
demeaning?
fired,
I mean,
y'all.
with all the experience you have?
I'm the first and only sergeant in the history of our department ever working that position. It's normally reserved for injured deputies so they can still work while they're recovering from their injuries.
So I've covered, I've interviewed unions before, like with a lot of different things. And sometimes, a lot of times the unions don't like the boss.
Yes, sir.
Or it's about pay.
Yes, sir.
So that's not uncommon, but is this different, do you think, than other places where, because the unions always seem to have some kind of issue.
Hi,
You know what I
Ann,
mean?
love
Yes, sir.
you.
Yeah, I agree.
Can
and
y'all
oftentimes you
believe
do
this?
hear of unions. They're always lobbying for increased pay, and
Yeah.
certainly we lobby for that as well. But no one came to the Pima County Sheriff's Department because they were going to get paid the most. However, I have a theory that you can either pay your employees poorly or treat them poorly, but you can't do both and expect them to stick around. And that's where we're at. And our pushback against leadership inside this department, I believe, is a large reason why we've grown so quickly. Like I said, we started in 2023 from nothing, and we're already now representing nearly the entire commission side of the department.
Not much
The
longer,
other
you
thing
guys.
I found covering sheriff's offices around the country is, sheriffs have a lot of power. I mean, they're elected.
Certainly.
So sometimes, or many times, the deputies love the sheriff. It's like the opposite of what you're saying.
Yes.
And even though maybe they don't get paid as much as they should or as much as they want, like the sheriffs have their back.
Yes.
And it's different than working for a police department where there's a city council and they almost, the sheriff really protects the deputies.
Yes, sir.
But I guess that's not the case here.
No, and it's pretty unusual.
But it is around here, right? I mean, I've interviewed some other sheriffs. It seems like other sheriffs are really liked.
Yes, sir. And the counties that are next to us, their sheriffs are very popular. Pinal County is a great example. They're directly to our
have a
north,
plan
and their
after saying
deputies
this.
adore the
Brilliant.
sheriff, from my understanding. Ours is different because of how he runs the department and the retaliation that they do to the deputies that speak up or even perceived to be against Nanos, or even he heard them say something against him. Because of that, we had a couple dozen of them protest with me against the sheriff during the last race. And I am unaware of any other instance where deputies protested against their sheriff for an election race. But it happened last time. But it wasn't without risk and fear. A lot of those guys did it while wearing masks, just to protect themselves from retaliation.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
It is. The situation inside this department, I would describe as very unusual.
So the whole world is watching now because of Nancy Guthrie. I mean, do you think all of these issues that you've described have had an impact on the investigation?
100%. 100%. The experience level inside our CID, like I said, they're hardworking people, but everybody needs mentors. I cannot imagine starting as a new deputy or when I was in as a detective and not having mentors to help me out. You need that. They make you better. And when you have questions or when you have a high profile case, they're the ones that you want to go to. But from what I understand and what I'm being told, there's not a lot of that right now. Like I said, we're a very young department. 45% of our commissioned deputies and detectives have less than 5 years on. We're very young because of this turnover, and it's having a real impact. And when we need that expertise, that seniority the most during high profile incidents like this, they're simply not there. So I believe it is having an impact.
Couldn't the sheriff have said in the beginning, look, this is a complicated case? Even the FBI experts around the country have said, we've never even seen anything like this. I mean, they've never seen a kidnapping like this. Couldn't he have said, we're going to hand this over to the FBI because this needs another level of expertise? I don't think that would have made him look bad.
No,
I think they could have still helped and assisted and been a part of it.
I agree. I think the right decision, and there's also different aspects of this as well. By deciding early to turn this over to the FBI and us take a supportive role to them, I think it would have been the best decision, in my opinion, for the Guthrie family, but also for our detectives and Pima County citizens.
If I'm his wife, I'm rolling over.
Entirety of CID
back in the house
tasked with
was
helping
getting
on this
fired.
case. All of them. they still have other cases. That
No,
aren't being
Philly, I
worked
do not
as
believe
well as they
she's
could be.
alive.
And the
I
bad guys
also
aren't giving us
believe
a
it's
break
Annie's
because we're
husband.
working this case hoping to find Nancy. The calls and the crimes are still coming in. They're still happening. So these cases are getting put on the back burner from what they otherwise would be if this was turned over to the FBI, who could use their massive assets, resources, and personnel to work it with us in an assisting role. And then we could also then go back to a normal order of business to some extent and work some of these other cases that are happening in Pima County.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is there anything else I'm leaving out that you think is important that people should know?
Say
Because,
it. Say
again,
your
you're in a
sheriff's a
unique role
dumbass.
where
Go
you can
ahead.
speak,
Just say it.
and we have a hard time
Just
say
say
getting
it.
information out.
High
because
flower.
people will get in trouble.
Yes, and that fear is real. The fear is very real because they know what would happen. Again, I just want to reiterate that our detectives, they are busting their butt
I agree,
to try and
Joe.
solve this case and find Nancy and try and bring her home, hopefully safe to her family. They're putting in tons
Money,
of hours
Philly.
and burning
Money.
the candle at both ends. And so I
Money,
just
money,
really like
money.
to take the opportunity to thank them for all their hard work. They're great guys, and we'd like to just convey to everybody that please don't hold us accountable for some of the decisions made by our leaders.
Oh shit, you
Thank you,
guys.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Nice
your
to meet
time
you.
very much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate Sergeant
Fucking A.
Foss for talking with
Well,
me.
we appreciate that. Hi, Maggie.
I love.
Have you heard what is going on here?
Well, tell me, and I'll tell you if I fade, because you know what? I can't stand my sleep pattern. But tell me, Gail. Hello, everyone. Go on, tell me.
Oh, Maggie, so before I tell you everything, I want to. Who was here the day that Brian Inton went into they weren't in Nancy's backyard per se, but a guy who used to be a former officer took him into the desert and showed him the wash and stuff like that. Y'all, do you guys remember? And that guy was saying he was watching his words really, really close. And he kind of mentioned about how there was disrespect in the department and that a lot of people were hoping that the sheriff would not get reelected again. Hi, Lauren. Do you guys remember? Were you guys here when we did that?
I can't even remember that.
This is my co-host, Maggie. She's from the UK. She's from Liverpool.
Hello, everyone.
So, Maggie, okay, when we're off this live, you have to watch this whole Brian Inton thing.
Okay, I will.
I'll send it to you. It was great. First, he started out going back to the house that was swatted on Friday night. Somebody looked out the window, did not open the door up. I wouldn't either, I guess. I'd be over it. And then the next thing he went into was explaining a lot about the DNA that was found in Nancy's house and the glove that they found. Well, we've known that there was DNA found.
Oh, no, I thought they was telling you, they was giving you more information.
No, just that the DNA found, they were explaining us about the DNA found in her house and how quick it would take to come back, what they would have to do to get a full look at it and stuff like that. And then it came out that a couple hours ago, they got word back that, remember the glove that was found 2 miles away from Nancy's house, and they showed it on camera, them picking it up. That has DNA, unknown DNA on it, so it's also in Florida, and so that has unknown DNA on it. And that glove, the FBI came out and said that glove looks very much like the glove that the perps are wearing in the video. So that is where we're at right now. And then Brian went on to talk to the second senior person in charge of the SWAT team. The SWAT team works underneath the sheriff. Remember the sheriff that we watched the other day? And me and Dot Sheriff, I don't know, right? Me and Dot underscore dubbed him that. He just lost his job. because he let him have it. And basically, he blamed the whole shit show on the sheriff, which we've been blaming for days because we watched it. And that sheriff is a whole shit show. But I mean, you have to watch it. I had to rewind it because
I'll watch it.
You know how
when I go out, I'll be sitting in the car, so I'll watch that. But I heard last night, the last thing I heard was now they're thinking that it's a robbery gone wrong.
No, I don't believe that. But it's all, yeah, everybody's going to come out with something and everybody can say what they think. And we'll just give us why you think. That's what you're allowed to think what you want. But come and tell me and Maggie why you think that. Maybe we can understand it. Leah says, hello, Maggie. Want to have tea and crumpets together in my British accent? Do you think they put Nancy in the boot of the... Oh, she's got some scouts to her, y'all.
She's got the Scouse accent, Leah. Yeah. Listen, girl, I've had Nancy, God forget, I've had Nancy everywhere, Leah. I don't know where I haven't had her, to be honest. But there you go. And yes, we'll definitely have tea and crumpets, Leah.
Let me stop this right here. Oh my God, M. Sanders said, you're lying to your audience. There was no DNA found in the house. The sheriff came out and said that, as well as the FBI. Really?
There was.
There was no, honey, listen, before you call me a liar, I won't even say anything unless I've got a source on it. So what the sheriff said was that there was no gloves found in the house.
Yeah, that was
no
it. No gloves. Yeah.
The FBI said there was no gloves in the house, but there was unknown DNA that was not connected to Nancy or anybody in her circle or anybody that worked in the house. So before you come out me calling me a liar, do some research. Have a good day. That's exactly what is a robbery gone wrong. They took the bodies and ditched it.
Oh my God. Well, listen, I'm just sitting here having my cuppa, and then I'm just listening into you. So I'm just letting you know. I just thought I'd pop up, say hello before I go.
You sound like you're losing your voice just like me. We've been going crazy on this thing.
No,
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who's done your homework. Shag and everybody else, you are right. That's what he said. There was no gloves found in the house. And then we've got big flock of no gloves, but yes, DNA in the house. So, yeah, I'm going to need people to do your homework before you call me a liar. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I don't mind telling you I'm wrong. But no, not on that. This woman, she is FBI Nancy Drew. No, not at all, you dumbass. Why don't you come on panel? Here, let me drop the link for you. Come and talk to me. It's real easy to talk shit in the chat, isn't it? So come on up here. Let me drop the link for you. Come and talk to Nancy Drew. Why don't you? I'd love to talk to you. And I'll even let you go ahead and give me your sources on all that so I could pull it up. And I'll let you say whatever you got to say, and then I'll say what I got to say. So come on up. Right there is the link. Go ahead, M. Saunders, BM4 or B4M, whatever, whoever you are, whatever you are. Don't fucking call me a liar. Come up here on panel and let's have a discussion. Dub Deuce, they will not tell us what the DNA was. They said they will not tell us. That's right, Lauren. You're right. I know that, but I like to put it out there because, you know,
well,
why not?
Everyone's entitled to an opinion, but it's not nice to come in and tell someone they're lying. That's the difference, isn't it? You know?
Yep. I don't know what I'm talking about. Are you talking to me, Jacqueline? You're welcome to take the link as well. Come on. Take the link. Come on up here. Let's have a discussion. So, Mag, where are you headed, love bug? Where are you going?
I'm giving my son a lift.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going this morning, and I've got to be out by, I think it's 10. So I'm having a cup of coffee now, and then I'm going to get my shower and get going.
Okay.
Because I'm up, and I'm out, and I'm off asleep.
I know, honey. I'm so sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You're not in control of my sleep.
I know, but
I'm
I
too
don't
nosy.
like seeing my friend like not feeling well. That's what
I
I'm
know.
sorry about.
No, I'm absolutely fine. I'm not sick. I'm just tired. And because as soon as I get off and I'm trying to relax, I'm listening to stuff and I get wound up, and then I hear things and I'm saying, it's a robbery gone wrong. That's what they're thinking. So I'm looking around to see what everyone's saying. And before you know it, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. So it is what it is, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I can't believe what I found out. Sorry, I knew once I got off something had happened. I knew. But there you go.
So I just lost my thought. I hate that when that happens. Look at what time she's on the
Jacqueline,
internet.
you're exactly right. I was up gossiping and drinking coffee. I wish I was up gossiping and drinking coffee, right? I didn't have any coffee, but I could have done with some. I was gossiping in my own brain because I was totally alone and going through the internet. I was just trying to be a sleuth and find more information to bring here. So that's what I was doing. But good thinking, Batman, anyway, Jacqueline.
Oh, anyways, listen, you know what? Even trolls give us views. You know that gets counted, right? You guys do understand that the minute you click on here, it gives me a view. And then not only that, the longer you stay on here, the higher my views go up, because it also gets counted by the minutes.
Well, they're going up now, Gail. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I appreciate it. And there's been a lot of people talking. Kim, this is the very first comment, honey, that I'm seeing of yours right here. This is the very first comment. I'm so sorry. Are you in the, no, yeah, you're in the other chat. You're in the other chat. Making money. See, just this right here is just another shit talker. Making money in clicks and views of someone else's memory. Wow, you're a piece of shit. Well, you're more of a piece of shit, and you got no balls because you won't come up here and face me. And if you knew better, you could just look over on my thing. I'm not monetizing this at all. Never have I monetized on any kind of true crime that we have done on the show. So you're wrong about that too. So fuck right off and go suck a dick. How about that? Get your dick out of your mouth and go suck somebody else's. For the love of God. Anyhow, where's my girl Kim?
I feel terrible. People are saying hello to me, and I can just about see. I'm having to move the phone 4 weeks from my face because I can just about see. Are you feeling good to see you, love? Are you Wild Angel? Are you Joss?
Met a lot of good people. And I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of
there's been more good than bad, hasn't there?
Yes,
I mean, it's very rare that you get people like that in here. It's just nasty. Yeah. It's great. Anyone can come on and have a debate with you and not have to agree with you in any way, shape, or form. It should be nasty. I just don't know what they get out of it, but there you go. Anyway, are you Joss? Are you Melly? Oh God, Shagatown, that doesn't sound nice here when we say that, but there you go.
Yeah, Shag's been really putting some stuff out too, and good stuff is what I'm saying. But there's been some good conversations and good commentary for me to come back on. You know what I mean?
You been on longly?
We've been on now almost 3 hours, Max. Jesse
wow.
says, are you aware of the video that's come out saying Nancy was involved in 32 billion healthcare fraud?
Yeah.
She was, can you give me a source on that? Yes, I have heard it. I don't know how true it is. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying anything like that. But I know Maggie's been talking about that on her lives. Just today, her and Lizzo were live talking about the healthcare fraud, the Medicare and stuff like that. So, yeah, it probably is. Sheriff, I don't know, knows. Yeah. Kim said, okay, Kim, I'm so sorry, honey. Kim said, I said, that's the way Kim said it. Kim said, I said, I don't think she's alive because they said she was on medication. That if she missed for one day could result in death.
Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday, yeah. So she's definitely can't be here, can she?
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Listen, I can be vile just like anybody else. I really, really can. But I always will give you the chance to come up here and have your say. And then I'm probably going to blast your ass and prove to you that I am right. And then you're going to have the choice to leave with your dignity or I'm just going to keep blasting you until you do leave. I mean, it's going to be embarrassing if you're a dickhead. If you're not a dickhead, you can come up here and say whatever you want to with me. And we love it. I love having people on panel. Maggie does too. We love it so much.
I get too nervous.
Oh, Maggie.
I get all nervous, but I'm not soft. But I get nervous.
Even when I'm up here with you and we bring somebody else.
When you're up there, I'm okay. I'm okay when you're up there.
We love it. I talked to that's how I met Mike last night.
Oh no, I thought you meant the bullies, the ones that come in and start fighting.
Mike came in and busted my chops. He came in, he didn't call me a liar. Yeah. He didn't call me a liar or anything. So
and now he loves you.
Yeah. And I threw it down in chat and I said, come on, got the balls. It's hard to hear somebody's tone when they're typing. And it's real easy to type when you're being mean to somebody. But if you're having to talk to me and me hear your voice and you hear mine, and then you can match energies, then okay. And Mike came up here and I was like, I think we are we're reading the same book, we're just on a different page. And when he came up here, we both realized that's exactly we were both saying the same thing, meaning this, but he only listened to a few minutes like most people do and then puts out something. And then now I think and talking to Mike for 5 minutes, I think he's a wonderful man. He's a wonderful man. And I'm so glad I met him. And I'm so glad he took the link because a lot of shit really is just a misunderstanding. But pricks that come in here and they just want to start shit, you can read that right away. You can smell it a mile away. And y'all could suck my dick on that. I'm going to tell you right now. And I'm female, but I got a bigger dick than any man that won't come up here and face me. Yep. I got a bigger dick.
Lee, while you've been telling people to suck your dick, this gone up another 10. It's gone up another 10 people watching. So carry on telling them to suck the dicks and whatever, girl, if you want, and get another 10 and another 10 and another 10.
Yeah, helmet.
Oh, Leah, yeah, I said that, right? I think that's why it's gone quiet, because they already know. Did you see Savannah's new video?
Sharon, that's a real good comeback, sister. I heard that like in the 8th grade. But no, I do not kiss my children in the mouth with my potty mouth, seeing as how they're all grown, asshole. Bye. Y'all block that bitch. You can come up here. If you're not going to come up here, you're being blocked. So it's going down.
Told you, it's literally gone up another 10, and I'm not joking, guys. Look.
Oh, I'm excited.
What's going on? The internet love a bit of a fight.
Anyways, I want to get back to this. Maggie, why am I hearing myself talk?
Is it because Is it because I'm on here? I don't know. I haven't
Yeah.
got you on anyway, like, I'm only on my phone.
I hear myself talk twice, and I don't
Well,
have.
listen, don't worry. I'm getting off now anyway. So it'll go all right. It should go all right when I go. I don't know why you're echoing now. I've no clue. Anyway, goodbye, everyone. It's lovely to see you, even for just a couple of minutes. I'm made up, and I'm going to be listening until I've got to go out that door. And then, when I get there, I'll be listening some more. So,
Maggie,
speak
please
to you
be
soon,
careful.
guys. I'll be fine. Speak to you tonight, Lee. Good
I love
work.
you.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Melly. Bye, everyone. Bye, bye. Bye.
In case you guys,
You'll have to drop me down, Lee.
let me drop you. Fucking hell, I dropped myself. Listen, that's Maggie. She is my co-host. Sometimes if you ever come back to the channel, I appreciate it so much, but you might hear Maggie up here. Now you guys have met her. Sometimes she goes live without me. Sometimes I go live without her. We try to stick together, but Maggie is in the UK. Obviously, she's 5 hours ahead of me. So sometimes she'll do like a daytime, live around 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, my time. And then it'll be like 8 o'clock her time. And then sometimes I'll come on later. So it just depends on how mine and her schedules work around what we've got going on for the day. Like today, she did it earlier live because I had dinner with my dad and my family. So anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. I really, really do. Let me jump back into chat. I just cannot, I'm still shocked at what that man said about the police. You guys think he's going to lose his job? I mean, the sheriff is over him. Do you think he's going to lose his job over that? I mean, I wonder if the sheriff can fire him. He's got, what did he say, 26 years? I think, did he say 26 or 27 years? And I don't think the sheriff has, obviously the sheriff doesn't have that many. But I know he's in, I think Mary Jane Doe told us that he is in office until 28. Is that right? Here comes our wild angel. Hey,
I'm coming to
WA.
assist. Let's
How are
decease
you
and
doing,
assist.
love?
Please.
Don't you decease and
Not
assist
too bad.
me. Good to see you.
Well, it's funny. The last few days when I've woke up out of the little naps
Hi,
that I just randomly fall
Jesse.
asleep, you're always the voice I'm hearing is so good. It's so.
Oh God, people just piss me off. Just want to punch the shit out of them.
Well, I really think that everybody just needs to be chill because when people get mad about stuff, they start to lose the point of what this
Baby,
is about.
they're not even mad. They ain't
Right.
mad, girlfriend. They're just causing problems. That's
Right. You
they're
know how
sitting there.
people have to be.
Yeah, they're sitting there jacking their junk while they're
Well,
causing problems because that's what they get off on.
They couldn't find the
Not-
link as to go to StreamYard because there's two
Not
lives.
normal people like us that get off on porn. I mean, they just get off on jacking their junk, being mean. Oh, it's just disgusting, y'all. Just Jesse, it's so good to see you in chat. Oh my God, 2029. Yo, I think he's gonna get. I seriously think he's gonna get. I think he's gonna get fired. Can he get fired?
Well, no,
sheriff?
probably not because he was just being truthful. But then again, a lot of people disappear when they're truthful, right? So he could get fired for sure.
Well, he
I don't
said
know.
that the sheriff moves him out, right? Like moves him
Mhm.
around. And right now he's
Mhm.
sitting at a desk job because that's where the sheriff put him.
Well,
Because he
I'd be
didn't
like,
like
look,
him.
motherfucker, you. Oh, sorry about that. You go sit at the desk and I'll go solve this crime. That's what I would tell him. I'm sorry. That's just me.
Yeah.
People lose sight too fast of what really is going on in any case, right? Have you ever noticed, this bugs me more about cases than anything. I know that they need to recognize all the people that are looking for people, okay? But every single press conference I've ever watched, It's like 10 or 15 minutes of introducing. I don't care about you people. I know you're looking for somebody, but please, can we focus on who the hell is this? Is you know what I mean? I don't care what him. We know you guys are important. Okay, y'all are doing your job, whatever. But why do they have to do that? Because it's more of that than the information. Hey, we're looking for this. This is the situation. You know what I mean? Have you ever noticed that? How the
Yeah,
introduction is just on and on and on.
yeah.
I have to skip because I can't deal with it.
April says, yeah, he planned this, so he has to have a plan after. I wonder if he really did plan it, and he's gonna
Maybe the FBI is going to give
he's
him a
gonna
nice
say
position.
deuces. He might.
I
They
would.
might. They might.
I'd be like,
Yeah.
look, dude, you know what? You're a truth teller. We can use you. Come on over. I love when people get on there and are honest, because you know what? Even if you're not, people can see from the outside looking in what the hell's going on. But if you get one person that's going to say, look, this is the truth. Hello, we would love to talk to you. We don't get much truth, right?
Right. That's
I
right.
really respect people that get on there and tell the truth, knowing that they could be shot 2 blocks down the road. Just saying.
Me too. I want to say something to Glenn Paul. I'm guessing he's not from the. Before I read this, what Leah put in, and I appreciate her. I just love your input on this. Glenn Paul said, "If the shit show at halftime of the Super Bowl wasn't bad enough, now this shit show making the United States look dumb as fuck."
Yeah, we don't need any more help, people out there. Can we lift us up, please?
Let me just say that I'm just shocked that I am being put in the same category as the fucking Super Bowl halftime show. Do I finally
Well,
made
you
it,
better
Lee?
do a good stunt for us, Leanie, so we can match up.
I was an influencer. Damn. Look at who I'm being compared with. I love it.
I'm glad I missed it this year and didn't watch it because I didn't hear very good things.
I didn't watch it. Fuck them. I ain't got nothing for them. What if the sheriff is corrupt? Oh, and he had somebody take Nancy out before he got exposed because the fam knew something. Oh, this sounds a lot like the underscore today.
Well, when people suddenly, we all know this, suddenly when something happens, right, like this, where everybody's saying, well, this kind of shit's never happened around here. When it suddenly happens, and then you get to dig in and you look to see what people know about other people, those are the people that always disappear, aren't they? Or they end up murdered on the side of the road, but it looks like they had a heart attack suddenly. I mean, come on. How dumb do they really think we all are out here? That's all I got to say. Holy shit.
Let me finish reading this. She says, let me start over. What if the sheriff is corrupt and he had someone take Nancy out before he got exposed? Because the family knew something and a bunch of people quit when he became sheriff. He's finding randoms as decoys. Listen, I think if that came over the YouTubes, or if it came over the boob tubes, or it came out in the newspaper, I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked, because _underscore today was telling me about a few things, and I said, what did Nancy know?
Right.
Because it's starting to make sense to me.
It's more about what you know than what you do.
Nancy know. That could be it. Maggie's giving all of us a goop up because she loves us and she's sweeter than me. Shag says, well, I thought he was corrupt right from the beginning, but I'm not positive if he has anything to do with what happened with Nancy. I mean,
but some people
I don't think she's saying that. She said, what if? So anything's a possibility at this point. Yeah. I think he's corrupt.
All you got to do is look at the news.
Here's what bothered me. I'm going to tell you what bothered me. And I've said this before already. So if you've heard me say it, then go for Siggy just a minute. Here's what bothered me is that when he gave his very first press conference, he was crying. Now, I asked, why would he be crying? I said, hey, Leanie, why would he be crying? And Leanie said, well, maybe he knew the family because they all grew up there. He obviously grew up there. And I was like, wow, that's pretty incredible. You're probably right. But isn't he the leader of his whole police department? And Leanie said, well, yeah, he is. And I was like, well, you know, I come from a military background. And as a military background, we know that when you're a leader, even leaders cry, but not in front of the people that they're leading. Right?
Right.
You don't show, if you're the leader, you're not going to show that type of weakness. You're going to do that in private. And then you're going to come out and say, guys, it fucking sucks, but we got this shit. We're going to war. Let's go. But that doesn't mean you're not scared on the inside. That's the way I was raised. I was raised military like that. So when I seen him start crying on that podium, I was like, you're going to lead us? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming.
I mean, I've seen some guys, some of the, sheriffs in certain cases tear up a bit, but it was usually like the little ones, or when they found them, and they weren't saved.
That's different. But when you're going to war, you don't need your leader crying over it. You need your leader saying, we got this. We're going to go kick ass and take names. And then, when it's a sad ending, you can show a little bit of emotion that way, especially when it has to do with babies.
Right, exactly. But this was kind of out of the ordinary for sure.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, negative. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Right, his interview was awful too.
Let me jump back and chat. Kelly, hi. Is this live right now? Yep, pretty live. I mean, she, Wild Angel up here is probably high as a kite.
I am.
And, yeah, I knew it. When Wild Angel's laughing and talking a lot, she's high. The other time she's
I do laugh a lot even when I'm not, but I'm almost always.
Her laugh is fucking funny. And me, I'm barely awake. Because this case has me wrapped, y'all.
It does me too. Because I just want him to find her. Even though I feel strongly that she's not with us, I still want him to find her because the thought of somebody, my own mother, anybody's mother, just somewhere, it's just awful, the thought of it all. You know what I mean? And I feel like, go ahead.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. Dot, I guess, has been asking me. It's hard when I'm trying to look stuff up as well, and that's what I'm doing. And so I get sidetracked, and I'm trying to pay attention to chat too. And I'm trying to look over in the other screen as well, so I don't miss people. But anyways, I'm sorry for the excuses. I should be a better leader. Okay, I give up. Apparently no one knows anything about the Medicare thing. Maggie knows more about that.
I do. I was trying to let you know. I think I put something in Discord the other night, but it might have been after everybody was asleep. I had watched an interview on it. And it was interesting because that came out probably after between the first and second week she'd gone missing, right? Not right away. So that meant people were sleuthing and digging to find that out. Because if you think about it, somebody that age, you wouldn't think they'd even be working anymore. That doesn't mean people don't do accounting or things on the side, whatever. But it is a red flag.
She was an accountant, and apparently, inside there was a report that inside the house. Correct me if I'm wrong, if Maggie's still here, inside the house, there were Medicare papers. Also, John from the UK knows a lot about it too.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of Medicare papers strewn all over the table, like they were going through her papers and stuff, and they were strewn all over her table.
Somebody was looking for their information in that mess of information. That's really what it looks like.
All right. Joan says, what bothers me is how many other bodies they have found while looking for this one.
Right. Interesting.
Thank you so much. And thank you for answering my question. Kelly says, this is just a different format than what I usually see on channels YouTube. So I wasn't sure. Oh, you're over in the other one. Will somebody do me a big time favor? One of the mods, please put the link for where we're sitting at right now. Because if you come over here and not in the vertical live, you guys are all in the vertical live. If you go to my page, it shows 2 lives. They look like the same one. The one that's got the phone next to it. You see, you guys that have the phone next to your name, that means you guys are in the vertical. Go to my page or wait for the link to come in and click on it. And this is where we're all at. Does that make sense? So if you're in the vertical live, then it's harder for me to see all of y'all's questions. In here, because I'm in StreamYard, I could see everything. So vertical live only pops up part of them. And I don't know why it does that. It was doing that to me today when I was vertical in Maggie's live.
The first time I ran into it, I was confused because I was in the one and you were talking to all these different people. And I said, look, she's got a whole different script than I do. And then I realized when I went back out that there was 2.
It's because what it is you want to, okay, so why I stream this way is because you want to reach more people, right? So for me, you guys don't have to sub up to me. I met my goal. I started this 2 years ago. I said, if I could get to 1,000, I'm completely happy. I don't ask anybody to sub me. Now my mods do. Maggie does. I don't ask anybody to sub me. I don't ask anybody to become a member. I don't ask for any money. I don't ask for none of that. I do not monetize. I am monetized, but I do not monetize when we're talking about an open case like this at all. Won't do it. Don't believe in it. If you guys do it, go ahead and do it. That's on you. But my conscience, my convictions is that I don't monetize cases like this, open cases where it can affect, it's just, to me, it's not right. But anyways, I mean, I'm fine. I don't need to monetize it, So as long as I pay StreamYard every month, that's all the money I'm looking to make.
I wish they'd give us a discount on that.
my $100 a month. That's all I'm asking for. So all I ask people to do is either hit the thumbs up or you could hit the thumbs down. I don't care. Just to let the algorithm know that you have interacted with the channel, because I believe it both matters. And the reason why I stream on both is that usually people will only come into my StreamYard one, the one that I'm over here on and I can see and I can present all my stuff on, is because they're already subbed to my channel. The ones that find the channel are the ones that are scrolling, and so they'll stop here. And then I find really cool people that'll sit here and talk to me, like all y'all that I can see the phones next to your name. That's how I know you're over in the other live. So it's not a way to segregate. It's just a way for me to meet new people, whether they sub up to me or not, and talk to me.
So I got a question real quick. So how do you do it on both? Because I know like when we do a live on StreamYard, we go through StreamYard. So when you're doing the vertical too, are you doing them separately, or how does that work?
No. So when you go to StreamYard and you go to set up your lives, once you put in the title of it and then you scroll down, you could put in a description. I don't ever do that shit. And then it'll show you, it gives you the option to just only go vertically. Well, you can't only go vertically because you can't do StreamYard. You can either just do StreamYard, which is horizontal, or you can do vertically, or you can do both.
So there's like a down thing that you push on to be able to pick.
Well, it should already be defaulted. On mine, it defaults to both. It defaults to vertical and StreamYard.
Okay, because I've only ever seen the symbols like for YouTube, Facebook, like the ones you can pick where to stream to. I've never seen that part, I don't think.
All right, so I see that Diamond Lucidity was asking about both of them as well. I hope I explained it all okay to you guys. I hope everybody understands the 2 streams that are going on now. If you want to come, if you don't see anything in chat, hi Sunshine. If you don't see anything in chat, go to my channel, click out of this, go to my channel. You'll see 2 of the same lives up. Do not click on the one that has a cell phone next to it. because you will end up in the same place that you're at right now. Click on click on the other one. Click on the other one, and you will be right here, and I will see every one of your messages. All right. Yeah, Tashi, you need to try it. That's how you get to talk to more people. I mean, they're not all like Maggie today, she had almost 300 people in her chat, but she only got 5 subs. But to us, because we're not like, hey, will you sub up? Will you sub up? We're not doing it. It doesn't matter to us. You don't have to. It's not a big
Sometimes
deal.
people just do it because, they might even look at one of your shorts or something and say, oh, I like this. I'll sub, because then they want to see more. So,
Hi, you were in the
whenever
right
I put out a short and get over 1K views, I always end up with a few subs after that, I've noticed. Like,
well,
ones that viewed the most.
I've only been watching these ones. I usually don't even watch like how many views or anything we get. But Maggie and I are so knocked over dead that people want to come and talk to us. Usually we run anywhere, like if I'm just doing a silly ass haul, like I like to do vintage hauls or thrift haul. This isn't the only thing we do. We don't only do true crime. In fact, that's probably the least thing that we do. We do everything else. If we don't know the case really, really well, then we're probably not going to do it unless we're asked to do it. And then me and Maggie have to go into total stealth mode, and it's not.
Yeah, it's a lot more research to do when you do true crime. A lot of it.
Can we look at Leah? I'm going to smack Leah. Look at Leah. Leah's like, shut the fuck up, lady. Shut the fuck up. Look, Leah already belongs to the family, y'all. She tells me, shut up, lady. Look here. Leah, this is for you. Leah, this is for you. You shut up.
I remember when Maggie first used to say that all the time. It was so funny.
Everybody tells me you need to shut up. I get down to talking, y'all.
I've never told you to shut up. I'm your kindred Leo spirit, so I can't, right? Because we have to be.
Diamond, you are now in the correct stream because you no longer have you no longer have the little thing by your name. All right, I like Leah. Tell me, can we suck it? Hell to the yes. Hold on, Big Daddy, I got you. Hold on. Suck it. Y'all suck it.
So she puts it over Brian Etton's face.
Because nobody cares. All right. Now let's get back to going here before Leah kicks my old ass. Shit. All right, y'all, let's get back to this. All right. Leanie, are you an Aquarius by chance? Because we
No, she's a Leo. 100% Leo.
All right.
We're sassy and brassy and badassy. Sorry.
Leah, I adore you. Opinions on Big Stein. My only opinion is fucking dickhead, and he should have been castrated first. Damage. Hello, love bug. So good to see you. Hey, how do you get on? What I need, because I have a streamer wants me to be on the show, but I don't know how. At Lane, I'm gonna drop the link.
I tried to, I was trying to talk to her in the chat. I said that go over to the StreamYard one, and there's a link there.
All right, here is the link. Anybody want to come up and have a discussion? Come on up. There it is. There it is, right there. Click the link, follow the prompt. If you do not want to have your face on camera, make sure the camera is turned off, but your audio is on. Thank you, Lena. I will definitely be back here. I put on. Oh, you're so sweet. You fit in just right. You're going to love Maggie, and she's going to. Oh, well, you already do love Maggie. You guys have a crumpets. That bitch had never had crumpets with me. I asked her if she would have high tea with me, and she totally broke my heart and told me she don't have high tea. Oh, fuck it. I don't even know why we're friends. But I love her.
I love tea.
All right, you know what I'm gonna do, you guys? I need a cigarette and I'll calm the fuck down. So I'm gonna get a cigarette. Just hit the link and you just follow the prompts, and then you will come straight to the backstage, and then I'll let you up on stage. So we're gonna play a song that all of our songs here, you guys, are not AI. Okay,
No, the lunch lady.
Our sweet lunch lady has written all of our songs. In fact, before all these songs were coming out by AI and everybody was creating them, lunch lady got sick of my StreamYard music, and so she started writing our music. So every word that is written in our music is written by the talented lunch lady, and then she put it to where a genre, like whatever genre, if she wants it to be country, if she wants it to be pop, then she picks that, and then they play her music. Okay. I just get tired of people saying, "Oh, that's AI." It's not AI. Don't make me punch you. And Lunch Lady has a channel as well. While I'm gone, if the mods don't mind putting in our friends' channels, I would appreciate it so much. If you're here in my chat, if you want your channel posted, absolutely don't mind doing that for ya. Just let my mods know that you have a channel, and they will gladly share it for you guys. And we'll sub up. Why not? Let's be friends. All right, I'll be our bae.
This is a smoke break song, or it might be a coffee song. Just everyone sing along. Go and take a pee. This is a smoke break song, lunch lady's smoke break song. She doesn't write them to be alone. That's just the way it's gonna be. So what are y'all into? Hey Richie, have you drank a few? I drank a few too, back in '93. This is a Pete dance song. Everybody better be getting on. Sit on the pot and pee, even if you have a wee. This is the beefcake song. He needs coffee for his drive to be gone from the house so he can make some money. This is an Aussie song. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song. It's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Lee. Hotbox that cigarette. Your song is over yet? My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. I'll be one ticking, LL Cool Mom out. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song. It's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Lee. Hot off that cigarette. Your song is over yet? My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. Hope you want chicken, LL Cool Mom out. How? Hotbox. That's the only words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out.
That would be the post that's for the link to the other channel.
dream. Maggie's jokes are a mean machine, turns our blues to yellow and green. Lee needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh, happiness streaming, no need to cry. Lee needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough.
All right. You guys, listen, I feel so much better. Oh, hallelujah. 3.5 hours, almost, 3.5 hours without a cigarette. Oh, not going to lie. You always lie, damn it. Just kidding, not you. That's Taz. Taz says he's a professional liar. Not going to lie, I wish we had these stipulations on the property. On the properties we own. We had an old lady that passed away in one of our properties that smoked like a chimney.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Okay. There's a lot of properties that you have to be smoke free to rent. The apartments for home, that's getting pretty popular. Wouldn't live there. I'd be kicked out. They'd be like, girl, you got to go. You got to go. We don't care where you go, but you can't stay here. That's what would be happening. Faux show. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's see. Y'all, I think that's my favorite interview ever that Brian Inton has done, and I watch him all the time because I'm in love with him secretly. Okay?
I agree. I really like that.
I think he is brilliant.
Well, he's very down to earth and easy to talk to. He doesn't feel like when you're talking to him in an interview that you're being pushed and forced. You're just being, it's like a conversation. And I feel like that's where he's really, like, that's special about him. You know? Like, I could talk to him, I think, without feeling like this is a reporter type thing. You know what I mean?
I'd be like, Brian, honey, you've got beautiful eyes. Can you wink at me, Brian? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not kidding. I'm really not kidding. I'm not kidding. I probably a mess. I'd take a pill first before I talk to him. Some people were asking, I saw somebody say, I don't understand what the glove has to do with all of this. Well, I'm going to tell you, or what's going on with the glove. I think it was MJD I saw that said that. Hold on, give me a second here. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I smoke outside too, except for when we've got 2 feet of cold, snow outside. Then I'm in the garage. That's what I call my husband's garage.
I really wish I had a garage close by. I just have to sit by the kitchen window.
And then I just keep the garage like cracked open a little bit, and I go out there and I smoke. And he's a non-smoker, you guys. He's never smoked a cigarette in his life, and I'm so grateful he doesn't get shitty with me.
Right.
I mean,
my husband's not a smoker either.
That's so, I mean, it's so nice of him not to get shitty with me, because if I didn't smoke, I mean, I think I'd be shitty if somebody smoked in my garage. I mean, he loves his garage, the garage. I think smoking in a house is trash. My mom smoked in the house. My dad used to get shitty, and then I was like, then I got slapped in the mouth once because I was like, but you used to smoke in the house. Wow. So, all right, let's see. I want to remind everybody of the perpetrator again, because I don't want people forgetting. Maggie put together 2 pictures. I want to know. First, we got 4 still pictures that were taken from the video that is all spliced up, you guys, and I can prove it to you. It's all spliced up, the video that we got. There's a lot missing from that video.
Yeah, there is.
And so the FBI or whoever, the FBI released it. There were 4 still pictures taken from the video that were released. After that, then they released a few more pictures. Maggie put them side by side. This is exactly when I thought to myself, did I take it off here? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, kiss my. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, I was going to say, why would I do that? Maggie put them side by side. This is when I thought, I was like, well, maybe there might be more than one one perpetrator. But after Maggie put these side by side, I want to know your guys' thought about this. Is this 2 different people, or is it the same person that came back? And is this the same person that came back before or after, without the pew and without the backpack? Oh, I'll show you, Gamba. There's a lot of splicing in that video, and I'll show you. Carolyn, thank you so much for coming in. In the name of Jesus, I pray that your mother is still alive, and that there is no perfect crime in this world. She is praying, and her prayer will be answered because she's a believer. Prayer still works. I believe in that too. And my mother used to say that to me all the time. There is no perfect crime. It's just about who can find what they've left behind.
Yep.
Mommy say that all the time. One has a bigger hand. I think the one with the, which one? The left or the right? The one without the pew, or didn't you guys find a glove earlier? Yeah, Maggie and them did. Well, JLR went looking for it because the guy posted that I don't know on what site, he posted that he had found a glove, and the police weren't coming. He couldn't get in touch with the police or the FBI to come and get it. So JLR went over there, and Maggie and Lizzo, I'm telling you, bada bing, bada bang, they kept screaming at the television, screaming at the monitor, saying, "It's right there, JLR." So they spotted it before they did. This is when I really believed, you guys, to tell you the truth, that this is 2 different guys. Some people are still saying it is one guy, but I think it's 2. And here's why. The head. Just the way, I mean, that it's more rounded up top. Now, believe me, I can understand that you could argue this by saying, look, light does different things, and it could still be the same person, and light does different things. It just may look that way. But these are the things that I noticed. What I noticed is this head is much bigger. Either he doesn't have a hood or something on him that is tighter to his face, that's making him look bigger, or it's just a bigger head, period. Also, his shoulders go down. You guys can't see my cursors, but if you look at the shoulders of the guy without the pew, his shoulders droop. He looks like an older person to me. And to me, the jackets look completely different. Besides that, this person to me has a beer gut or a bigger belly. We call them beer guts when guys have those. So that's why I'm not saying he's a drunk. I'm just saying he's got a belly on him. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at the zipper going down it kind of goes under. It looks like it's just going under the belly. Whereas the guy that's got all of the stuff on, the gun, the backpack, the junk, you know. First of all, he looks way more fit. So in my mind, I'm thinking the guy without all the gear, he's an older man, and this guy's a younger man. That's what I'm thinking. Like I said, I may not be right. Michelle says, or Michael, I'm not sure if I don't want to get it wrong, so please forgive me. One is a girl, the other's a guy. A lot of people say that, and I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't, because let's just face it. One of the pictures the FBI released, those eyes were beautiful. And I'm not saying that guys don't have beautiful. There are some men that just are beautiful. Leah says, it's just a different angle. That's why I believe the same person, bad lighting and very pixelated. Could be true, because we don't know really where the guy without the stuff on is standing. So it could be more pixelated. You're right. You should keep putting comments up. So girlfriend, I'm trying. Fucking hell, Leah, come on. I'm trying so hard. But I also keep them off because I want you to be able to see the whole thing. But if I see that it's like something big, I do try to put them up on, put your guys' comments up. One is a girl, the other's a guy. I've heard that many, many times. Hi, Snoopy says, yes, older pot belly, probably son or nephew with him. Some do think it's a female. One is older. I just believe the guy with the pot belly is older. Hi, Chuck. Chuck. It's definitely a man. I can see a bulge down there. Listen, Lizzo, who is Maggie's co-host, says that the one with the pew pew with the gun could be a girl, and the reason why they're wearing their gun right there is instead of on the hip is because they're hiding a bulge, or they're not hiding a bulge. Because I'm always looking for the bulges, you guys. I don't care how old you are. I'm looking at your dick. Okay. I think one is a woman. That's what Lauren says. A lot of people do think that. I think some people in chat that are always in chat tell me that too. They think it's a woman. I think the left is the son-in-law and the right is the daughter. I've heard people say that too. It's both of them. Yes. April says the jacket does look different too, unless it is the lighting. Diamond says, where was the large belly guy posted? It came out after the original ones came out. Where was it? Do you remember, Wild Angel? I don't remember right now offhand. I don't see any breasts. Well, some people have no breasts. I have a friend. 0 breast. I got one. He's beautiful. He says he's not, but he is. Yes, there are some men that really are beautiful people that are beautiful. They are. And I don't mean that derogatory. I don't mean that they're some way or they're not one way. You know what I mean? I just believe that there are some men that are beautiful. And this is the truth, and I believe it, and I don't care what woman.
No, I agree.
I don't care what woman wants to fight me on it. I'll let you throw the first punch. But it is, in my case, a true fact that men age better than women. Men get better looking, and us women just go right the fuck downhill. I mean, my husband is better looking today. I was gorgeous. I was gorgeous. And now I look like a homeless schmuck.
The funny thing is that I'm 10.5 years older than my husband, but when I first met his family, they thought I was his age.
Oh.
That was 8 years ago before he drove me crazy.
Joe says it's definitely a 2+ person guy.
Yeah.
Partial belly. His name is Luke Daly, and he's busted. Bring Nancy home. Listen, I don't know if it's him or not, but I would not
Oh,
be
sure, it looks like
surprised.
it.
I would not be surprised any of these people that SWAT has already swatted or that they have already been interrogated that will not be arrested. Because I can't put it together. I cannot put it together, you guys. But I think somehow, some way, that tomato, potato, Tabasco, and of course his bandmates, and that what was his name, Carlos. I feel it in my soul that they know each other. I don't know why. I don't know why. Now the Luke, I haven't gotten Luke, or his name is Lucas. I don't have a feeling on him yet, but for some reason, Carlos, I was like, oh no, Big Daddy, you know them. I know you. I feel it in my bones. I think the one on the left, without the pew pew, is the son-in-law.
Yeah. I thought they looked like they could have been cousins or something weird like that, like some sort of like, I don't know, or just friends or acquaintances, I don't know.
Lemon J says left side is a female body, left has longer waist and feminine thighs. I have heard, was it Maggie that was talking about that? It was either
I
Maggie.
first thought that, but then someone shot it down. But I just at first thought that it looked like in the eyes. That's what kind of got me. And then it was the body, like looked like it had more clothing and layers on and shit. I don't know. It was weird. But we also don't know, like you said, they can manipulate video to make things look fuzzy or funny, so you kind of get it different. I don't know.
Liz, did you get woke up by the dick story? Patrick
in the laundry. I was like, what?
Patrick Robles has beautiful eyes. Like I said, I think two people were involved. That's why they detained Carlos and that girl. And then they said a mom and a son. Maybe they're looking for a man and a woman. Ooh, good point. I think they're involved, you guys. I think there's more involved than even what we see. I wonder. Now, I'm not saying they're a gang. Please, I grew up around the Crips and the Blood. I grew up in Carson, California. And it was total gangland. The police have really cleaned it up since I've been gone. That's been 30 years ago. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a gang like, I feel like I got a gang of people around me. You know what I mean? Like my people. That's what I'm talking about. I think that there's much more involved than the two pictures we see here and the family. But I think there is a ringleader. And for me, the ringleader is tomato, potato, Tabasco. I'm just, and I'm going to sit on that fence until the police come and get me off and say, no, you dumb bitch. You didn't know what the hell you're talking about. Here it is. And I'm going to be coming on here and saying, y'all, I was so wrong. And I'm going to have to send a letter to tomato. Oh, it's going to be terrible. Shag says, I think they're both guys. And I think the one without the pew is the son-in-law. And I think the other is his friend. You mean the bandmate? I don't know if that's the son-in-law, but I think at least one of these people are the bandmate. And I think son-in-law is the ringleader. I can't wear my firearm. And that's damage. See, that's what Liz was saying. Liz says that's not where people who wear them on their hips would wear them. You just don't. That's why she thinks that it's put there to hide either a bulge or the fact that there's not a bulge, and that would make it female. Snoop says, older man, some gray, maybe younger, one girl. A lot of people say it's a girl and a guy. Just saying. I have nothing. Hi, Rhoda. Good to see you. A has breasts. So is it the one without the gun or the one with the gun that you think has breast? Because I almost think I can see it on a little bit of both in these pictures, but then the other pictures, because I've got pictures when this all first came out, me and the dream team got together and we went over the video over and over, and we stopped it frame by frame as much as we could and got our own pictures from it. And depending on where he's walking and where he's at, he has a flat chest, the one with all the gear on. Now, the guy with the belly, in a way, I feel like I can see some breasts there, but again, I don't know if that is just the lighting and the pixelating of it, because to me it looks like a totally different jacket. But then if you ask Maggie said it's the same jacket. Hips do look curved for a male.
I mean, if it was a female doing that, then you'd wear something like flat, and and if you had a bunch of layers on, you could look bulky up there too, I guess, a little bit. Like say you had a hoodie underneath a coat, and the hoodie bunches up sometimes, you know what I mean, under a coat.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what happened in the Abby and Libby case here in Indiana. Richard Allen was wearing a hoodie underneath that coat. It fucked us all up for many years. Couldn't figure it out.
Right, exactly.
I used to get a lot of shit about my eyes. Like I wear mascara, as a matter of fact. I had to shave my head because when my hair was grown out, people thought I was a lady. Hey, some of you men are beautiful men, and I'm jealous sometimes of some men's eyelashes. Some men have a beautiful fringe, and it looks like you're wearing, I mean, we can tell you're not wearing mascara, but they're so dark and pretty that it looks like you could be wearing mascara or eyeliner. Seriously.
My Bigfoot has long eyelashes for a man. I think he has like nice lashes. You know what I mean?
He's got big everything. He's got big everything, and I do mean everything, people. I think one son-in-law and the other is a son. Well, see, they have a son, right? The son-in-law and Annie, which is his wife, they have a son together, right? Lewis says she did. Good morning, lunch lady. Good to see you.
Ended up here then, from where he was.
Yes. Look at Luke's eyes and lips, and they kept his car. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm suspicious of the bandmate. Me too. I'm side-eyeing everybody. Damage, send me a picture and I'll let you know what your eyes look like. Dr. Dingle. I love that name. Don't let your dingle dangle in the dirt. Remember that? Or maybe my dad made it up. It means don't let your dingle dangle in the dirt. It means don't let your bippy dangle in the dirt. Never mind. Anyhow, it was Jeffrey Epstein. He did. Oh my God, his eyes and lips. Yep. I'll try to pull up some pictures, you guys. Give me a few minutes. I want to just get through this. They will be waiting for insurance for a long, long time. You damn right, Diamond, and they probably should. They got enough money. They're fine. Even though Tomato and Annie are both renting the house that they're living in. They do not own the house. Tomato is taller. Rhoda says, I'm doing good. How are you? That's Jamie in the house.
I wonder who gets the house then if Mom passes. Because Samantha would have her own home.
I think that she is passed away as well. Anywhere I can send you a pic, you can send it I'm on Facebook according to Leanie, or you can send it to my email, which is probably better. Then I can just pick it up and drop it over here. Send it to my email, according to Leanie @gmail.com. Thank you so much for that. Y'all, I appreciate you so much. Yeah, Tomato is way taller and bigger built. I think Patrick Robles has something to do with it, and the family, a gray SUV, 2 people. It's nuts. Y'all, this is good. This is good stuff you guys are coming with. I appreciate it.
But do you
Patrick
wonder
was
why there's
so-
not more search teams looking for her specifically, like right away? They weren't doing that. You know what I mean? Like, you know how when someone's missing or whatever, they do, like, everybody's like gets together communities and everybody goes out looking, right? It feels like, you know, I don't know. To me, it just didn't seem like it started out that way.
No, they didn't. They did.
It was all about,
They
yeah.
did everything wrong. They did everything ass backwards.
And we're all just sitting here on the sidelines looking on and going, this doesn't look right.
Yeah.
You know, I'd want people out. I'd be out looking for my mom. I'd be tearing up every street, I'd be everywhere. And a whole group of people with me. You know what I mean? I just, none of this really fits what they're selling.
Shag says, I think one's the bandmate and the other one is the son-in-law. Okay.
Okay.
I think so too, Lainey. I think it's someone that lives close by. Yes. I think it's somebody definitely that knows her. Black silky hair and golden brown skin. Mom and son. Luke is the son. Right. Well, his name is Lucas. So I pulled that up. He's got 2 different Facebooks. His first Facebook was supposedly, what do you call it when somebody gets into it? Help me out, Wild Angel. Tap.
Conflict?
No, somebody got into it. It was.
Oh.
It was
hacked. Yeah. Hacked.
So he spelled his name Lucas in that one. It got hacked. So he opened up another one supposedly, and that one he spells it Lukas. So if you go looking for him, you guys, look in both of those. The other here, I think I have a picture actually. I sent Maggie a picture of him earlier. I do. Now, what I want you guys to remember, this picture that I'm fixing to show you, these are different years, you guys.
Yeah.
Different years. Okay, so that's why this guy looked, because everybody was saying, oh, this is 2 completely different guys. I don't think it is.
Thinner in one picture, heavier in the other, hair changed.
Well,
maybe.
Everybody's saying because of the color of his eyes. I don't know.
Yeah, contacts.
Contacts, a flash, anything. Now the picture on, let me get rid of this.
And one of them, he looks relaxed a little bit, like, oh, you're taking a picture of me. Another one looks like he's angry or like a mugshot.
It is a mugshot. That's what I
Okay,
wanted to
well, there
say.
you go.
The one in the blue is the most recent of him, and that's his mugshot. From what I don't know, because I didn't do enough research. I was sending it over to Mags today and was letting her go through it, and I was trying to have her.
The hairline definitely is way back compared to the other one, but it could be, you know, the hairstyle, the way his head's tilted, all sorts of things.
So, I just think the mouths look the same. I think they're related at least, but I still think it's the same person.
If it ain't the same guy, then it's got to be his cousin, and they got similar. Somebody's got some similar features, right? Holy moly!
April's. Hold on, let me go back up here. Hi, Becky. Hi, everybody that's coming in. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do me a favor, double tap your screen. That's all I ask you to do. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate the camaraderie. We don't have to agree at all. You don't have to agree with me. I don't have to agree with you. Let's just be respectful to each other to have our own opinion. You know what I mean? And not fight about it. That's all. Because I've learned there's been many things people have said in the chat over the last couple of days that me and Maggie are going, oh shit, what do you think about that? You know what I mean? And to me, that's what it's about. Getting together, have a good discussion. We may not solve this case, but who knows? Who knows?
Right?
We could go become the new sheriff of Tucson, y'all.
I'm ready.
But it's good to see you guys in chat. Thank you so much. And I, more than anything, I love people talking to me. What if it's 2 women?
Right.
You guys, I'm not, if you're going to be a troll in here, I'm not even going to talk to you. Okay. I don't have time for it. Come back tomorrow. I'll do an open panel. You can come up and
Ano-
chew me out. Hi, Jessica
Another
Jane.
another thing I thought about the other day was like, if it had anything to do with like, documents, somebody, worried they're going to get flipped on or something, right?
Mm.
Wouldn't they use a professional hit person to do it and leave them dead in their home, like you usually find in those situations, or somewhere?
Honey,
But
these people, if they're in a gang, which I believe they
gang.
are, but not like a
Right.
gang,
Mhm.
they think they're fucking professional. Do you see the guy
Wow.
using? Do you see the guy packing? He's packing, right? But he's got a generic. The police have already put it out that the holster that's holding the gun is not the one that goes with the gun, which we already knew that because the handle of it is kind of sticking out of it.
Right.
It's a generic holster that is from Walmart as well. Okay, but these guys think they're professional. They do.
Yeah. Well, a professional hit doesn't look like this disaster, so just saying.
Well, right now it doesn't look like a bad disaster from the perpetrators. I mean, they're getting away with murder because
Right.
we got a sheriff who doesn't know.
Right.
Okay? Joey says, "Do they have a composite sketch of the suspects?" Well, we've only seen the suspects. We've only seen the suspects with a balaclava on, but yes.
Right.
They got a renowned sketch artist that used a close-up picture that the police gave him of the perpetrator on the porch, and he did the best he could. I'm trying not to go off of that. I'm trying not to even look at it, and here's why. I've seen sketches that have been way off and have thrown me way over to the other side where I didn't need to be. And so, especially since they can't see anything but the eyes and a little part of the mouth in a way, I just don't know. I just don't know. Now, maybe you guys could glean something else from it that I can't, but for me, I'm just going to stay away from it. I don't mind bringing it up, but I'm just saying for me, I'm not going to sit there and study it because I just can't do that, y'all. A trusted worker, maybe an older one, could be. Thank you guys so much. I cannot believe we've only got 22 likes, but it's all right, y'all. It's all right. I mean, I'll be fine. I think the one on the left is Brian. You hush gone by. Don't you talk about my man like that. I heard they adopted him, but not for sure. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I never even heard that. They took her to Mexico with the other partner, all about money. Listen,
I thought that at first too.
Becky, it's so good, so good to have you in chat. I will say that I'm going to sit on that fence too until the sheriff pulls me down.
Right.
That I believe that she's gone, and I believe her body is in the desert of Mexico. I really do. 100%.
Either just laying there or in a shack, like Dad said. You never know. Out of sight.
No, ma'am. No, Rhoda. I'm sorry. I still have hope, but I hope I'm wrong. Let me say it that way, because I do believe that she is not with us anymore, and I believe that her remains were taken over the border.
Well, what I want to know is who reported it as a kidnapping right off the bat. Like, did they call and say she's missing, and then the police came and said, okay, it's a kidnapping? I mean, where did they even come up with that particular?
Okay, so yes, it was called in by a family member. They will not release who made the original call. We don't know. It was called in that she was missing, and she left her car keys, her purse, and her phone. That's what came out first.
Right.
Then the police came out, when he was crying, and he said, "We are investigating this as an abduction." This is before any kind of ransom shit started coming through. We are investigating an abduction. Okay. Then what? 3 days later or 4 days later after that, the first so-called ransom note came through. Now, I'm not saying it wasn't really real. What I'm saying is, I don't believe she was kidnapped. I believe she was
Right.
murdered and
Me
taken
neither.
over the border. And she was murdered for money. That's what I believe. But they came out and said, we are investigating a abduction. And then a couple days later, here comes the first ransom note. And the ransom letter, they didn't tell us everything they said in it, but the people who wrote the ransom note said something about the lights being smashed out on the house, which the police knew nothing about. Why is that? And they also said that her iWatch was left there. Well, the police hadn't put out about the iWatch. So that's what made them think it was legit, because all they put out was her car keys were her keys. They didn't say car keys, house keys, whatever. They said her keys, her cell phone, and her purse were left there. They said nothing. So when
Nothing that could be traced, obviously.
yeah. So when the letter came through that the iWatch was plugged up next to her bedstand, they thought, okay, this is what they said. That's when they thought only the perp would have known that, because we didn't put it out. And that's why they say they are taking it seriously.
Well, and then the other ransom note, didn't the other one say that once the transaction was done, that it would be a 9 to 12 hours to return her? That one just got me.
Yeah, they would need 10 hours to
I'm
return.
like,
They would need 10 hours to return her. Yeah.
yeah, if you wanted a quick exchange of money, you wouldn't take somebody that far away. That's the most craziest thing I've ever heard of.
Dot, good night, honey. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for everything. And
I feel like a lot of this was a distraction, so that everyone was busy surrounding her house, looking around, thinking, and then they're off,
so they
completely gone.
can get her over the border and come back, and everybody be put in place.
Because by the time they'd figure out that maybe it wasn't a real kidnapping, or it was, but it was not the kind they thought, they're long gone, and then there's no way to track them.
Absolutely. Let me tell you guys something. This is my thought. This is why I've always thought she was killed in the house. And it was not, absolutely not an abduction for money. It was a killing for money, and the abduction was made to look like that so they could turn their heads that way so they could get out the back door. And I'm using parables, right? But here's why I thought. If you were going in to abduct an 83-year-old woman, you would not need a backpack. That gun is all you needed. If you're coming to my house to abduct a 56-year-old woman, that's me, you wouldn't need a backpack. Just come in with your pew-pew, and I'll be like, hang on, let me get me some coffee, get my antacids, get my cigarettes, and we're out of here, dudes. Where are we going? Let's go. Oh, y'all need some money? My family don't have much, but let's go. Listen, you're going in to abduct somebody, you don't need a backpack. Here's what I think. I think in the backpack is paperwork. I also think in the backpack is a kill kit, meaning there's a tarp and there's a rope and there is little things like that. That's what I think. If you're going to abduct somebody, you're going to get them. You're not going to be on the premises. Remember, how many minutes were they there? From the time you see the first perpetrator, this is what the FBI is telling us. From the time you see the first perpetrator on camera till the time Nancy's pacemaker disconnects or quits reading from her iPhone or her iWatch is about anywhere from 38 to 42 minutes.
Yeah, 42. Yeah.
It don't take that long to abduct somebody. If you're going to abduct somebody, it's get in, get out. Let's get the hell out of here.
Right.
Let's get this going. And you're damn sure not going to wait 4 days to send a ransom. You would just drop that shit at the door as you're walking out. That's how abductions for ransom happen. And you damn sure don't send it to TMZ.
That's what I was just going to say. Exactly.
I mean, TMZ is not, you guys, it's not a news station. It's the paparazzi. So let me know what you think about that. I'm sorry, Rhoda. It is according to Leanie, just like my channel name, at gmail.com. Somebody might have put it in there. Anoma Lee. I continue to wonder why this is so important. There are thousands of people kidnapped and trafficked every year. It kind of makes you wonder why this one is so important. We've talked about that many, many times on here.
Well, they flood the news. They flood the news with different things periodically. You know,
I don't think it. I think what it. I mean, look who her daughter is.
Right. It's true.
It's that's what it's all about. Did you hear that? You probably didn't, but when we were listening to the person talk about the DNA, and Brian Inton was asking her about a certain thing in DNA, if the courts usually grant a get a court order for one of the other DNA bases to give up the DNA, does that normally happen? And she said, no, but it's coming. And she said, but if like when Charlie Kirk, if they hadn't found that guy, then yes, the courts would have given up one, and then they would have had to give it to him. Or if the guy who shot at Donald Trump, it's all about who you are. Because listen, if this was my 84-year-old next door neighbor, do you guys think you'd be hearing about it? You think JLR be crossing my street and I'll be sitting out there drinking tea with them? Nope. Because Blondie ain't got no money, and all I am is just a leaning.
I remember one time I had a car stolen. I went to visit a friend. It was parked outside of, like, not far from, like, the jail, the courthouse area, right, of town, on a bridge. I did have a spare key hidden under the seat that I only knew about, but I guess thieves know how to look for things. And I remember calling the police right away when I came back out, thinking, you know how you stand there and you're like, okay, wait a minute, where's my car? You know, and you're like thinking that you're losing your mind. And I remember calling the police, and this is what I said: if I was the mayor, you'd already have my car found by now.
That's right.
Because I just was so. I'm like, look, if you leave right now, I'm telling you what, you know, you can catch this person. 2 months later, I got a call from a tow company or from the police saying that they had found my car abandoned in some apartment complex somewhere. And, you know, it'd just been sitting there for so long, they had it towed, and then they knew that it was a stolen vehicle, contacted me. But I even had to go pay to get my own vehicle out of the tow yard after it'd been stolen. I was just like, people are so wrong. You know?
Yeah.
I was like, wow. That car got stolen 2 times in the time I owned it. I'm not even lying. It was the most bizarre thing. I don't know what.
It's because some cars are easier to break into.
Right. And then the whole thing was that was bizarre about it. The second time it got stolen, when we were inside at a meeting, it ended up being somebody that we knew that had taken the keys out of my coat pocket or something. Anyway, it was just bizarre. But anyway, they found that one. That time they found it in the back of a bar parking lot that had got towed because it'd been sitting there. And one of my friends saw it in the back of a flatbed and called me and said, I think I'm following your car. Because during the time that it was missing, we were having sightings, right? I had people that I knew looking out, you know. It was a blue car. It wasn't hard to miss. It was baby blue with a Blue's Clues dog in the back window. They didn't steal the dog.
Thank you so much, Dub. Thank you for everybody that subbed up. That means so much to us. Me and Maggie appreciate it so much. Let me jump into chat really quick because some of this is so good. Listen, you guys, anybody can reach out to me. My email is, according to Leanie, it is the name of the channel, at gmail.com. Send me everything you got. Absolutely, if I could get it posted over here quick enough, then I'll do that. If not, then when I go live tomorrow on this at some point, then we'll bring it up and we'll talk about it. I like what Tim said here, and this is good because I wonder, Tim said, I don't think Nancy ever made it inside her house that night. I think they staged it. We talked about that.
Yeah.
We talked about that because there's nothing that says. That's why I'm saying the FBI needs to release, not the FBI, I think it's the sheriff's office. They need to release either partial or most or something that shows us Nancy leaving the house or Nancy coming into the house, because there's something to say that she's the one that opened the garage. You know what I mean?
Right.
The only thing that I can see, because even like, I think it's maybe Lizzo or Beth, who's been working on this case with us as well, said that y'all, I just lost my train of thought. I'm getting tired. Sorry. Said that oh God, you guys, I'm so sorry. There's so much I could show you guys. There's so much I could show you about the blood evidence. So Lizzo and I were talking about this, and Lizzo said, there's nothing to prove to us at all that she ever made it home. And I said, you're right, except that if you look at the door ring camera video, I'm pretty sure that the blood would be seen from the video if it was on the floor. I'm not completely sure about that, but I think it would show up as dark spots. But in the video, I've looked and looked and looked, and I don't see nothing on that floor. So somebody,
right?
Well, we know it's Nancy's blood. How would they be?
Yeah.
So that tells me if there's no blood in the video, that either the blood, it isn't showing enough of the ground to show the blood, which I think it is, or she had to come out of that house that way because of the blood, because it's for sure Nancy's blood.
So, but her stuff being inside and, them finding, if that's true, does that make it look though like she did come home and put her stuff away and maybe never made it to lay down, or what do you know?
No. They won't tell us what she was wearing either.
And we would have seen her approaching her house on the doorbell, some camera, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
If they just suddenly popped up a picture of some guy trying to rip the camera off and break in, why wouldn't there be footage of her?
That's right. So
or
that
anybody else's something.
Well, here's the deal. What the family says is that she didn't go through the front door.
How do they know? Well, I mean, they're saying they sat and waited.
The son dropped her off and she went through the garage, which I will say, you guys, my family, we've lived in this house for 4 years. I've never been through the front door, but the only time I've ever been through the front door is when we came to look at the house. We always use our garage. I don't know, always. We always use our garage. So maybe it's easier to get Nancy in through the garage. If she's on a walker, maybe there's not a step up, which we could clearly see she would have to step up to get to her front door, right? So maybe it's just easier for her to come in and out of the garage, or it's just a thing. That's what we do. We come in and out of our garage. Some people come in and out of their backyard, right?
And there's no proof. Obviously we questioned, the son-in-law on him dropping her off because he was the last one to see her live. And that's always the person they zero in on the most usually. But we don't know anything about that interview. I mean, nothing's been released, so it's hard to know, It just seems like he would have to have had something to do with it because it's so awkward.
Anoma, I am right there with you. We've been saying that all day. And I'm going to tell you another thing. If it was my mom, you wouldn't have had to ask me twice about the money. I'd have begged, borrowed, and stealed and been on here grifting, and all y'all would have gave me $1 to help pay that ransom for my mama. And if you came on here and said, guys, my mom's missing and they want a ransom, I'm giving you some money.
Right.
There would have been no question that, and I don't know if you guys know this. Most of you probably do, if not all of you. It is not up to the FBI or the police department if the ransom is paid. They will advise the family on what to do. But it is, if the family says, no, we're not going to pay it, they don't have to pay it. If the family says, fuck you, we're paying it. I don't care what you think. If it's good, if it's bad, if it's going to save her, if it's not going to save her, we've got to do everything again. That money would have been paid. Do you hear me? Every bit of it.
So that makes you wonder then if they don't believe that she's passed away as well, because this isn't your usual kidnapping case.
I think it, after seeing what happened on Friday night, where they took everybody and they purposely put out that the SWAT was going to happen in a certain neighborhood,
right?
Knowing it wasn't going to happen there, but every one of Fox News, CNN, CBC,
they got gone quick.
Jonathan, everybody went to the neighborhood, including Brian Inton. Everybody went there, right?
Yep.
And then what happens?
They
find
waited
out.
And
they
waited.
wait until it was put out that the police said, no, guys, we have a staging area for you over here in this neighborhood. But what had happened was Brian Inton, he works for the big bucks, you guys. He works for the big bucks, and he's got different kind of sources. Brian Inton sources and he was in the neighborhood, the same neighborhood everybody else was waiting on the SWAT to happen in. His sources said, negative, they're lying to you. Go over here. And when he got there before SWAT got there, so he was in the perimeter. He was in the perimeter already when it all happened, and he got video footage of it. If you go to his page, you can see it. And then he ended up pushing out of they told him he had to go because he was parked on the side of the street. So they knew, and they had already told. Okay, so I do know that the guy who lived next door to the house that was swatted, the mother who lives at that house and the son who lives at that house, they were both detained. Now, does that mean they took them to jail? I don't know. I'm not privy to it. I can't find anything on it.
I thought it was just interviews.
But the neighbor came out and said the mother was pretty much let go right away, and she was let go to that neighbor's house. And then a little while later, the brother came over because, the police went in there. They had 3 different departments. Pissed me off that I woke up to. They were just following a lead. 3 different police departments, the SWAT team and the FBI are all in there checking out this house, and they're just working on the lead. And that much resources were used, and we got kids missing, going over the border constantly, being
right.
I mean, I'm like, you're using all these resources, and then you want to come and tell us that you were following a lead when we must have seen 65 cars go in to the barricade that were all police officers showing their badges, wave through, showing their badges, wave through.
Right.
Yeah, make it make sense, people.
It doesn't, because that's not what they do unless it's major.
That I think it's very possible the family knows that she's passed away, but they have to go along with what. That's the only thing that makes sense about making $8 million a year. I couldn't imagine making.
Oh my word.
$100,000 a year. I couldn't imagine making $100,000 a year.
Right.
You're making $8 million a year. Your ransom was for $6 million. I know you got that in the bank, bitch. Okay. So the only reason is I'm trying to believe that there's some kind of humanity there, that they know that their mom is already gone, but they have to play that game because it works somehow for the police department to get the perpetrators. I mean, isn't that what you guys be doing? If you were called and that was your mom, wouldn't you be robbing banks?
Well, yeah, for sure. There's no doubt.
Yes, they do. On day 2, they brought in cadaver dogs and they brought in tracking dogs. They said that they found nothing. Tell me how they found nothing, but yet they found.
But then the gloves start showing up everywhere and all this other random.
Right. Now the tracking dog is and the tracking dog has been given a scent of Nancy's. That's who the tracking dog is looking for.
Right.
Now, the glove that they say that they found, right? The glove that we all watched it just now, that they've got DNA on that glove that was found 2 miles from Nancy's house that looks to be like the same glove that the perpetrator was wearing, right? And it's an unknown DNA. They're putting it through CODIS right now as we speak and pulling up a full DNA thing on it, right? Why wouldn't those dogs have found that? Because if that's the perpetrator's gloves, he had to touch Nancy.
Exactly.
So
I find it odd that, and then the sudden photo on the ring cam, but nothing of her in that night. It just doesn't make sense.
It's all spliced up. The whole thing is spliced up.
And they all think we're all that damn stupid. That's what's irritating about most of it. It's like, really, because there's a lot of smart people out here, and nobody's blind, and we're not seasoned detectives either or investigators, but anybody can be if you tell them nowadays, because we have the internet.
I can't. I just have some common sense. That's all.
Now, see, I'd be checking out these people, wouldn't you? If you were, like, say you wanted to go out and film this, some of it would be, I'd be wanting to follow the people that are, to see what they're up to see why they're lying about all this shit. That'd be me. I'd be like doing both, you know what I mean? Because I'd be curious and stuff.
But they're not going to tell us that they are.
They ain't going to tell us, but we can spy on them, can't we?
I thought you're talking about the police, because the police can very well have surveillance on them at all times. But it's against the law for us to follow
to surveil the police and what they're actually doing or not doing right. Exactly.
But you know what? I don't, it'd be the first time I've ever been to jail. I'd only be in there 4 hours and then be out smoking a cigarette. But I'd go in the pokey because I'd be getting all kind of comfortable with them dude cops. And I'd be like, y'all, what you know?
And you'd be like flirting with them, and then
I would
on their paperwork while you're doing that. I'll get the freaking evidence that you can just track them.
Y'all need me to file some stuff for you. I mean, listen, it'd be worth going to the pokey for 4 hours
for the right reasons.
Just so I could come out and say, y'all, I got this thing solved. I got it solved. Rhoda, were you in our chat today? Or is this your first time in our chat? Because, and I'd like to know where you saw that at as well, because Maggie, my co-host, found a picture of the blood on the, it looks like it has to be in the driveway because it is gravel. And we have not heard not the police talking about it, not Brian Inton talking about it, not JLR talking about it, not the news talking about it. Nobody has showed it, so we brought it back up last night. And
you know what?
And a lot of people didn't even know about it because and luckily we have a live with it, because I went back to the live where we showed it, and that's where we got it, because it's been scrubbed off the internet. Tell me why. You cannot find it.
I just thought of something, Leanie. I just had an epiphany. If she got taken, like, say she did get out of the car or whatever, and then something occurred or whatever, right? Think about it. They could have staged all her stuff in the house and put it beside her bed and done all that too. There's that as well. When I was trying to answer the question of why would all that be in there? Because if you want to sell that story, you're going to put it, every time someone goes missing, they go, well, they must have been kidnapped because all their stuff's at home. And most of the time, at least half of the time, those people were murdered, not kidnapped.
So Anomaly believes that she's alive. You're welcome to believe that.
I would love it if that were the truth, for sure.
I hope I'm completely wrong. I hope I'm completely wrong. And if I am wrong, you will hear, everybody that wants to hear will hear a public apology from me. I'm just thinking just like everybody else is. I'm making my own thoughts about what I see, what I research, and I'm not talking about what I research off of YouTube. I like facts. And so I always tell everybody, this is what I've heard off of this. This is my source. I give you guys my source every time. And you make your own opinion of it, just like I do. If it doesn't come from me, If it doesn't come from the courts or the police department or the person themselves, or sometimes the family, it's just a grain of salt to me. It's just me making up my own theories like everybody else. And right now, all we got is theories. That's it. Your theories she's alive, my theories that she's gone, and both are okay. Suppose there are psychics involved and they're saying that she's buried on the property, but would think that the dogs would have found that. I would think that too.
Only way that they wouldn't is if, and this is morbid, so I'll be brief with it, but if you use certain things to break down the body, you can kill any scent of that from being traced and still bury somebody.
But would they have enough time to do it? Would they have enough time to, and then to make the ground
I don't think so.
Look undisturbed?
No, I'm 100% on your side. I believe that they took her far away from there.
Yeah.
And I won't believe anything different till, like you said, until they prove us otherwise, because nothing else makes sense at this point.
When Annie went to check on her, she was gone and there was blood in the house. I know there was DNA, but they told us they wouldn't tell us what type of DNA. Oh, wait, yeah, they said they wouldn't tell us what type of DNA. And they said that none of the DNA matched anybody close to Nancy or any of the workers that work her property, anybody in her circle at all.
Right.
Annie doesn't.
But they wouldn't want to cross their fingerprints with ones that are already expected to be there either. So you're going to wear gloves.
True. What did Annie go? I'm sorry. What door did Annie go in on the morning? You mean when they brought Hi Girls Gone Wireless? That's funny. They would see blood at the front garage, would register that it opened. It did register that it opened. It did. But there's no blood out there. And Tomato, Tabasco, the son-in-law, says that he dropped her off. I think he said between 9:30 and 10. And that's when, and the garage door opens for a minute, almost right at 2 minutes, like a minute, 58 seconds or something like that. So the garage door did open, but we still see no proof that she was dropped off. Not that they have to show me proof. I'm a nobody out here.
But you could take somebody's device or something, and I don't know how it's rigged up in someone else's car, but if you have it on your own thing, you can open it yourself from, just driving up in the driveway. So somebody could have done that, and said, oh, well, I saw her go in the garage. 1 minute in it, 1 minute out.
Yeah, but the way that the house is set up and the landscaping out there and how far apart. I mean, they're all at least 3/4 of an acre apart. Some are more than an acre apart as far as the houses go, and it won't show them unless they're standing on their property watching their dog poop. I don't know.
Right.
Because y'all know some people let their dogs poop in your yard. It pisses me off too. I know. We're all the psychics. I'm not a psychic.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe she was, like you said, never dropped off or abducted right out of the driveway or something. And then they sent somebody back over to at that time so that they can mess with the thing and make it look like whatever, right? You just never know.
How would a random be the first to know that Auntie had been kidnapped? I don't know what you mean by that. They say that a family member is the one that called the police, and they just said she was missing. So when the police got, like, we just watched that with Brian Inton, where he talked to the head guy, the second head lead in SWAT. He said, as far as we knew in the beginning, we were dealing with an elderly person that may walk away until we got on the scene. And then we figured out, no, she was taken away. MSU could be involved. That is the most dangerous gang in Mexico. somebody in her circle could have hired one of them to kidnap her and get ransom. Then Perp, seeing who she was, took her to get money for self. Listen, anything is, pardon me, y'all. Anything is possible. Anything. I could have it all wrong.
It is, but if she is the one that called in, think about it. Most of the time when people murder someone or they're involved in something, they're the ones that call. If it's a family member, they call and say, oh, and then they go from there with the story. They already have it planned. So she, it's 50-50 on the family, I guess, is where I'm at with that.
Yeah. Dammer says, from what I've seen, a video, the suspects were clumsy. Apparently not clumsy enough, because here we are, day 16?
That's why it doesn't make sense that they were
now maybe if a true leader was over this investigation, it might have been solved already. Mm-hmm. So, and I believe that's why that guy that we just watched a little while ago that threw him under the bus was saying that, because because he's part of the sheriff's department SWAT team, he doesn't want his name thrown around in the mud when it's not his call. It's the sheriff's call.
Right.
And like he said, it should have been handed over to the FBI, and we may have already solved this.
And what's one thing that sheriffs oftentimes, especially down in that area, get themselves into? They get paid to go along with stuff that happens and distract investigations, prolong them, so people can get done what they're doing. So if you go into a gang situation or a cartel type situation, that's a definite possibility with the way he's acting.
Hi, Melanie. Thank you for being here, honey. I appreciate it. Who called it in needs question. It looks like a plan. I'm sure they did question them. At least I hope. I mean, we're dealing with sheriff. I don't know. So who knows? When was the last time someone used a ransom note? Come on. Listen. Right. I am agreeing with you. And when was the last time you ever heard it sent, the ransom note being sent to the paparazzi?
Right. It's usually left behind.
Why wouldn't they have just dropped it as they're walking out the door? That way, the minute, just like with the John Benet Ramsey thing, right?
Oh God, that was a fluke.
Sitting right there on the steps, right? So when she walked down, the first thing she saw was a note.
And we won't even get into that case, because that's a mess too.
No, that was a fake and a phony, and I wish I never laid eyes on it. But it is what it is. And that's how people do ransom notes. They leave them behind.
I just hope this doesn't turn into a 25-year case that nobody can ever figure out exactly who did what, but we pretty much know type thing. I hope it doesn't.
Damage, you are completely right. There's a possibility. Look, I've said this once, I'm going to say it again, and you guys think however you want to. Even if we caught this guy in 1 hour, right? Big news, you guys. They got him. They know for sure it's him. Like the guy is standing on the Empire State Building, say, it's me. Here's my blood. Oh yeah, that he chopped his finger off in the house. That goes on the other side of, like, we know for sure that that's him, right? There's such a huge possibility, depending on how much evidence they will have against this guy and how freaking good the prosecution team is. This guy could very well get off, even if he goes to court. Look how much they fucked up the case. Mm-hmm. So just finding him is the first hurdle. The biggest hurdle for this case now is going to be getting a conviction, because they have messed it up that bad. They released the crime scene 3 times. Mm-hmm. Not once, not twice, but 3 times they released that crime scene.
And they never find her, which is probably what the person wants to have happen, that they never find her. So, yeah.
And the perpetrator, I've said it over and over, you guys are probably sick of me saying it, stood all over the doormat. He could have brought touch DNA from his car, from his home, fibers from his carpet, anywhere, whatever, and it's sitting right there on the mat. Where's the mat? Oh, it's still in front of Nancy's door.
No, that makes no sense at all either, because the FBI would have whipped that up as quick as heck.
Do you see what I'm saying? So even if they've got every little drop of DNA, they've got video, they've got the body with his DNA all over her, they've got to bring him to get justice for Nancy and have him give his life or sit in jail for the rest of his life. That's the biggest hurdle that they're going to have to jump, because they have fucked this up so bad. You released a crime scene 3 times. Right there is a defense that, nope, you planted all that shit. You came back into the crime scene 3 times. Not only did you come into the crime scene 3 times, how many people you released it to the family? The family went back in, and then all the reporters went up. And then all the reporters went up to the doorstep and taking pictures of the blood and the door and this and that. You planted it. So getting a conviction is going to be the hardest hurdle.
Yeah. It always is when it's planted.
Y'all, I'm so far behind in chat. I'm so sorry. I should just shut the fuck up and let you guys have a conversation. Everybody get on panel. Let's go one by one. Everybody's on panel. Leah, get up here. Don't start yelling at me again. I love Leah. Leah's like my alter ego. Bye, honey. I love you. Have a good day. You look nice. I did it. Are they eating medicine? Yep. Oh. That's terrible.
I don't know.
Oh, I know what it is. It's their flea medicine. And there was none left in it. There was none left in it, little boy. I'm sorry, you guys, my puppies. Yes, please double tap your screen. That's all I ask. I appreciate it so much. Weeks without her medication. Then there's that, right? Who's the guy in the pictures? One of them is for sure, I know, Lucas. I can't think of his last name off. What is his last name? I just saw it in my head. Daly, and then Patrick is who I've heard it's the same person, but somebody in chat said it's 2 different people. One's Lucas and one's Patrick, but I'm gonna have to do research on that. Thank you guys so much for being here. My goodness, this has been such a great live for me. So many different thoughts, so much that I need to research. You guys have given me I've written stuff down. I'm a writer. I always have a notebook right here on my desk, and I've got a pen, like 50 pens in my desk drawer right here, and a pen right here. I'm always writing stuff down that I see you guys say, and I'm just like, wait a second. I haven't looked into that yet. So I just appreciate, look, we don't have to agree on anything, but give me something to think about. Give me something to look at. Give me something else that could be a possibility other than what I've got made out in my mind. Mike, how you doing, love bug? Good to see you. Good to see everybody here. Do me a favor, just double tap your screen, jump into chat. I haven't been, it's hard to keep up with chat when I'm such a big mouth. And I apologize for that so much, you guys. I really do try I'm just not even putting anything on the screen. I'm trying to just stay in chat with you guys, because this is my favorite thing to do, is just have a good conversation. And man, I love this so much. I'm so grateful for every one of you. I really am. Jennifer, hello. She says, I think TV is all a distraction from what's really going on behind the scenes.
It is. The whole world is a distraction. They're always distracting us. And that's why we get together and figure it out.
Jennifer, I'm glad you said that, because we did watch her last video. I'm going to bring that up again, because I asked everybody who was here. I only watched it on here with everybody. And at first I was getting this like, ooh, this is weird. What is happening? She's being weird. And then it hit me. I was like, wait a second. She's using these weird words. I believe, you're not alone. You're not lonely. Well, how the fuck, who are we talking about? You know what I mean? So I want to bring that up for everybody who hasn't seen it. Hold on just a second. Let me find it again. Give me a minute. I'm going to take this off here, give you something else to look at why I find that. All right, let me put the picture back up. This is from Maggie, you guys. These are two different pictures that were released at two different times. The one without the pew pew, the gun, the backpack, all the garb, was put out to the media, I think a day or two after the one with all the backpack and stuff. We had a great conversation in chat. I think that it's two different people. Some people think it's the same person. Some people think that it's a man and a woman. Somebody said it could be two women, and some people think it's two men. Some people think that one of these is tomato, Tabasco, and his son or nephew or cousin or bandmate, or maybe both bandmates. I'll let you be the judge. No judgment from me, whoever you think it is, because obviously I don't know. But I do think that this is two different people. I believe the one without all the gear on is older, and he's clearly, to me, got a beer belly or a pot belly because of the way that the zipper is going down and underneath his belly, it looks like to me. And then the other one just looks younger to me and more fit. I could be wrong. What says all of you? Let me find this real quick, what I had up here, and show you guys the latest video that, hey, little guy, what are you searching for in there? I don't want you in there, Bubba. Sorry, you guys, my puppies.
My dogs are going crazy because they're making Bigfoot's lunch for the day, and they hear all this rappers, and I'm in the refrigerator, and I'm like, oh gosh, go back to sleep.
All right, Savannah.
Always ready to eat.
All right, listen, all of the videos, you guys, are all on Savannah Guthrie's it's not Snapchat, you guys. I'm not good at this stuff. I'm not good at the apps. I only keep them because my kids make me have them. I don't have Snapchat because I found out that they all have private something that they won't let me in on. I was like, fuck it then, what's the point of me having it? This is on her Instagram, you guys, and I'm going to show it. I think she's, my heart goes out to her because I don't think she has anything to do with it. A lot of people think she does. I don't, and that's okay. You guys can, you're welcome to your opinion as well. I don't think, I'd like to think she doesn't have anything. Oh God, please don't let her family have anything to do with it, you guys. But I don't know for sure. I might be wrong. Oh my God, but y'all, that would be terrible. But all of her, everything is out on her Instagram page, all of the videos that they have done since their mom has been missing. I mean, those that haven't seen it yet, this is the latest video. This was done my time late last night. Maybe in the early evening, late evening. Because I am on the East Coast, you guys. Well, I'm not on the East Coast. I'm in Indiana, but I'm on Eastern Standard Time. All right, let me pull this up. And we'll stick it up here. Tell me what you guys think. We'll listen to it a couple times. I just got an icky feeling. I really do. And I think she's talking. It's code. It's coded. I feel it. It sounds it. Let me know. Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna get my shit together in a minute. Thank you all for being here. All right, this is the latest video from last night from Savannah Guthrie, you guys. Let's watch your ears because I can't control your volume. So just be careful at first because I don't want you guys to get, like, Woof. All right, let's put it bigger. And here we go.
To say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone.
Breaking now, Savannah Guthrie posts a new emotional video to Instagram pleading for the safe return of her mother, the 84-year-old now missing for more than 2 weeks. I'm Jory Rand.
I'm Liz Nagy. This latest video from the Today Show host comes as investigators turn their attention now toward new leads in the case. Those include a glove found about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home, from which investigators say they have now obtained DNA. They say the gloves appear to match those of a man seen in a doorbell video at Guthrie's home in Pima County, Arizona.
All right, hold on. I thought that was the never too late to do the right thing. What the hell is happening here? Okay, hold on. I thought that was the whole thing that was going to play.
It almost made me think of family when she said it like that. It was weird. I don't know.
It just gets weirder. Like, who are we talking about?
It does.
Why do we care if they're lonely? Anybody?
It's just, I feel like it's a personal message she's sending through these things, and it's weird. It's so bizarre.
All right, let me see if I can get the whole video up. Pardon me, you guys. All right. Not that one. That's not it. That's not it. Okay. Maybe this is, let me see. I'm sorry this taking so long. I had it right up before I even started this live and we already watched it. Oh, 12 days, 14 days, 10 days. Come on, for the love of Jesus. Okay, I got it, guys. Okay. That little guy, what are you looking for under there? Well, guys, if I happen to go missing, it's because of my dog. All right, let me bring this up. I found it. Those of you that have not seen it. All right, here we go. Now we're going to play it a couple times all the way through, and you guys just let me know. No, we're not logging in, but watch your guys' ears. You stop it right there. Y'all, what the hell? Emotional, maybe she couldn't drive. Emotionally, maybe she couldn't drive. Oh, it's not, it wasn't playing? Hold on, you guys didn't see that? I have it on the screen. You didn't see it? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Son of a biscuit eater. All right, let me take it off just a second. We'll try it again, love bugs. All right. All right. Can you guys see that before I start it? You can see it, but it didn't play. I can hear you. Thank you so much. Her face on people webpage. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to start playing it. Watch your ears and we'll see if you guys can hear it. Okay. Let me make it bigger. All right. I'll come right back over here to see if you guys can hear it.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being.
What says all of you? Who is she talking to? Who's not alone? Who's not lonely? What do you believe in? Anybody? Taken. How does she know she's using certain words? I absolutely think that she is she's speaking to someone. I think she's speaking to someone. Look, if you guys don't want to be here, don't come in here flooding the chat, being a total asshole, okay? I can be the biggest asshole of anybody you ever met. If you want to be an asshole, you have to come up on my platform and talk to me here. If not, then you have to leave. I'm not a drama channel, people. I don't do that stuff. But you can start it, but I bet I'll finish it. If you want to be an asshole, please come up on my panel. Please. I'm gonna play it one more time and just I don't know. I feel like the first time I watched it was with y'all and I felt like, what's wrong here? And then the second time I watched it, I was like, who the hell is she talking to? What do we care if that person is lonely? Would you care if somebody's got your mother dead or alive? Would you care if they're lonely? One more time.
It's never too late. I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
What says
It really sounds like a personal message to somebody to me.
Victoria, Annie was in the first two videos, and she said, I don't have anything nice to say about it. I don't, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But you can find all of the videos on Savannah Guthrie's Instagram. Just type in her name. There should be 2 with all 3 of the siblings together, Savannah, Annie, and their brother Cameron. If you guys don't know, Cameron is a retired Air Force fighters F-16 pilot. He's a colonel, retired colonel. He didn't even come to town for 4 days. Now, I'm not saying, oh my God, he didn't come to town. He's probably killing his mother. That's not what I said. What I'm saying is, he might have had things to wrap up. He might have thought, come on, guys. Or he might have already been told, hey, our mom's dead, but we got to come in here and we got to make it look like a kidnapping. Because that's what the police need us to do to catch the perp. Who knows? So
Right.
The first 2 videos were of Savannah, Annie, and Cameron. The next 2 videos, the next video was of Savannah by herself. The video after that, I think I may have these 2 turn around. The brother did a video by himself for Savannah's page asking them to return his mom. And then this is the 5th one. So all of them are there. Y'all go check them out. I just asking when you watch them, watch the difference in how they act all the way through it. I think I definitely could tell by the first video that they knew stuff they weren't telling us.
Right.
So good to have all of you guys here. So good. Thank you so much. This means the world to me. Our co-host, Jeff, how you doing, love bug? Good to see you. They could watch work, but what they're gonna do? Back and mourn her life and get closure. If someone could call in anonymously and tell where the body is, that's what. The perp, yeah. How I have heard that it was Annie that called the police. I did hear that as well, but then the only thing that the police said was that it was a family member. Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. When they first came out, they did say it was, wait a minute, you're right. They did say it was Annie, and then they walked it back and said it was a family member. You're right. Let's give it up for Anomaly. Anomaly. That is correct. I had forgotten about that. You're right. You're complete. Listen, girlfriend, when you're right, you're right. And you're right. I had forgotten about that. They sure enough did. It's the son-in-law. Hi, Patrick. Hi, Mr. Cranky. I love me some. Listen, I'm a cranky old woman. Hi, Laverne. What's the foul language for? I hope all ending. Let me read this again. What's the foul language for? It's a bad habit. I hope it all ending. You will have the balls. I have big balls. I'm not kidding. More so than more men. Do you want to come up and talk to me on panel, Davy? Laverne Davy, apologize to this stressed out lady. Listen, face to face, I'll apologize. I have no problem. I never mind being wrong. I don't get offended that easy. Do you want to come on up here and talk to me on panel? And it says, according to Leanie right up there. I mean, that's me, Leanie. So it's according to me. Jennifer, I'm right there with you, love bug. I feel the bodies across the border, and I feel it will be difficult searching to bring the body back. That's right. Too bad pacemakers don't have locat. Jeff, did you hear about the it called you guys? I forget. I'm getting tired. I've been on here a long time. We've been doing this every day. Some kind of reader that was put on the bottom of a helicopter, and it actually can track a pacemaker. Signal sniffer. Thank you so much. Listen, Leah's on the ball, y'all. Did the son-in-law give a statement? Oh no, we haven't heard from him, honey. No. As to what happened when she got out of the car, maybe to the police, but we haven't seen him. In fact, I heard, not from police officers, so take it with a grain of salt, but I heard he was in Italy on a family trip. Don't know. The person who said it didn't say if his wife was or not. They weren't sure at the time I saw this, but that he was on a trip to Italy with his family because the tickets had already been bought. So, I mean, I guess that's what people do when their mother-in-law's missing. They go on their planned trip. Right. Heard he went to the Olympics with his family. But if it's your mother-in-law, I mean, she's missing. And she could be dead. I mean, I think if there was any reason ever to cancel a trip that's already been planned and paid for, it would be this one. This would be it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. In Savannah's co-host cancel going to the Olympics to stay home and help support the Guthrie family. Correct. It's only him in Italy. He was going there because his family lives there. He was born there. He moved there in 2006 and married in 2006. I know everything about this case. He went there for the Olympics, but wouldn't this be the time to cancel a trip? Your mother-in-law might be dead. And even if she's not, she's missing. And she's probably wounded. Her blood's outside her house. And she's needs some medication. Just saying that I probably would have canceled it. So is he there for, did he go actually because he's trying to get into a country that does not expedite back to the U.S.? Anyone? We'll see. We'll see if he comes back or if he ends up in a different country. Listen, if my husband even thought about going on a page, I don't care how much money it cost. I don't care, and he wouldn't care about the Olympics. If he thought about going to a damn football game or a NASCAR event and my mom is missing, he might as well take his whole suitcase with him. Don't touch anything of his that I can sell and get money out of it. Take all your whatever cheap shit you got in that bedroom and get the hell out of my house and don't worry about coming back. And I'm selling your shit, including your car. That's right, Deuce. Jolene. What if he went to Italy to go to another country? That can't. That's what I just said. Exactly. Yes. And the only reason I said it, I didn't even think about it, but that's what my husband told me this morning. He's like, yeah, it sounds like someone's looking for if he's guilty, he said he won't come back. He'll be in a different country that won't extradite him. I'll be searching for my mama too, girlfriend, and all y'all with you, because I'll be on here and I'll be like, y'all, please come to Indianapolis. Please come to Indianapolis. The staging will be right here in my living room with my puppies. You gotta love my dogs and my cat Wednesday. You don't even have to love me, but you gotta love my babies. And my sister, I'll have her in the kitchen cooking constantly for all of us. And we're gonna find my mom. We're gonna find my mom. I wouldn't sleep, eat, or drink until I found my mother. I'm pissed, y'all. I'm so pissed about it. I mean, I know I'm being facetious in a lot of things that I'm saying, but this poor woman, she lived her whole freaking life for her elder years to either end like this or her life to end like this. Y'all, that's so sad. Imagine, can you imagine? They said that right before at 2 whatever in the morning, her pacemaker actually sped up. Her heartbeat sped up. And they believe that's the time that she saw the perpetrator or traitors in her home. Can you imagine how scary that was for her? Oh my God, you guys. They were in that home for 38 to 42 minutes. What were they doing? How long was she? I just thinking about the fear that she had to have felt. Just, I can't deal. Megan, tell me how that's even, how is that karma? How could you even say that? Thank you so much, Meg, for subbing. You're from Indy too. We're neighbors, sister. We're neighbors. Not left wandering in the night. Nothing taken either. Just cleaned up the evidence. Exactly. They God, they're so stupid. They think we're so stupid. Drop the land for Shag. Shag's coming up. Shag, you coming up, love bug? All this work, an 84-year-old lady living alone in a pacemaker, people. Come on. Well, we don't know if she was living alone. They won't come out and tell us. They won't even tell people. I believe somebody was living in that guest house. And they won't even tell us if somebody's living there. Why the secrecy? Why can't they just set our minds at ease? They did say a male, though.
Yeah.
Was she alone in the main house because maybe her family gave either a housekeeper or a nanny, a nanny sitter? Is that what they're calling them now? A nanny sitter, the weekend off because, I'm just thinking hypothetical, okay? I'm just giving you guys something else to think about. Maybe there was a nanny sitter that would come in every day and stay until she went to bed, or even stay the night with her, like they would switch off, right? What's to say that the family doesn't have to do with this and told that person, look, don't worry about, go take the weekend off. You guys we won't need your services. We won't need you. Don't worry about it. We got mom this weekend. We're celebrating her birthday, and on Saturday, it's going to be great. And then, one of us are going to stay the night with her on Sunday, and we're going to church. So we're not going to need your services, because they knew something like this was going to happen. And let's get the nanny or the housekeeper out of the way. Less people, less person have to worry about. Poopy Pies says, oh, I missed it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you pull up the backpack with the suspect photos? I feel like the straps aren't the same. Yeah, sure can. Hold on. Just give me a minute. It'll probably take longer than a minute because Maggie and I've had so much stuff on this case in this, but they only allow, pardon, I can put this one up first, but I can also find more pictures and stuff. Maggie and I put videos up, put videos down, put pictures up, put them down, because they only allow you so many graphics. So we keep having to delete and then bring on more, then delete and then bring on more. So let me see if I can find some pictures to pull up on the net real quick. And just in case you guys don't know, a lot of this stuff is being scrubbed from the internet. That's that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say, y'all. Let me see. So, all right, we're gonna read this has got all 4 pictures. Don't think this has got the video, which is what I asked for. But I might be able to find it in here. But let's bring this up. Let me take this off, but I will keep it up there in case anybody wants to look at it. Let's look at these pictures. These are the 4 pictures that were initially put out by the police, and they were taken from they were stills taken from a video. So let me show those. All right. Go back over here, take this comment off so you guys can see properly. All right. And I have to leave that banner running, you guys, so if I get popped, then I can just say, look, I did everything I could. All right. I got that big. I'm going to go back over here. All right. Wild Angel, can you let me know if you guys can see this?
Yes.
Oh, my source is Yahoo News, you guys, Yahoo News, whatever. This was released on Tuesday, February the 10th, 2026 at 12:55 p.m. All right, and this is just a read, and then hopefully we're going to find the video on it. All right, so here's 2 of the pictures, and then I'll show them one by one of the 4 that were taken off of the video. Okay, these are just 2 of them. Oh, that's right. These were released by the FBI because I remember now that I'm reading this, I remember saying, Cash Patel, give us the rest of the video. Not that he's going to listen to me, y'all. He hates me. All right. FBI Director Cash Patel released security camera photos and video Tuesday of a potential suspect in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie. Law enforcement officials told NBC News that the person in the surveillance footage is considered a suspect. The newly released images and video show an individual in a mask and backpack, and there are no identifying features. Now, remember, I don't know if I think they're just talking about the facial features or something like that. I think quite a lot could be gleaned from these pictures that could identify somebody. This is the first one we saw, and those are beautiful eyes with beautiful. I mean, this is what everybody thought. Oh my God, that's a girl.
Yeah, it really could have been.
Because the eyes are so pretty, their eyelashes are gorgeous, and their eyebrows are jam on it. Jam on it. Serious.
Yeah.
I mean, so then we go down a little bit and we see the next picture that popped up. Now, let me tell you what I think is going on here. A lot of people said, oh, he was trying to punch the camera. No. What I think is going on here is he was trying to, maybe he was trying to punch you, but we don't actually see in the video, we don't see him like hit it. If he hit the camera in any way, it would have tilted it a little bit. You would have seen a movement from the camera, which we did not see. I think he was just trying to figure out what the fuck he was doing. Okay. Y'all, I'm sorry, my scroller thing doesn't work on my scroller thing. It doesn't work on my mouse. So I'm struggling with this. So I'm sorry. I think what he's doing, he's got so many pairs, at least 2 pairs of gloves, and I'm going to say it's more because this looks just entirely like a hand that nobody wants a baby delivered with. And that's as PG as I could put it for y'all.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that, I mean, look at the pinky finger, y'all. Oh shit, that hurts to think about it. But anyways, I think what he was trying to do was touch it and just figure it out, but he really didn't touch it. Then the dumbass goes and gets some flowers to see what he's doing there. I also think I'm so sorry, you guys. So if you look right here, can you guys see my cursor? Can you see my cursor? Wild Angel, are you going to be up here and help me out or not?
I do, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
These right here, it's okay. Just messing with you, girlfriend. Now, remember we were talking about maybe she just didn't come home? He is right up next to the door. This mat, you guys, is right slap dab against the front of the door. The blood that we see in the pictures that were taken after they had released the crime scene the first time, that was taken by the media, the blood would be all right here, you guys, and then down here just a little bit. Okay, this right here is a lock to the door, the front. So you're actually seeing the doorknobs. That's how close to the door he is. This is a doorknob, right? I mean, the lock, the bolt, the deadbolt. That's what I grew up calling it, a deadbolt lock. And then this right here is the handle, the doorknob. So he's right there up against it. I think with that much blood, we would see like maybe some dark spots or stuff. That's why I think that she was brought home. And I think that I think she was brought out this way, and that's when the blood was dropped.
Right, because why else would they take the camera off the front if they were going in the back? As long as they disassembled that one and nothing was going on in the front, they really wouldn't want it. Why would you even take the risk of being seen, even with a mask on?
Right. So why would you? But who knows? I don't know if there was a camera in the back. We don't know.
We don't.
So I'm sorry, you guys, that
I know if I had a house like that, it would have surveillance all over it, just because of the distance, like you said, between homes, the area that it's located in. It's a big house to try to keep track of. It ain't like a smaller home, for one person where you can see, everywhere.
All right. So again, I think this, see how this is all dark right here? I don't think this is blood. I just don't. We can go back and look at the blood pictures, but there would be more marks, I think. Because you could see them over here too. You could see them over here. So I don't think this is blood, but I could go and I could actually count you don't call these bricks, what do you call them? Slabs or tiles or whatever.
Tile. Yes.
We could count the tile from here up because we see them in the video walk away, and then go back and look at the blood pictures and see what number tile the blood is on. But I think there's actually blood here, because I had always wondered, is there blood on this map? Because there was blood close to this map right here. And I wondered, did some get on there? Because, the mat is still there, y'all. It's still in front of Nancy's house. It's not evidence. He's just walking all over it, mind you. He's walking all over it, but it's not evidence. Look away, people. Look away, people. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. The mat's still there. If you need a mat, go get you one. JLR, they delivered pizza to the house, people. If you don't know, there was pizza delivered to the house. Okay. JLR, and God love JLR. I be loving me some JLR. You know what? I've got a whole new respect for JLR, and I appreciate him saying that creators can use his content and just get the word out. I appreciate JLR. And if you're not subbed up to him, please, for the love of God, just until the Nancy case is over, please do that, because that's where we're getting a lot of our information, and we're getting a lot of our footage from him, and God bless him. He deserves it. And he knew how, and he figured out how to turn his hat on right. You gotta give the man, you got to give the man a break for that, right? But anyways, JLR went running when he saw a pizza guy coming up here, and he's still on camera. And by all accounts, now I wasn't watching. Somebody was watching it that was in my chat too, and it's actually on one of his videos, I guess. And he's like, dude, you can't come up here. And he was like, we got to order for pizza to this address. And he's like, do you know where you're at? I'm probably paraphrasing. And they're like, yeah, this address, somebody ordered a pizza. And he said, dude, there's nobody here. This is Nancy Guthrie's house. There's been a kidnapping here. Something went wrong. This was a crime scene. And he said, well, let me find out who I'm supposed to be delivering this pizza to. He calls, and they said, Jonathan, right there at that house, Jonathan. So I think it was some silly ass fan or some silly ass troll that, because he didn't know nothing about the pizza. Do you know how embarrassed he was? He's trying to help the dude out. He's keeping him on camera. It's great content. Believe you me, it's really great content, because fucking Jonathan Lee Riches got him a pizza, and he busted the man that was delivered it to him. God love him, you guys. But I seriously love me some JLR. I really do. I think he's come a long way.
So that would be annoying, though, to find out that it was you and you're trying to correct the person.
Yeah, I would be so embarrassed. I would just flip off everybody on camera, but that's just me. And I don't even like pizza, so y'all don't be sending me no damn pizza. I don't like it. I hate pizza. Again, the eyes. Do those not look like female eyes to you guys? I know the people that are saying, y'all, there's one female there. They believe this is a female. But I believe this right here is a stash. And I believe these are hooded eyes.
I feel like he was sent there, whoever that is, to grab evidence or make sure nothing was left behind. I don't know. There could be so many different variables, but it just seems like that weirdness and the awkwardness of the situation is, I don't know.
All right, here's one of the pictures right here. I forget
Or
who
did the
asked me to
police
show on.
send somebody to make it look like they're getting somewhere? I don't know, man. Holy moly.
I don't know about you guys and how much you've blown up these pictures, but I've blown up this head so many times, my own head will explode. Swanee, I promise. I don't know if I'm making it up in my brain anymore because I have just looked at these pictures like I've been terrible with these pictures. Like I know these pictures more than I know my kids' baby pictures now. And I could swear I could almost make out what his face looks like. And maybe that's what the brilliant sketch artist used and thought he saw the facial, what his facial looked like too. Because I could swear looking at this, I could tell you about what he looks like. But it's probably just in my brain because I look too much.
Well, the more you look, the more you see.
Or the more your eyes just go. Your brain's like mine. See what you want to see, bitch. You know it ain't there, but go ahead. Get you some sleep, girl. And then here is the one. And for a long time, I was like, nah, I think they've already got her out of the car. I think, and he's coming back to get the camera.
I feel like that's exactly it.
And then Maggie put this picture together with.
Well, he forgot the damn mat.
Well, no, see, this is before he ever gets in under the arch. He's not even up here on the porch yet. He's still got a step to go up. He's down there on the walkway, the path.
But the fiddling with the camera and the piece grabbing brush and weird stuff, it was just really awkward and weird.
I think he was going for a key. They said there was no breaking and entering into this house.
Maybe they wanted it to look like one and then it didn't work out and then he was stuck with the camera.
Listen, I'm just saying, with hands as big as that, there's no way. And you know, us Americans, we're dumb. Maybe some of you people in other countries are as dumb as I've been. I've left a key outside thinking nobody's gonna find it. And nobody has, thank God. But
now you better go get it.
We leave keys outside all the time. And to me, I'm gonna try to find the footage. But when he goes back and he pulls up that shrubbery right there, those little flowers, I don't think he was necessarily trying to get flowers. I think there was a key in it. And he's not going to fish out a key with the big old fingers. It's just easier just to pick up the whole dirt, the clump, and then he's like, that's what I would do, right? I don't want to get my nails dirty underneath them, y'all. Patel says that the footage recovered from the residual data located in the back end systems. Working with our patterns as of the morning, law enforcement has uncovered these previously inaccessible. Y'all believe that? These previously inaccessible new images showing an armed individual appearing to have tampered with the camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door.
Mm-hmm. And what's that give them? A timeline? So that looks like things are getting figured out.
Where am I at? Okay. At the front door the morning of her disappearance. And then we have where Kash Patel directly puts it on to X, formerly known as Twitter. And then we went from there, get it. And then it just says, newly released photos of the first significant break in the case. Yeah, we got it. And then it talks about when Nancy Guthrie was last seen shortly before 10 p.m. MST uh, Saturday, January 31st, after returning home from dinner with family. When she failed to show up for church the next morning, relatives called the sheriff department and check. See, this is even different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When she failed to show up for church the next morning, relatives called the sheriff's department to check on her well-being. Authorities said short after her disappearance that they believe Guthrie was taken from her bed while she slept and considered the case a criminal abduction. We know
Yeah.
she did walk out of there. The Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, or better known as Sheriff I Don't Know, previously told reporters. But this is just another one. So first we got that her daughter went over there after being called by someone from the church to say she didn't show up. And the daughter went over there and found the back door open and found her mother missing. Then the sheriff walks it back and says it was a family member who called 911. And now we're getting this that what did it say? I want to just make sure I get it right. Returning home from dinner with her family on 31st was the last time she was seen. When she failed to show up for church the next morning, relatives called the sheriff's department to check on her well-being. Well, wouldn't they have said right there that they were already in the house?
Right.
Because that's what they said in the beginning, that her daughter went over there and called because there was a time lapse. The daughter, and I don't know how true this is, but now I'm starting to remember the beginning of it. I remember someone had reported that the daughter said, pardon me, that the daughter said that she went over there at this time, but the police weren't called until sometime later, and people were asking, why did it take so long to call if you said, and then they said that the daughter said that she got the times mixed up or whatever. Well, none of that has come out in a police report or anywhere else. So again, take that with a grain of salt. Now let me just try to find the full video. From the start, Nanos, who is the sheriff there, emphasized that the case was not dementia related, as Guthrie was of sound mind. But he said she had limited mobility and could not have left on her own. Investigators examined Guthrie's house for days after her disappearance, but provided few details on the scene. However, CBS News obtained video footage showing blood droplets outside the front door, and authorities later said the DNA confirmed it was Guthrie's. They also discovered that her doorbell camera and pacemaker app were disabled early Sunday morning around the time investigators think that she was kidnapped.
Yeah, think, right.
So I want to see if I can, let me see
But
if
like
I
I
can.
said, if the back door was open, think about it. Then what was that fellow doing up there messing with the front camera? Unless that was a distraction, or to come up later as something different. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Girl, I don't know.
All
right, hold on. Let me see if I can find, give me a second, guys. Let me see if I can find the full video. Hi, everybody. Do me a favor. You guys hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down for me. That's all I ask. That's it. You don't have to sub. You don't have to member up. You don't have to give me $1. Just please let the algorithm know that you were hanging out in chat or had noticed my content. And I'd appreciate that so much. But if you want to come out and hang out again, we would love that. Because you are not alone. You are not alone. You are not lost or alone. What the fuck does that mean?
But that sounds like some distant family member that they've had issues with in the past that they're giving a mess. It just sounds too personal. I'm sorry, but that's very direct. That's not something you're going to say to a stranger.
Let me see if this one's it. Hold on.
By now, somebody's had to have analyzed her body language to come up with a theory, because I mean, we can just do it without having experience doing it.
Okay, I think I've got the full video, you guys. All right. I hope they play the whole video through. God, it pisses me off when they do that. Hold on just a minute. I want to find the full video by myself. By myself. No, I just want to be able to read the whole thing. I mean, watch the whole thing a couple times that I'm talking through it. New video, mass subject. Maybe that's it. Let's see. Can we just show the whole video all the way through, Miss Fox News people? Hold on, guys. I'm going to find it if it's the last thing I do tonight. Sorry, y'all. Give me a few more minutes. I'm so sorry.
Leanie,
Yeah,
I think you need some coffee. Your throat sounds dry, hon.
I've got coffee sitting right here and water, and I
Do
haven't
you?
touched it. Yeah,
Okay, I was
and
wondering.
my antacids, of course. You know.
I just see you with these bottles lined up.
My throat is killing me. I'm not kidding. But this is so worth it, y'all. Let's find Nancy. Nancy. Dadgummit. Dadgummit. Let's try something else. Full video. How about that? Full video. And you guys, I have my old glasses on because I can't find my newer ones. So I'm having trouble seeing. Oh. All right. Can this one be it? Can this one just be it? Are y'all still with me? Is everybody still with me? I'm trying so hard here. Fucking found it. Fucking A, B, and C. Y'all, I got it. All right. Here we go. Thank you guys for being here. It means the world to me. It really does. Share screen. Let's do this one. Gosh, Lee. See, and I don't know computers well enough to do files. I'm a hopeless case, you guys. I'm a hopeless case. All right, let me make sure we're big over here. Got that. Okay. You guys watch your ears, okay? Watch your ears. Make it as big as I can. All right, this is the video from beginning to end. And then we'll break it down and we'll talk about it. No audio, you guys. I forgot. So don't worry about your ears. No audio. We weren't given audio. It's just the video. So it was spliced. All right, we'll watch the video and then you guys see if you could tell where all it was sliced. You dumbass. How does it feel to be that much of a dumbass, dude?
Right. It almost looked like he went over and knew to grab, but it looked like he knew what he was looking for, sort of. It was weird.
Just take your glove off and put it on it. That's what I would do.
You could even have thrown something over top of it, yeah, easily.
I think he was trying to lay them on top of it. All right, then this is without the backpacks. These are pictures that were. See, to me, there he looks like a guy.
Uh-huh.
All right, let me stop it right here because I want to break this down for you guys and show you a couple things. This is what I see. You could see something totally different. Like I said, I've been watching this stuff way too much. It's probably not good for my health. Okay, did you see it? It's going to show you right here. It looks like it skips. It skips because they slice something out of the video. Watch.
Mm-hmm.
There.
The glitch. So what happened in that second, in that frame that they took out, right?
Did his accomplice, did the dude that doesn't have any of the junk on, you know, the fat dude, the old dude,
Right.
did he come out? Because I want to show you something. I think there's a guy that's on the other side of there going around the back. Because if he looks the other way, then that way's towards the garage. The way that he looks, it looks like he's checking on somebody.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if, and we don't know if that was 1 second. That actually could be he stopped, turned around, looked at the guy, and been like, dude, go around the back. That's what I think happened right there. Let's watch it again. So when I tell you this is all sliced up, believe you me, it's all sliced up. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Let me stop it. Now, I want you to pay attention to what he does. He's turned himself back around. He's going to look over here. When he walks out, he's going to continue to look over here. Can you guys see my cursor?
Yep.
Okay. So he's looking over here. He's going to continue to look over here. Then he turns and looks this way. That's why I think there's something down there, a key or something like that. Now, I could be wrong because remember, I think there's a guy in the back. I think where they spliced out right there, that guy came into the scene to show you that there's two guys. And I think the other guy is in the back. Maybe he just grabbed flowers and was trying to hang them on the thing to cover himself out. You know what I mean? So maybe the picture that they showed us of the guy without all the garb and stuff on, that's actually, they took him out of it and they're just showing him.
Right.
Coming up. Now, so let's just look at that. Looking, still looking over there. Oh, what's this right here? Oh, okay, let me get some of this. Now watch what happens. He's looking over there. Spliced.
Mhm.
Let's look at that again.
That's what makes the whole thing look so awkward from the beginning to the end of what he's doing because of that.
So if you look at his movements, look at where he's looking, look at where your video is sliced up. That's where I think he's interacting with the person who's with him. Somebody told me earlier that this across the street they believe to be a vehicle. I don't think it is, but who knows? I know there are houses out here, but I don't know. Could be. All right, so let's just pay attention to where he's looking and then, and then watch for the splice. Yep, look, a splice. Now we're right back up here to the camera. So what they did was they totally, the minute he looked over, and at first I thought he was just looking to see if anybody was looking at him, but I wouldn't have looked over like that because the light is obviously shining. Okay. I think he's looking at whoever it was that was with him. So we've missed him totally walking back up here. Now he's already back up to the door in front of the camera. So there's no telling how much time that we've missed that they've spliced out right there. Let's keep going.
Right.
So this is just all of it starting over again. Now what I want to show you guys is this. No, get the hell back. Get the hell.
So did the FBI get their hands on this camera first, or did the sheriff, the police department?
I don't know.
Right. I kind of like to know that.
Cash Patel is the one that released it.
Released it. Yeah.
What do you guys see on the ground next to him as he's walking up? Or you may not be able to see it there. You can see it there. See it there. He's got a shadow. Look at that, y'all. Tinkerbell didn't come steal his shadow. That's not Peter Pan. All right. Now let's fast forward it on up here. So what makes a shadow? Light. Okay. So we know there's lights outside her house, but yes, there is a conservatory there and there's a light restriction. But the restriction is you can have light outside as long as the top of it is covered by so many feet. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I could show you the front of the house, how the roof comes off of her house so that there's like a gap up there for the lights to be up there. And the lights actually, you guys, are, what do you call them? Motion censored lights?
Yeah, motion sensor, yeah.
Okay, so they've got one on each side underneath the little part of the roof that sticks out of the house, right? And that's allowed. So let me show you again. Let's do this again. Shadow, 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 all the way. So the lights haven't been busted out yet, guys. Right? Let's keep watching for shadows. Now, remember, he's got a thing in his mouth too. He's got a flashlight. The lights are still on. There's the shadow. There's the shadow. There's the shadow. Now we've been spliced, right? So now we're going to go all the way over here to where they show the fat dude. I don't know if they'll show it in this one. It was in the last one, I think. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back. Let's look at the pictures one more time. Figures they wouldn't put them on here at first. Did you guys know that Nancy was a published author? I always say Arthur was a published author. Don't be making fun of me, Riz. Okay, hold on. Let me get this here. Let's go back to the fat dude.
It doesn't look like the person has just one set of gloves on, though. It definitely looks like they're packed. It makes me think of like when you're first learning to box and you don't put the full gloves on, but they have like the smaller, the basic gloves for like just the minimal like stuff. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
then,
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But you know, these are still different kind of gloves.
right.
And I think it was John from the UK who brought up, and I never thought about this, the kind of gloves that tattoo artists use. He said to him, that's what they look like because they're thicker and they're rubber like. Because they can't use that kind that people could be allergic to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I didn't think about that. So I wrote that down. I'm going to look that up as well and find out exactly what kind of gloves they use. But they did say that the glove that they found, you guys, that's got DNA on it, looks to be like the glove the perp is wearing in the.
Well, why did they find it? Not why, but isn't it odd that they would find a random glove 2.5 miles away when there's people all over the crime scene from the get go and everywhere, everybody's everywhere out there. Like, couldn't somebody have, I don't know.
Absolutely. That's just going to be another thing, right?
Right.
If that's the guy they go and get and arrest, they, you know, they're going to say, you could have planted it. You could have framed me. You tried to frame me. I mean, this is dumb. This is what happens when you don't do a proper search.
Right.
Either that, or it's just an innocent person out there that's thrown a glove down. You know?
Right.
Who knows?
Something could have flown off the back of somebody's vehicle and been dropped when they were on their way to dump. I mean, there could be all sorts of reasons.
Absolutely. I'm trying to look for this picture still, guys. I'm not going to keep you much longer. I mean, that's a long time to hang out with me, and I appreciate it so much. Hold on. I just want to find this one flipping picture. Dadgummit. Dadgum, the one picture I want. I just want one picture. Anyways, I'm getting tired, and I think that's why I'm not having any luck at this. I'm struggling so hard here, you guys. I've been on here for 6 hours.
It's a lot of brain power, right?
It's a lot. I mean, there's so much up there. But the picture I wanted to show you guys is basically this one, but it doesn't show it on this picture. This picture that Mags has. If you guys go back and do your own search of it, the picture that I showed you of this guy walking up, or even the video, you guys, you see his shadow all along the way, right? That means that the lights outside, the motion sensor lights had not been punched out or hit out or broke out or whatever they were trying to do.
Right.
But if you pull up this picture of this guy, you guys, he has no shadow.
Right.
So that tells me, and he's standing in the same place he's basically standing right there. He's fixing to come up the step. So he's standing in the same place. And that tells me that the lights have already been taken care of. So was homeboy taking care of the lights? And that's why he was looking at him. He's like, hurry ass up.
Right.
And then he came in there, what, or whatever he said, or whatever. He's like, hurry your ass up. And then he comes back and says, maybe, you know, like they're down, and he's like, get your ass on the back, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. Right. But the only way to know for sure about when the lights happen, and I just think it happened during all this time right here with these guys. Because they had, like I said, from the time this guy shows up on the Ring doorbell, y'all, until the time that her Apple Watch quits communicating with her pacemaker is anywhere from, I just can't remember the exact time, but I know it's between 38 and 42 minutes.
Yep.
So what the hell's going on? How much time are we missing out of the video? I can show you 3 places in the video, and I think I did already, that I know for sure have been spliced. I want to know how much time we're missing out of it. And we're definitely missing the end of the video.
Well, I'm not being a smartass, but I would say probably about the same amount of time we're missing out of the Idaho 4 stuff.
There you go. You would think they would learn. But right. Listen, if you go back and you look at the pictures, then you guys will be able to find them. I'm just so tired. I've been on here a long time. Mags and I've been doing this, I think, almost every day since she went missing. And I'm just so grateful, if nothing else, for the great people that we've met, and the chat, and for everything you guys have brought to the channel. And it just makes it all worth it. So at some point tomorrow, I will be back. I'm not sure if Mag will. It probably just matters on how much sleep she gets. At some point, I will be back. I do need some sleep. So if something happens when I'm asleep, I don't know if Maggie.
What's the best place to put it? In the Discord or
Discord?
Yeah, so, I kind of figured. Okay.
Yeah, I always check the Discord the minute I get up. That's what I go to first, because there are so many of us sleuthing here that will throw it into the Discord, and I'll get it right away. And I don't even finish reading Discord. I just start the live right away and I start pulling it up, because I want to react with you. I want it with us. So yeah, tonight, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 7:00 in the morning here in Indiana. It'll be sometime today. Maybe both of us will be on at different times. Maybe we'll get on together. I don't know. But anyways, you guys mean so much to me. You guys have made this stream so good. I appreciate all of you. I have enjoyed meeting new people. You guys are completely awesome. You're gonna, if you don't know, Maggie is my co-host. She's from the UK. You're going to fall in love with her. You're going to love her. You're going to like her so much more than you like me. I promise you. And then she has a co-host, which is the co-host. And that would be Lizzo. And she's in chat right now. She's also a mod here, and probably, she's a big deal around here. All my mods are a big deal around here, you guys. They're a fucking big deal. I mean, I got the best of the best. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Listen, I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Wild Angel, thank you for joining me. On thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. Thank you. Wild
love
Angel,
you guys. See you soon.
Love you too.
Bye.
Maggie, wherever you're at, big hugs, big love to you. You just are the most precious thing. To all my mods, you guys rock the Casbah. You guys, I don't want to do this without you ever. Happy birthday again to Lou. I know it's past her birthday now because they're 12 hours ahead of me. And to the chat, I don't want to do this without you. It wouldn't be as fun without you. I obviously got a lot to learn when it comes to keeping up with a chat that big, but man, I'd love to learn, and so would Maggie. Thank you guys. Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for everything. It means the world to us, really. All right, listen. We'll see you next time. It'll be sometime today. We'll be pulling up. Y'all pull in. Make sure your bells are on because we will be ring-a-ding-dinging. Okay? We will ring-a-ding-ding your bells. Love you guys so much. Y'all can't be good at it. Till then, we'll see you next time. Bye, guys.